We often like to think that we have a pretty good grasp on how the world works. We wake up in the morning, we go about our daily routines, and we assume that the boundaries of reality are solid and predictable. We go to the grocery store, we travel for work, we hang out with our families, and we watch television, expecting that everything will make perfect sense. But every once in a while, something happens that completely shatters that illusion. The solid ground beneath our feet suddenly feels incredibly fragile, and we are forced to confront events that seem like they were pulled straight out of a fictional thriller. The truth is that reality is often far more bizarre, terrifying, and mysterious than anything a writer could ever dream up. Today, we are going to dive into 5 strange but true stories that defy logical explanation. These are stories of chilling encounters in broad daylight, survival against absolute physical impossibility, warnings from places beyond our understanding, cruel psychological experiments carried out in secret, and a monstrous evil that managed to hide in plain sight on national television. To start, we have to travel back to February 17th of the year 2004. It was a cold afternoon in Wakachi City, Japan. Inside a massive, bustling superstore called Jusco, hundreds of shoppers were going about their normal routines. The air was filled with the typical sounds of a busy retail environment. You had the hum of fluorescent lights, the beep of cash registers, the murmurs of families discussing what to buy for dinner, and the gentle clatter of shopping carts. But suddenly, this peaceful, mundane atmosphere was completely shattered by a loud and aggressive commotion coming from the front of the store near a row of automated teller machines. When nearby shoppers stopped what they were doing and rushed over to see what was going on, they were met with a deeply unsettling sight. There was a thin young woman with a tiny baby strapped tightly to her chest, and she was locked in a violent, desperate struggle with an older man. At first, the onlookers just stood there in absolute shock. They did not know what to make of this. It was a chaotic scene, and they were trying to process who was the aggressor and who was the victim. But then, the young woman raised her voice and yelled out the word thief. The man she was grappling with was 68 years old, and he was clearly in a state of intense distress. He was a retiree, and in this moment, he had been pinned up against a bank of ATMs by the sheer force of the struggle. His hands were clenched into tight, defensive fists, as if he was desperately holding on to whatever it was he had supposedly taken from the woman. Seeing a young mother with an infant in danger, 3 men from the gathering crowd decided they had to intervene. They lunged forward, grabbed the older man, and wrestled him away from the woman, pinning him face down onto the hard floor. Even though he was outnumbered and held down, the older man refused to open his hands. The 3 bystanders began screaming for the police, who happened to be patrolling nearby in the shopping center. The officers ran over, immediately jumped on top of the older man, and forced handcuffs onto his wrists. All the while, the man was lying on the ground, crying out and pleading with them, saying over and over that he had done absolutely nothing wrong. But then, his voice changed. Onlookers would later report that he began making a series of very strange, guttural moaning sounds. Before anyone could figure out what was happening to him, the man began violently vomiting, and within seconds, his body went completely limp as he lost consciousness. An ambulance was called, and while the police officers were waiting for emergency services to arrive, they decided to pry open the unconscious man's clenched fist to see what he had stolen. But when they finally managed to force his fingers open, they did not find a stolen wallet or a wad of cash. The only thing he was clutching was his own bank card, which was now severely bent in 3 different places from the force of his grip. The police searched his pockets and found his wallet, which belonged entirely to him. They also looked through the shopping bags that were scattered on the floor around him, but those bags only contained basic pet supplies, specifically some hamster food that he had just purchased. There was absolutely no evidence that this man had taken anything from anyone. At this point, the police realized they needed to speak to the victim to find out what had actually happened. They looked up from the unconscious man on the floor and began scanning the crowd of onlookers for the young woman with the baby. But she was gone. In the chaos of the struggle, the arresting officers, the bystanders, and the crowd had been so focused on subduing the older man that nobody had kept an eye on her. The police asked the crowd if anyone knew who she was or which way she had gone, but everyone just shook their heads. Nobody had paid attention to her departure. The police officers thought it was certainly a bit strange that a victim of a robbery would just walk away without waiting to speak to law enforcement, but they figured she was probably just shaken up and wanted to get her baby out of a stressful situation. Since she was gone and the suspect was unconscious, they decided to classify the whole incident as an attempted robbery and essentially put it to the side for the moment. But the situation grew far more serious the very next day. While still in the hospital, the 68-year-old retiree died. The medical examiners determined that his cause of death was heart failure, which had been brought on by the extreme physical and psychological stress of the altercation and the subsequent arrest. When the police received this report, they simply updated the case file to reflect that the suspect had passed away, and they prepared to close the investigation permanently. However, the family of the deceased man, who was referred to in police reports as Mr. A, completely refused to accept this outcome. They were devastated, and they knew in their hearts that Mr. A would never have attacked a young woman, let alone a mother with a baby. He was a gentle, quiet retiree who had spent 40 years of his life working dedicatedly for a chemical manufacturing company. He was currently collecting a modest pension and worked part-time as a security guard just to keep himself busy. He lived a peaceful life with his wife, his children, and his grandchildren in a house located just about a kilometer away from the Jusco store. On the afternoon of his death, he had walked to the store for the sole purpose of buying food for his grandson's pet hamster. His family went to the police and begged them to reopen the case. They insisted that Mr. A was not a criminal and that the mysterious woman must have done something to provoke him or start the fight. The police initially brushed them off, but the family was so persistent that the department finally agreed to a compromise. They said they would review the store's closed-circuit television security footage from that afternoon just to make sure they had not missed any crucial details. And when the investigators sat down to watch that footage, what they saw completely terrified them. The security camera was positioned directly over the row of ATMs where the entire struggle had taken place. The footage showed that about 5 minutes before Mr. A even entered the frame, the young woman with the baby was already standing there. But she was not waiting in line, and she was not using an ATM. She was standing tucked away in a dark corner just off to the side, completely motionless. Her back was pressed against the wall, her head was tilted downward, and she was holding her baby strapped to her chest. She stood there like a statue, never moving a muscle, just staring at the ground. Then Mr. A walked into the frame. He carried several shopping bags on his arms. He walked up to one of the ATMs, inserted his card, withdrew some cash, and turned around to walk toward the exit. The moment his back was turned, the woman in the corner suddenly came to life. It was as if a switch had been flipped. She lifted her head, stepped out of the shadow, and walked directly toward Mr. A. As she passed him, she deliberately reached out and brushed her hand against his chest in a very swift, gliding motion. The footage showed that Mr. A had an immediate, instinctive reaction to being touched by her. He spun around and grabbed her arm, clearly trying to stop her or ask what she was doing. And that was the exact moment the struggle began, and she started screaming that he was a thief. It was absolutely clear from the security tape that Mr. A had not tried to rob anyone. He was completely innocent. The woman had set a trap for him, waiting in the dark corner for the perfect target, and had fabricated the entire robbery out of thin air. As the video continued, the investigators watched the 3 bystanders tackle Mr. A to the ground. They watched the police arrive and handcuff him. And then, they focused their attention on the woman. During the absolute chaos of the arrest, while everyone's eyes were glued to the dying man on the floor, the woman simply stood up, adjusted the baby on her chest, and calmly walked into the crowd, blending in and disappearing. The police immediately launched a massive search through all the security footage from every single camera in and around the Jusco superstore. They looked at the entrance cameras, the exit cameras, the parking lot cameras, and the street-level cameras. They analyzed hours of tape from before and after the incident. But they found absolutely nothing. There was not a single frame of footage showing this woman entering the store, nor was there any footage of her leaving. It was as if she had simply materialized in that dark corner next to the ATMs, waited for Mr. A, caused his death, and then vanished into thin air. To make matters even more frustrating, the police interviewed dozens of witnesses who had been standing just feet away from the struggle, but not a single one of them could provide a detailed or reliable description of the woman's face. It was as if their minds had completely blocked it out, or they had simply been too distracted by the violence of the struggle to register her features. But the investigators did not give up. They went back to the ATM camera footage and began playing it frame by frame, zooming in as much as possible. And after hours of painstaking analysis, they found one single second where the woman had looked directly up right into the lens of the security camera, exposing her face. But when the investigators saw her face on the screen, they were so deeply unsettled that they made a highly unusual decision. They decided to hide the image from the public. They did not release it to the media, and they did not show it to anyone outside the department for an entire year. They were genuinely concerned that if the citizens of Wakachi City saw this photograph, it would create widespread panic, and people would be too terrified to ever shop at the Jusco store again. When the image was finally released a year later, the public understood why the police had been so hesitant. The woman's face was completely devoid of any human emotion. Her eyes were blank, hollow, and downcast, staring out with a chilling coldness. There was no anger, no fear, and no excitement on her face. Many people who saw the image compared it to a death mask, which is a plaster cast made of a dead person's face shortly after their passing. Others remarked that she did not even look like a living human being, but rather something artificial or ghostly. After seeing the footage and realizing that their loved one had been entirely innocent, Mr. A's family filed a lawsuit against the police department for their negligence in detaining and pinning him to the ground while he was clearly experiencing a fatal medical emergency. The family and the department eventually reached an out-of-court settlement, but money was never what the family truly wanted. They wanted answers. They wanted to know who this woman was, why she had targeted Mr. A, and what she had done to him to cause his sudden, violent death. But despite the wide release of the creepy photograph, no one ever came forward with any information. The woman with the baby was never identified. And now, she never will be. The statute of limitations for the case officially expired in the year 2011. Today, the mystery of the Jusco Phantom remains one of the most famous and unsettling unsolved cases in modern Japanese history. It is still debated in online forums where people share the eerie photograph and wonder what kind of force was standing in that dark corner on that cold afternoon in 2004. Now, we shift our focus to an entirely different kind of mystery, one that took place high in the sky over New South Wales, Australia in the year 2007. 35-year-old Ava Wisniewska was not your average athlete. She was a member of the German national paragliding team, and she was widely considered to be the absolute best female paraglider on the planet. Over the previous 2 years, she had competed in 10 of the world's most prestigious paragliding competitions, and she had walked away with the gold in 6 of them. She was incredibly driven, highly skilled, and determined to keep her title as the world champion. On the 24th of February 2007, Ava was on Mount Bora in Australia, preparing her high-tech paragliding gear. She was joined by about 200 other paragliders from all over the world. This was Ava's very last chance to get a training flight in before her first major high-stakes competition of the season, which was scheduled to begin the following week. She was completely focused and eager to get into the air. But as the pilots were lining up and checking their equipment, one of the event coaches walked out in front of the crowd to deliver a warning. He told them that a line of storm clouds had been spotted far to the north. However, the weather forecast for the area was highly ambiguous. The meteorologist could not tell if the storm was going to move directly over Mount Bora or if it would pass safely to the side. The coach told the pilots that the decision to launch was entirely up to them. They had to weigh the risks for themselves. Ava looked up at the sky. It was turning a heavy, dark shade of gray, but she decided that she could not afford to miss this training opportunity. She figured that if the weather started to look truly dangerous once she was in the air, she would simply cut her flight short and land safely in the fields below. The rest of her German teammates, however, were not willing to take that chance. They decided to stay grounded and monitor her progress from a chase van on the road. Because Ava took a little extra time to double-check her harness and her instruments, by the time she was ready to step up to the edge of the cliff, almost everyone else had already launched. She was one of only a few pilots left on the mountain. She strapped herself into her glider, took a powerful, determined run forward, and launched herself off the cliff, soaring gracefully into the sky. Down on the ground, her teammates tracked her path using GPS and kept in touch with her via a two-way radio. For the first part of her flight, everything was incredibly peaceful. The air was smooth, and Ava navigated along the rugged ridgeline of Mount Bora for about 12 miles. But as the ridge ended and she sailed out over the vast, flat Australian savanna, the situation took a sudden and terrifying turn. Two massive thunderstorm clouds had rapidly developed directly in her flight path. One of the clouds was significantly larger than the other. The vast majority of the paragliders who had launched earlier in the day had already passed through this area before the clouds formed, so they were safe. But Ava and two other pilots, one from the Austrian team and one from the Chinese team, were now flying straight toward the danger. They had to make a choice. They could either land immediately in the rough, unpredictable terrain of the savanna, or they could try to navigate around the perimeter of the clouds. They chose to try and dodge them. They knew it was incredibly dangerous to fly anywhere near the bottom of these clouds because of a phenomenon known as an updraft. At the onset of a major storm, a massive column of warm air is sucked violently from the ground up into the atmosphere, feeding the clouds. If a paraglider gets caught in that column, they can be pulled upward like a leaf in a vacuum cleaner. So Ava and the other two pilots began flying aggressively away from the dark clouds, trying to find a clear path. But the storm was moving far faster than they could have anticipated. In a matter of seconds, the larger cloud overtook the smaller one, combining to form a massive 12-mile-wide cumulonimbus cloud. Suddenly, all three pilots were trapped inside the storm zone. The updraft of a cumulonimbus cloud is legendary among aviators for its sheer destructive power. It can easily tear aircraft apart, and it can last for over an hour. The Austrian pilot immediately realized the danger. He pulled down hard on one of his steering toggles, pointed his feet downward, and began a tight, aggressive spiral to force his glider down to the earth, successfully escaping the grasp of the rising air. As he was spiraling down, he looked back to check on the other two. He could not see the Chinese pilot, but he saw Ava. She was desperately trying to mimic his spiraling maneuver, but it was too late. She was already caught in the core of the updraft. The Austrian pilot watched in horror as Ava was pulled straight up, disappearing into the pitch-black heart of the cloud. By the time the Austrian pilot slammed into the ground, a ferocious storm had broken loose. Giant hailstones were pelting the earth around him. He scrambled for shelter in a nearby barn, pulled out his radio, and screamed to the ground crews that they had an extreme emergency. Inside the cloud, Ava was experiencing a nightmare. She was being hurled upward at an unbelievable speed of 60 feet per second. The wind was so loud and violent that it felt like she was standing next to a jet engine. She was completely blind, surrounded by absolute darkness, except for the blinding flashes of lightning that exploded mere feet away from her glider. She knew she was being dragged into the very center of the storm's eye. She managed to squeeze her radio button and send a desperate message to her team on the ground. She gasped out that she could not see anything, and then her radio went completely dead. As she rose higher and higher, the temperature plummeted, and she was pelted by hailstones the size of oranges. The pain was excruciating, and she fought with every ounce of her strength to keep her glider stable. But at those extreme heights, the air becomes incredibly thin. Soon, Ava began to suffer from hypoxia, a severe lack of oxygen to the brain. She could no longer think clearly, her vision faded, and she passed out. The updraft did not stop. It shot her unconscious body all the way up and out of the very top of the storm cloud. While she was finally out of the turbulent, wet air of the storm, she was now floating in an environment that was 50 degrees below zero. Almost instantly, everything on her body froze solid. Her face, her insulated gloves, her clothing, and the delicate fabric lines of her paraglider were covered in a thick layer of ice. At that altitude, there was virtually no oxygen to breathe, and she had no mask or tank. By every known law of human physiology, Ava Wisniewska should have died within minutes. Yet, she did not. Her heart kept beating, and she remained unconscious, floating helplessly above the storm for 45 long minutes. Then, the weight of the ice on her glider caused one side of the wing to collapse. Suddenly, Ava was sent into a violent, uncontrolled freefall. She was hurtling back down toward the earth at a speed of 90 feet per second, falling straight through the frozen, turbulent storm cloud for a second time. But, as she cleared the bottom of the cloud and entered warmer, denser air, a miracle occurred. The ice on her glider melted, and the rush of air caused the canopy to naturally inflate and open back up. The violent, jerking motion of the glider suddenly stopping her terminal velocity jolted Ava back to consciousness. She opened her eyes, completely disoriented and shivering uncontrollably. She was still high in the air, but she was below the storm. The updraft had finally dissipated. Weakly, she reached up, grabbed her steering toggles, and guided her frozen glider down to a rough crash landing in a grassy field. She curled her freezing body into a tight ball, reached for her radio, and called her team. When they heard her voice, they began to cry. They had been preparing themselves for the worst. The Chinese pilot who had been sucked into the storm with her had unfortunately been struck by lightning and killed. They had assumed Ava had met the same fate. Ava was rushed to the hospital where doctors braced themselves for severe injuries. But to their absolute astonishment, they found that she had survived almost completely unscathed. She had some deep bruises from the giant hailstones and some moderate frostbite on her face and ears, but she required no major surgeries. She was actually discharged from the hospital that very same day. Later, Ava and her teammates went back to the launch site to retrieve her equipment. They decided to plug her GPS tracking unit into a computer to see just how high the storm had carried her. When the data loaded onto the screen, the team stared at it in complete, stunned silence. The GPS log showed that Ava had reached a peak altitude of 32,634 feet. To put that into perspective, that is the exact cruising altitude of a commercial passenger jet. Ava had been floating in the open air, unprotected, at an altitude higher than the summit of Mount Everest, and she had lived to tell the story. Our third story takes us back to the early morning hours of the 10th of June, 1994, in the mountainous terrain of Northern California. A woman named Deborah Hoy was fast asleep in a guest bedroom at her relative's house in Sacramento. She and her husband had planned a lovely, relaxing, multi-day visit with their family. But, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Deborah suddenly jolted awake. She did not know why she was awake, but she was immediately gripped by an intense, overwhelming sense of panic. It was not a physical pain, but rather a psychological urgency, a deep, unshakable feeling that something was terribly wrong and that they had to leave the house immediately and drive back to their home in Lake Tahoe. Deborah turned to her husband and shook him awake. She explained the feeling, her voice trembling with anxiety. Her husband, who was exhausted, tried his best to reassure her. He told her that she had probably just had a vivid nightmare and that she was still half asleep. He urged her to close her eyes and try to go back to sleep, promising that if she still felt the same way in the morning, they would pack up and leave first thing. Deborah nodded and laid back down, but as she stared at the dark ceiling, the feeling only grew stronger. It was like a physical weight pressing down on her chest, a voice in her head screaming at her that they had to get on the road right that second. Finally, she could not take it anymore. She jumped out of bed, turned on the lights, and told her husband that they were leaving right now. Seeing that his wife was genuinely terrified, her husband reluctantly agreed to go. They quietly packed their suitcases, wrote a hasty note of apology to their relatives, slipped out the front door, and got into their car. The drive from Sacramento to Lake Tahoe requires navigating a notorious stretch of highway up in the mountains. One of the most dangerous parts of this route is a section known as Bullion Bend. It is an incredibly winding, narrow road with sharp, blind turns, flanked on one side by a towering rock wall and on the other by a sheer, steep drop-off down the side of the mountain. One wrong move or a moment of distraction, and a car would plummet into the deep ravine below. They had been driving through the pitch-black mountain air for about 15 minutes, with only their headlights cutting through the darkness, when they rounded a particularly sharp horseshoe bend. As the headlights swept across the right side of the road, Deborah, who was looking out the passenger window, spotted something lying on the shoulder of the highway just a few feet past the asphalt. At first, she thought it was just some discarded trash, a sleeping bag, or perhaps a dead animal that had been hit by a truck. But as their car drew closer, the headlights fully illuminated the object. Deborah gasped in horror. Lying there on the cold, dirty gravel was the body of a young woman. She was completely naked, lying on her side, and appeared to be totally motionless. Deborah turned to her husband and screamed for him to keep driving. Her husband, who had also caught a brief glimpse of the figure, was panicked. He asked if they should stop, if they should turn around and see if she was alive and needed help. But Deborah was absolutely hysterical. She was convinced that the body was a trap, a setup by some violent criminal hiding in the trees, waiting for an unsuspecting driver to stop so they could rob or kill them. She pleaded with her husband to just keep driving and find the nearest phone. Luckily, just a quarter of a mile down the road, they came across a forest ranger station. In the parking lot, there was a public payphone. They pulled in, and Deborah, her hands shaking, dialed the police. She explained exactly what she had seen on the shoulder of Bullion Bend. The dispatcher told them to stay put at the ranger station and wait for responding officers to arrive. A few minutes later, a police cruiser pulled into the parking lot. The officers listened to Deborah's story and then asked her husband to lead the way back up the mountain, stopping a safe distance before the sharp bend so they could investigate. The couple got back into their car, with the police cruiser following close behind. They drove back up the winding road, and as they approached the horseshoe turn, her husband pulled over onto the shoulder. The officers parked behind them, got out of their cruiser, and walked past the couple's car, disappearing around the bend with their high-powered flashlights. Deborah and her husband sat in their car, watching the beams of light sweep across the dark trees and the side of the road. But after several minutes, the officers walked back around the bend, their faces looking completely blank. They walked up to Deborah's window, and one of them told her that they had searched the entire area, but there was absolutely nothing there. There was no body, no clothes, no trash, and no signs of anyone having been on the shoulder. Deborah was stunned. She insisted that she was not crazy and that she knew exactly what she had seen. The officers were polite, but they told her that since there was no evidence of a crime, they had to clear the scene. They advised the couple to continue their drive home and try to get some rest. The officers drove back to their precinct, and as they were sitting in the break room discussing the strange call, another officer named Rich Strayer walked in. Rich was a veteran of the department, and when he heard them mention the name Bullion Bend, his ears immediately perked up. Rich knew that just a few days prior, a young mother named Christine Skubish and her 3-year-old son Nicky had been reported missing. They had been driving to a family member's house, and the last known tower ping from Christine's cell phone had placed her somewhere near Bullion Bend. Rich wondered if the woman Deborah had seen could have been Christine. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, Rich got into his patrol car and drove out to Bullion Bend. He pulled over at the exact spot Deborah had described and began a foot search. Within minutes of walking along the shoulder, he spotted something small lying near the guardrail. He walked over and picked it up. It was a child's shoe. Rich felt a knot form in his stomach. He walked to the edge of the guardrail and looked down the steep, vertical embankment. At first, all he could see was a dense canopy of pine trees and thick brush. But as he adjusted his eyes, he noticed a faint trail of broken branches and trampled leaves leading down into the ravine. And then he saw a glint of red metal far below. Rich scrambled over the guardrail and began a treacherous climb down the steep mountain slope. He tore through the thick brush, following the path of destruction until he finally reached a small, flat clearing near the bottom of the ravine. There, crushed and battered by the trees, was a red four-door sedan. It was the exact car Christine Skubish had been driving. Rich ran to the driver's side and looked through the shattered window. Inside the driver's seat was Christine, and it was immediately clear that she was deceased. Rich then looked over into the passenger seat, and his heart stopped. There, strapped into his car seat, was 3-year-old Nikki. He was pale, incredibly thin, and barely breathing, but his eyes were open. He was alive. He had survived for 5 days in the freezing mountain temperatures without food or water. Rich quickly pulled him from the wreckage, carried him up the mountain, and called for an emergency medical helicopter. At the hospital, doctors worked frantically to save the little boy. They later told Rich that if he had found Nikki even 1 or 2 hours later, the boy would have succumbed to severe dehydration and exposure. He had been found at the absolute last possible second. When the investigators began reconstructing the accident, they assumed that Christine had fallen asleep at the wheel, run off the road, and crashed down the embankment. They figured that at some point she must have survived the initial impact, crawled up the steep slope to the road, and laid down on the shoulder to seek help, which was when Deborah had spotted her. They believed she must have then crawled back down to the car to be with her son before she died. But when the coroner completed the autopsy on Christine, that theory was completely destroyed. The medical examiner proved beyond any shadow of a doubt that Christine had died instantly from massive head trauma the exact moment the car hit the trees, 5 days before Deborah and her husband had driven down that road. She could not have climbed up to the road, and she could not have been the woman Deborah saw lying on the shoulder. To this day, there is no logical explanation for what Deborah Hoy saw on that dark mountain road. The police searched the area thoroughly and confirmed no other people or bodies were present. Yet, it was Deborah's highly specific police report that led Officer Rich Strayer to search the exact spot where little Nikki was dying in the ravine. Many believe that some supernatural force, perhaps a maternal instinct that transcended death itself, had manifested on the road to guide rescuers to the dying child. Now we move to a story that began in 1980, involving a young man named Bobby Shafron. Bobby was 19 years old, and he was on his way to Sullivan County Community College, located about 2 hours outside of New York City, to begin his very first semester of college. Bobby was incredibly nervous. He was a shy, quiet kid who had never been popular in high school, and he did not know a single person at this new school. As he pulled his car into the campus parking lot, he saw hundreds of students laughing, hugging, and carrying boxes into the dorm buildings. He felt a deep sense of isolation. He grabbed his backpack, took a deep breath, and began walking across the wide campus lawn toward his dorm. But as he walked, Bobby noticed something very strange. Every time he passed a group of students, they would stop talking and just stare at him. Some of them smiled warmly, and others began waving. Bobby figured they were just being exceptionally friendly to freshmen, so he smiled back. But then a young woman ran directly up to him, threw her arms around his neck, kissed him on the cheek, and told him she was so happy he was back. Bobby was completely confused. He gently pushed her away and told her that she must have the wrong person because he had never been to this school before. The girl laughed, rolled her eyes as if he was playing a joke, and walked away. Bobby continued into the dorm building, but the bizarre interactions only intensified. As he walked down the hallway, random guys were high-fiving him, patting him on the back, and welcoming him back for the year. Finally, as he was about to turn the corner toward his assigned room, a voice boomed down the hallway behind him, calling out the name Eddie. Bobby stopped and turned around. At the far end of the hall, a student was waving excitedly, yelling for Eddie to come over. Bobby walked up to the student and explained that his name was not Eddie, that he was a freshman named Bobby and that there had clearly been some sort of massive misunderstanding. The student stared at him for a second, laughed, and told him that he was a funny guy before walking off. Bobby went into his room, shut the heavy door, and sat on his bed, feeling completely overwhelmed and deeply unsettled. He could not understand why an entire campus of strangers was convinced he was a guy named Eddie. A few minutes later, there was a loud knock on his door. Bobby opened it, expecting another confusing encounter. Standing in the hallway was a student he had never seen before. But the moment this student saw Bobby's face, all the color drained from his skin. The student began visibly shaking. He stared at Bobby for a long, silent moment and then asked him if he had been adopted. Bobby, taken aback by the highly personal question, said that yes, he had been adopted as a baby. The student then asked if his birthday was the 12th of July, 1961. Bobby's jaw dropped. He said yes. The student, whose name was Michael, grabbed Bobby by the shoulders. He explained that his best friend, a guy named Eddie Galland, had attended the school the previous year but had decided not to return this term. Michael told Bobby that he looked, spoke, walked, and acted exactly like Eddie. He told Bobby that they had to be identical twins. Bobby could hardly believe what he was hearing. He had spent his entire life believing he was an only child. Michael insisted they call Eddie immediately. They ran out to a campus payphone, Michael dialed the number, and when a voice answered, Bobby took the receiver. He introduced himself to Eddie, and as soon as Eddie spoke, Bobby felt a chill run down his spine. The voice coming through the earpiece sounded exactly like his own. Eddie was just as shocked, and he immediately invited Bobby and Michael to come to his house in Long Island. The two boys jumped into Bobby's car and drove for 2 hours through the night. When they arrived at Eddie's suburban neighborhood, they saw a house with every single light turned on, glowing in the darkness. As they walked up the driveway, the front door flew open. Standing in the doorway was Eddie Galland. Bobby and Eddie stared at each other in absolute, breathless silence. They were looking into a living mirror. They had the same hair, the same eyes, the same build, and the same expressions. Michael would later describe the moment as deeply emotional. The two brothers, who had been separated at birth, immediately embraced, laughing and crying at the same time. The story of their incredible chance reunion quickly caught the attention of a local newspaper called Newsday. A reporter was sent to interview the boys, and the paper published a heartwarming, feel-good article about the long-lost twins who had been brought together by pure coincidence. But then, the story took a turn from the highly improbable to the downright impossible. A young man named David Kellman was sitting in his home in Queens, New York, when his friends began calling him in a state of frantic excitement. They told him he needed to go buy a copy of Newsday immediately. They told him that there was an article about two identical twins, and that the photos of the twins looked exactly like David. David was skeptical, but he went down to the local corner store and bought the paper. When he looked at the front page, his heart skipped a beat. The two boys staring back at him were his exact double. But what really caught his eye were their hands. David had always been self-conscious about having unusually large, thick hands, and in the photograph, both Bobby and Eddie had those exact same hands. David read the article and saw that their birthday was the 12th of July, 1961, and that they had been born at the exact same hospital in Long Island where he had been born. He immediately realized that they were not just twins. They were triplets. David managed to get Eddie's phone number and dialed it. Eddie's mother answered the phone, and when David explained who he was, his birthday, and his adoption, she gasps and drops the phone, screaming to her family that they were coming out of the woodwork. A few days later, Bobby and Eddie drove to David's house. The moment all three of them were in the same room, any doubt disappeared. They were identical triplets. Within minutes of meeting, the three 19-year-olds were wrestling on the living room floor, laughing hysterically and talking over one another. It was a beautiful, joyful reunion that made headlines all over the globe. The triplets became instant celebrities. They were invited onto the most popular national talk shows, they were featured on the covers of magazines, and they were hounded by fans wherever they went. People were fascinated by the uncanny similarities between them. Despite being raised by three completely different families in different parts of New York, they all smoked the same brand of cigarettes, they had all competed in wrestling in high school, they all loved the same foods, and they even shared the exact same physical mannerisms and gestures. They decided to move into an apartment together in New York City, and they lived like rock stars. They went to the trendiest clubs, met famous celebrities, and eventually opened an incredibly successful restaurant in Manhattan called Triplets. But while the boys were enjoying their new life, their adoptive parents were growing increasingly angry. They had all adopted their sons through a highly prestigious and wealthy New York agency called Louise Wise Services. None of the parents had ever been told that their baby had brothers, let alone identical triplets. They felt that the agency had deliberately kept them in the dark and stolen their children's right to grow up together. The parents demanded a formal meeting with the executives of Louise Wise Services. When they sat down in the agency's grand conference room, they asked why the triplets had been separated. The executives coldly explained that it was simply too difficult to find a single adoptive home that was willing or able to take in 3 babies at once, so they had made the decision to separate them for their own good. David's father stood up and slammed his fist on the table, telling them that was complete nonsense and that he would have gladly taken all 3 boys if he had only been told the truth. But the agency refused to give any further explanation and abruptly ended the meeting. As the families were walking out of the building, Bobby's father realized he had forgotten his umbrella in the conference room. He turned around, walked back down the quiet hallway, and opened the door. But when he looked inside, he saw the very same executives who had just offered their cold, somber apologies. They had popped open a bottle of expensive champagne and were clinking their glasses together, laughing and celebrating. It was immediately clear to him that they were not sorry at all. They were celebrating having successfully lied to the families and protected some dark secret. The parents tried to hire several prominent law firms to sue the agency, but every single firm they contacted initially showed great excitement, only to call back days later and abruptly back out of the case, claiming a conflict of interest. The parents realized that Louise Wise Services had incredibly powerful, wealthy connections in New York, and that someone was putting pressure on the legal community to keep this secret buried. Eventually, the families hit a brick wall, and they had no choice but to try and move on. But as the years went by, the cracks began to show. The triplets, who had never experienced the normal, slow process of growing up together and learning how to navigate conflicts, began to clash over how to run their restaurant. The arguments became increasingly personal and bitter. Bobby eventually decided he had to walk away from the business, which deeply fractured the trio's bond. Eddie, who suffered from undiagnosed mental health issues, was devastated by the falling out. He desperately wanted his brothers to be close, and the stress of the fracture sent him into a spiral of severe depression. After a brief stay in a psychiatric hospital, Eddie tragically took his own life. It was in the wake of this tragedy that a brilliant investigative journalist named Lawrence Wright began looking into the case. During his research, he stumbled across a highly obscure, dusty scientific paper tucked away in an academic journal. The paper detailed a secret, long-term psychological study involving identical twins and triplets who had been intentionally separated at birth and placed with different families. The paper revealed that all the children in the study had been sourced from the exact same agency, Louise Wise Services. Lawrence contacted Bobby and David and delivered the shocking news. They had not been separated because it was hard to find a home for 3 babies. They had been separated on purpose from the moment they were born to be used as human lab rats in a highly unethical, secret scientific experiment. The study had been designed and run by a prominent New York psychologist named Dr. Peter Neubauer. The goal of the experiment was to solve the age-old scientific debate of nature versus nurture. Dr. Neubauer wanted to see if a person's personality, intelligence, and mental health were determined entirely by their genetics, or if their environment and upbringing could change who they became. To achieve this, the triplets had been deliberately placed into 3 completely different socioeconomic households. Bobby was given to a very wealthy, highly educated family where the father was a doctor. Eddie was placed with a stable, middle-class family where the father was a strict teacher. David was placed with a warm, loving, but low-income immigrant family where English was a second language. Every year of their childhood, researchers from the study would visit each of the boys' homes under the false pretense that they were just conducting routine, standard follow-up visits for the adoption agency. They would film the boys, administer cognitive tests, and take detailed notes on their behavior. The parents had no idea that their sons were being compared to two identical brothers living just miles away. Even worse, the researchers had actually used the family's first adopted children as a sort of baseline, studying how the parents raised them before placing the triplets into the homes, essentially turns the parents themselves into unwitting test subjects. When Lawrence Wright tried to interview Dr. Neubauer about the study, the psychologist refused to answer any questions and showed absolutely no remorse. He had never published his final findings, and before his death in 2008, he had ensured that the entire study, including all the video footage and records of the triplets' childhoods, was legally sealed in the archives of Yale University until the year 2066, long after the surviving triplets would be dead. In a recent documentary about the case, Dr. Neubauer's former assistant claimed that the study had proved that nature was far more powerful than nurture, and that the boys were genetically predisposed to their behaviors. But many critics pointed out the ultimate tragedy of the study. Eddie, who had been raised by a cold, strict father, had succumbed to depression and suicide, while his brothers, raised in warmer homes, had survived. This suggested that nurture did indeed play a massive critical role, and that the separation itself had caused irreparable psychological harm to all three boys. To this day, Bobby and David have never received a formal apology or a full explanation of what was done to them. The secrets of their lives remain locked away in a university vault, a chilling reminder of how far some are willing to go in the name of science. For our fifth and final story, we go back to a milestone night in American television, the 18th of December, 1956. This was the night that a revolutionary new game show called To Tell the Truth made its very first broadcast. The setup of the show was incredibly engaging. The audience and a panel of 4 celebrity judges would be introduced to 3 contestants, all of whom claimed to be the exact same person. This person was always someone remarkable, someone who had accomplished an extraordinary feat, possessed an unbelievable talent, or lived a highly unusual life. Only one of the 3 contestants was the actual, real person. The other 2 were imposters, coached by the show's producers to lie, manipulate, and trick the judges. The celebrity panel would have a few minutes to ask the contestants questions about their biography to see who would slip up. At the end, the judges would vote on who they believed was telling the truth, and the host would ask the real person to stand up, resulting in massive applause from the studio audience. The show was an absolute sensation, and it remained a staple of American culture for decades. But of all the thousands of episodes that have aired over the years, there is one particular broadcast from October of 1972 that will forever be remembered as deeply chilling. On that evening, 3 middle-aged men walked onto the stage and introduced themselves to the panel as Ed Edwards. The host then read the biography of the real Ed Edwards. It was a fascinating, dramatic story. The host explained that Ed had once been an incredibly dangerous criminal, a man who had landed himself a spot on the FBI's 10 most wanted fugitives list for a series of daring armed robberies and for impersonating a federal officer. But, the host continued, while Ed was serving a long sentence in a maximum security prison, a compassionate guard had taken him under his wing and helped him reform. Upon his release, Ed had dedicated his life to being a model citizen. He had written a best-selling book about his life and had become a highly sought-after motivational speaker, traveling the country to teach people how to spot con men and protect themselves from criminals. The celebrity judges began questioning the 3 men, trying to poke holes in their stories about prison life and criminal tactics. After the interrogation was over, the judges cast their votes. Finally, the host spoke the famous line, asking the real Ed Edwards to please stand up. A man in a sharp suit, with a warm, friendly smile and a perfectly groomed haircut, stood up. The crowd erupted into applause. He looked like the absolute definition of a wholesome, suburban American father. He looked like a man who could not hurt a fly. But, decades later, the world would learn the horrifying truth about the man who stood up on that stage. In the year 2009, a 40-year-old woman named April Balacio was lying in her bed, unable to sleep. April was Ed Edwards' daughter. And for her entire life, she had been haunted by a deep, dark suspicion about her father. Despite his public image as a reformed, peaceful family man, behind closed doors, Ed was an absolute monster. He was incredibly violent, physically abusive, and a pathological liar. April remembered that during her childhood in the 1970s and 80s, her father would suddenly force the family to pack up all their belongings in the middle of the night and move to a different state with absolutely no warning. Whenever April or her siblings asked why they had to keep running, Ed would claim that because he had been a police informant during his time in prison, old associates had discovered their address and they were in imminent danger. April never believed him. She always felt that they were running from something far more sinister. So, on that night in 2009, April opened her laptop and decided to do some digging. She began making a list of all the random small towns they had briefly lived in during her childhood. She typed the name of each town into Google, followed by the words unsolved murder or unsolved mystery. As she scrolled through the search results, she stopped at a case from 1,980. It was an unsolved double homicide in the town of Watertown, Wisconsin. April's heart began to race. She knew for a fact that her family had lived in Watertown in 1980 during the exact month of the murders. She read the details of the crime. A teenage couple, Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, had disappeared from a wedding reception. Their bodies were found weeks later in a nearby field. They had been brutally murdered. The police had released a description of a suspicious man seen near the reception, and as April looked at the sketch, she realized it looked exactly like her father. April made a brave, agonizing decision. The next morning, she called the Watertown Police Department and told them she believed her father was responsible for the cold case. The police took her tip seriously. They tracked down Ed Edwards, who was now an old man living in a trailer in Kentucky, and obtained a sample of his DNA. When the lab results came back, it was an absolute match. Ed Edwards' DNA was all over the evidence from the 1,980 crime scene. Ed was arrested and extradited to Wisconsin. Once he was in a small interrogation room, the facade of the reformed citizen completely shattered. He quickly confessed to the murders of Tim and Kelly. But then, he did something even more bizarre. He began demanding that the state execute him. He wanted the death penalty. When the prosecutors told him that Wisconsin did not have the death penalty and that his maximum sentence would be life in prison, Ed grew incredibly frustrated. He wanted control over his own death. So, to force their hand, he confessed to another double murder from 1,977 Inches, Ohio, where he had killed another young teenage couple, Billy Lavaco and Judy Straub. But due to a legal loophole, the Ohio charges still did not guarantee his execution. Outraged, Ed finally revealed a fifth murder. In 1996, he had murdered his own 25-year-old foster son, Danny Boy Edwards, in order to collect a massive life insurance payout. Because of the financial motive and the nature of the crime, this finally made him eligible for capital punishment. Ed was sentenced to death, just as he had wanted. However, he would die of natural causes in prison in 2011, just weeks before his scheduled execution. Since his death, cold case detectives and criminal investigators have realized that Ed Edwards was almost certainly one of the most prolific serial killers in American history. Many experts believe he is responsible for dozens of unsolved murders across the country, spanning from the 1950s all the way to the 1990s. There is even a highly compelling theory, supported by some law enforcement officials, that Ed Edwards was the Zodiac Killer, the infamous unidentified monster who terrorized Northern California in the late 1960s. If that theory is correct, it means that when Ed Edwards walked onto the stage of To Tell the Truth in October of 1972, he was not a reformed man who had put his past behind him. He was an active, cold-blooded serial killer. As he stood before the bright studio lights, smiling and waving to the cheering audience, he had already taken the lives of multiple innocent people. He had used a national television show to feed his massive ego, playing a game of lies in front of millions of viewers while his victims lay buried in shallow graves across the country. These 5 stories, as different as they are, all share a deeply haunting common thread. They show us that the world is a far more mysterious, unpredictable, and sometimes terrifying place than we dare to admit. They remind us that the stranger walking past us in a crowded store, the sudden urge that saves a life, the scientific institutions we trust, or even the smiling face on a classic television screen can hold secrets that defy explanation. So what do you think? Which of these stories unsettled you the most? Because the truth is, stories like these don't just exist on the internet. They happen in real life. Sometimes they happen a lot closer than we'd like to believe. Maybe don't watch it alone. In the spring of 2013, a young woman named Melissa finally moved out of her mother's house and into a place of her own. At first, it felt like freedom. A quiet home across town, a space that was entirely hers. No one to answer to, no one watching over her, no one telling her what to do. For the first time in her life, she could truly be alone. Or at least, that's what she thought. Because even in those first few weeks, there was something about the house that didn't feel completely empty. It was subtle, almost easy to ignore. The kind of feeling you brush off as imagination. Like the sense that you're not the only one in a room, even when you are. At night, she would sometimes pause in the middle of a task and just listen. Not because she heard anything obvious, but because she felt like she should. Like something might be there if she waited long enough. And then, about 3 months after moving in, things started to get a little bit worse. At first, it was the phone calls. Her phone would ring at random times during the day from unknown numbers. When she answered, there was never anyone speaking. Just silence. And sometimes, something worse, the sound of someone breathing on the other end of the line. And that was only the beginning. Then the flowers started arriving. Huge, beautiful bouquets would just appear on her front step. They were always anonymous, with no card or note to indicate who they were from. While a secret admirer might sound romantic to some, for Melissa living alone, it felt unsettling. Who was sending these? And how did they know her new address so well? She asked her friends, her family, her coworkers, but everyone said it wasn't them. The mystery just deepened, leaving her with a sense of being watched. Around the same time, she started noticing that small items from her kitchen and living room were going missing. It was never anything valuable. It would be a single plate from the drying rack or one of the coasters from her coffee table. A salt shaker vanished from her counter. Then a fork and a knife from her silverware drawer disappeared. They were such small, insignificant things, but because she lived alone, their absence was glaring. She was the only one in the house, the only one who moved these things. She would search everywhere, thinking she must have misplaced them, but they were simply gone. It felt like her own mind was playing tricks on her, and a seed of doubt began to grow. Was she just being forgetful? Melissa had a very specific habit, a little ritual she performed every single night without fail. Before she went upstairs to bed, she would walk over to her living room television and unplug it from the wall. She had this irrational fear that if she left it plugged in overnight, some kind of electrical surge could happen, sparking a fire that would burn her house down while she slept. It was an obsessive-compulsive tendency, she knew that, but it gave her peace of mind. She was meticulous about it, never once forgetting. So one night, during this period of strange calls and missing items, she did her usual routine. She walked over to the TV, bent down, grasped the plug, and pulled it firmly from the wall socket. She saw the plug in her hand, saw the empty outlet, and then she went upstairs to her bedroom, locked the door, and went to sleep. The next morning, she got up, got ready for her day, and came downstairs. As she entered the living room, her eyes drifted over to the television, and she stopped, dead in her tracks. The TV was plugged back into the wall. Her first thought was disbelief. She must have forgotten. It was the only logical explanation. As rare as it was for her to forget her nightly ritual, it had to have happened. She must have been tired or distracted and just thought she'd unplugged it. She tried to brush it off, telling herself not to be paranoid, but the feeling of unease lingered with her all day. So that night, she was determined not to make the same mistake. She went over to the television and made a point of being extra deliberate. She unplugged it, and then she stood there, staring directly at the plug in her hand and the empty socket in the wall. She even put the plug down on the floor and looked again at the outlet, confirming to herself with absolute certainty that it was not plugged in. The cord was lying limp on the carpet. Satisfied, she went upstairs to bed. The next morning, as she started to walk down the stairs, a sense of dread washed over her. Her television was right at the bottom of the staircase, visible as soon as she rounded the corner. She had a terrible, sinking feeling that when she made that turn, her worst nightmare would come true. That it would be plugged in again. That something was happening on her first floor while she was asleep upstairs. She took a deep breath, turned the corner, and her heart dropped into her stomach. The TV was plugged in. This time, there was no rationalizing it away. She was horrified. She knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that she had unplugged it. This wasn't a malicious act, not yet anyway. No one had broken anything or hurt her. But the implication was terrifying. Someone was getting into her house at night while she was there, and for some bizarre reason, their only action was to plug in her television. She flew into a panic, running through the first floor of her house, checking every single window, every single door. Everything was locked, just as she had left it. There was no sign of a break-in. She checked every closet, under every piece of furniture, her mind racing. When she was finally satisfied that no one else was in the house with her, she sat down, trying to think what to do. What could she even say if she called the police? "Hello, officer. Someone keeps breaking into my house just to plug in my TV." They would think she was crazy. It was at this point that Melissa developed a very real, very deep fear of her own home, specifically the first floor. She started going to bed earlier and earlier, sometimes as soon as she got home from work, just so she wouldn't have to be downstairs after dark. Imagine living alone in a place that's supposed to be your sanctuary, but being terrified of half of it. Every night she would lie in her bed, her door locked, and strain her ears, listening. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves outside, became the sound of an intruder downstairs. Melissa was living an absolutely wretched existence, trapped in a cycle of fear in her own home. With that as the context, one night Melissa goes to bed super early, as she usually did now. It was probably only 3 or 4 in the afternoon, the sun was still high in the sky, but she was already upstairs in her bedroom, door locked, trying to feel safe. Eventually, the sun did set, and the house was plunged into darkness, but she still hadn't been able to fall asleep. Her anxiety was too high. So she sat up in bed and decided to watch some TV to distract herself. She turned on her television, and right away, something strange happened. The channels on the screen started changing on their own. They were just cycling through, one after another, without her touching anything. Her first thought was that she must be sitting on the remote. But then she looked down and saw the remote was in her hand. She stared at it, her fingers nowhere near the buttons, and then looked back at the TV. The channels were still flipping over and over. Now, Melissa had what's called a skybox, which is a system that connects the television sets in a house. It meant that her downstairs TV was linked to her upstairs TV. If someone was changing the channel on one, it would change the channel on the other in real time. As she sat there, watching the channel cycle, not touching her remote, the horrifying realization dawned on her. Someone was downstairs right now using the other remote, flipping through the channels. She was frozen in fear. All she could think to do was to turn her own TV off. That was the one function on her remote that wouldn't affect the other television. She jabbed the power button and her screen went black. Now she was sitting in total darkness in a house she was already terrified of, and she was straining her ears, trying to hear any sign that would confirm her fears. Was there really someone downstairs? Or was this just a strange malfunction with the skybox? She sat there, perfectly still, listening. All she could hear was the sound of her own frantic breathing and the pounding of her heart in her chest. She couldn't hear the downstairs TV. She couldn't hear footsteps or doors opening. The house was completely silent. After what felt like an eternity of sitting there in the dark, she grabbed a pillow from her bed, clutched it to her chest, and buried her face in it. She just lay there like that, rigid with fear, until she eventually, somehow, fell into an exhausted sleep. The next morning, when she woke up, the sun was streaming through her window. It was amazing how the daylight could chase away the shadows and the fear. Suddenly, the house didn't feel so menacing. She started telling herself that it had to have been an anomaly, just a weird glitch with the skybox. She thought, I bet I go downstairs and the TV will be unplugged, just like I left it. So she cautiously made her way downstairs, and sure enough, the television was unplugged. For a moment, this confirmed her theory and brought a wave of relief. But then the doubt crept back in. The paranoia was getting to her. She was losing her mind, jumping at shadows. She knew she had to tell someone what was going on. As it happened, that very day, she was going to a family birthday party. It was a perfect opportunity. When she got there, she found her older brother and pulled him aside. She took a deep breath and told him everything. The hang-up calls, the anonymous flowers, the missing items, the television being plugged back in, and finally, the incident with the skybox the night before. At first, he looked at her with skepticism, like she was telling him a ghost story. But as she focused on the specific, tangible things that were happening, like the plug being put back into the wall 2 separate times and the channels changing, he started to see that this was more than just her imagination. The look on his face shifted from doubt to genuine concern. For her brother, all these little weird things started to add up to something that felt genuinely sinister. He offered to come and stay with her for a few days to see for himself if anything happened. Just as they were making the plan, their younger brother walked by and overheard the conversation. Without hesitation, he said, "Oh, I'll stay there too." For 4 days, Melissa's 2 brothers camped out on the first floor of her house. They stayed up late, they watched the doors and windows, and they didn't see or hear a single thing out of the ordinary. The house was completely normal. For Melissa, this was a double-edged sword. On one hand, she felt reassured and safe having them there. But on the other hand, a new, more terrifying thought began to form in her mind. Did this mean that whoever was doing this was watching her house so closely that they knew she had protection now? Did it mean they were just waiting for her brothers to leave? Was she being watched that carefully? When the 4th day came and her brothers were getting ready to pack up and go home, she was practically begging them to stay. The idea of being alone in that house again was unbearable. They did their best to reassure her, telling her she had nothing to worry about, that it was probably all just a series of strange coincidences. They promised that if she experienced anything weird at any time of day or night, she should call or text them immediately, and they would be there in a heartbeat. Although their words were meant to be comforting, she did not feel reassured at all. It was starting to get late, at least by her new standards. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and the sun was beginning its slow descent towards the horizon. She knew she needed to go upstairs to her safe room. She said goodbye to her brothers, went back into her house, and immediately began her new security ritual. She must have walked through the house 20 times, checking and rechecking every lock on every window and every door. She looked in every closet, under the beds, making absolutely sure no one was inside and that everything was secure. Finally, she went upstairs to her bedroom, locked the door, and got into bed. But just like most nights, she was so consumed by fear of what might be happening just outside her bedroom door that she couldn't sleep. She just lay there in the utter silence of her room, listening. And then she heard it. It was the unmistakable, quiet click of her back door opening. Her blood ran cold. She heard footsteps, slow and deliberate, walking through her first floor. Then she heard the television turn on. Her brothers had been watching it last, and they had left the volume turned up really, really high. The sound blared through the entire house, a sudden, shocking burst of noise in the silence. And just as quickly as it turned on, it was turned back off. Whoever was down there knew they had made a mistake, that the loud noise would have woken anyone up. Melissa didn't know what to do. Before, whatever had been happening in her house was subtle, almost deniable. It was things she had to think about to confirm they were really happening. But this was different. This person was now just strolling into her house in the middle of the night and turning on the TV. There was no denying it anymore. Her mind raced. Oh my God, what do I do? She grabbed her phone from the nightstand, her hands shaking so badly she could barely dial. She called her older brother. He picked up right away, his voice sleepy. She whispered frantically into the phone, "Someone is in the house right now." Her brother was instantly awake. He said, "I will be there in 10 minutes. Do not leave your bedroom. Don't do anything. Stay on the phone with me." Melissa was trembling with fear. As slowly and quietly as she possibly could, she got out of bed and crept over to her bedroom window. She wanted to be as far away from the locked door as possible. She peered out the window, her eyes scanning the dark street, waiting desperately to see her brother's car. All the while, she was listening for any sign that the person downstairs had started to walk up the stairs towards her room. Finally, she saw them. Out of the corner of her eye, her brother's car pulled up across the street. He and her younger brother both hopped out. They ran across the street towards her house, vaulted over the side fence, and disappeared down the narrow alley that ran between her house and her neighbor's, heading towards the back. She was still on the phone with him, whispering, "Do you see him? Do you see him? Do you see anything?" He replied, "Hold on." He was at the back of the house now, where he knew there was a window that gave a clear view of most of the first floor. She waited, her heart pounding, expecting him to give her a report. There was a pause, a moment of silence on the phone. Then she whispered, "What do you see?" His voice came back, low and serious. "Okay, yep. There is someone in your living room right now. I'm going to hang up and call the police. I'll call you right back." Melissa knew what she had heard was real, but to have it confirmed by her brother, to know for a fact that there was a stranger in her house, took the fear to a whole new level. She was now legitimately fearing for her life. There was an intruder right downstairs, and they had probably been coming into her house for weeks. Her brother hung up to call the police, and Melissa was left alone again, standing in her dark room, listening to a stranger walk around the first floor of her house. Because she could hear the footsteps so clearly downstairs, she made a decision. She decided she would walk over to her bedroom door and look through the keyhole. It was an old door with an oversized keyhole, and if you angled it just right, you could see a small sliver of the first floor at the bottom of the stairs. Very carefully, she tiptoed across the room to the door. As she knelt down to put her eye to the keyhole, her phone, which was in her pocket, started to ring. It wasn't on silent. It was on loud, and the ringtone shattered the silence. It was her brother calling her back. She fumbled for the phone, dropping it on the floor. It was still ringing loudly as she scrambled to pick it up and silence it. Then, on pure reflex, she put her eye back to the keyhole. And standing at the bottom of the stairs, looking right up at her door, was a man. He was wearing a hat pulled down low over his eyes, and he had clearly heard the phone ring. As she watched in horror, he began to walk up the stairs. She fell backwards, screaming at the top of her lungs, yelling for her brothers to get inside. In the next instant, she heard the front door crash open, and her brothers came charging in. She heard an epic struggle on the stairs, a clash of bodies and shouts. And she heard a voice she didn't recognize, the intruder's voice, screaming, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." And then it was quiet. Hesitantly, she opened her bedroom door, wanting to help if she could. She looked out and saw her brothers had the man pinned down on the stairs. He wasn't moving. She saw her younger brother was holding something in his hand. He held it up for her to see, and he just shook his head. It was a knife. The stranger in her house had been carrying a knife. Before she could even process that terrifying piece of information, her older brother reached down and pulled the hat off the intruder's head, and Melissa's world tilted on its axis. It was her mother's ex-boyfriend from 10 years ago. The same man the whole family believed had always had an inappropriate and creepy attraction to Melissa. The police arrived and took him away. He quickly admitted to everything, confessing that he had been sneaking into her house for months. He would never tell them how he was getting in, but he admitted he was there almost every single night. He never gave a good reason for why he did it, he just said he started doing it. The police cited mental illness as the likely culprit, but the family always believed it was something much more sinister. In the end, he was given just 3 years in jail, and the family, once again, cut all ties with him. In February of 2013, a young woman named Kim finally moved out of her parents' house and into a tiny little apartment that she absolutely adored. Kim lived with severe social anxiety. Being out in public, having to make small talk with strangers, was an almost physically painful experience for her. She did everything in her power to stay indoors, to remain in her own controlled environment. She even had a job that allowed her to work from home, so she rarely had to travel. This small apartment was more than just a home. It was her oasis, her fortress. When she was there, she was safe. If she ever had to leave for groceries or an appointment, she would practically run to her car and then run back to her door, minimizing any chance of an unwanted interaction. In those first few weeks of living there, as much as she tried to avoid all human contact, there was one person she was sort of forced to interact with, her landlord. But her landlord turned out to be this wonderful older woman named Olivia, who immediately took a liking to Kim. She seemed to understand Kim's anxieties without needing an explanation and looked at her with a kind, motherly affection. To her own surprise, Kim found herself wanting to interact with Olivia. She had a very comforting presence, and she was just a genuinely nice lady. Even though they didn't interact face-to-face very much, they developed a unique relationship. Olivia loved to cook, and she would often make extra food. She would bring a plate over to Kim's door, knock gently, and then leave it on the doormat for her. Olivia never expected Kim to come out and talk. She knew Kim was uncomfortable with that. She just wanted her to have a nice, home-cooked meal. The arrangement was simple. Whenever Kim was finished eating, she would put the empty plate and utensils back outside her door, and Olivia would come by later to pick them up and wash them. It was a small, kind gesture that meant the world to Kim. She grew to love Olivia and was incredibly happy to have her living nearby. In a way, Olivia's presence made her feel even safer in her new home. About 2 months after moving into this tiny apartment, Kim's doctor started her on a new medication for her anxiety. From past experience, she knew that starting a new prescription often came with a whole host of strange and unpleasant side effects. It always took some time for her body to adjust. And right on cue, as she started taking this new medication, she began to notice that she was becoming incredibly forgetful. Things in her apartment would be in places she had no memory of putting them. Her keys would be in the bathroom, her book would be in the kitchen. Other things would go missing entirely, and she couldn't for the life of her remember where she'd last seen them. Even though she was expecting some side effects, this level of memory loss was frustrating. She also noticed that the new medication made her exceptionally drowsy. It was a deep, bone-weary exhaustion that she couldn't shake. Most days, she had to take a long nap, sometimes for 2 or 3 hours in the middle of the afternoon, just to make it through the rest of the day. Now, because Kim had such intense anxiety about being out in public, the thought of going back to the doctor's office to talk about these side effects was daunting. A doctor's visit meant interacting with a receptionist, a nurse, the doctor, and maybe other patients in the waiting room. It was a whole series of social hurdles she just didn't want to face. So, she made a decision. She would just stick with the medication, let her body adjust, and hope that eventually this new normal of fogginess and fatigue would fade away. She convinced herself that everything would be just fine. During this period, while she was experiencing all these side effects she was attributing to her new medication, she got one of her usual deliveries from Olivia. This time, it was a big Greek salad, which Olivia knew was Kim's favorite. Kim was thrilled. She brought the salad into her apartment and had an idea for a perfect, relaxing afternoon. She decided she would take the salad into her bedroom, turn on Netflix, and eat it in bed. It was going to be an awesome, lazy day. So she got comfortable in bed, started eating her salad, and put on an episode of Portlandia. The next thing she knew, she was waking up. She had fallen asleep right in the middle of eating. One moment she was watching the show, fork halfway to her mouth, and the next she was out cold. When she woke up, she felt groggy and disoriented. She thought to herself, wow, I've never fallen asleep that hard and that fast before. She was literally still holding the fork in her hand. As her eyes adjusted, she noticed something odd. On the other side of the bed, the left side, the sheets and the comforter were all disturbed, as if someone had been lying there. This was strange because Kim always slept on the right side of the bed. It was almost a compulsion for her. She could never sleep on the left side. It felt wrong, like it was bad luck. She reached her hand out and touched that side of the bed where the sheets were rumpled. It was still warm. Her mind immediately started searching for a logical explanation. Well, she thought to herself, I guess I must have rolled over in my sleep, laid on that side of the bed for a while, and then miraculously rolled back to my original position on the right side without spilling my salad or even dropping the fork. As she played this scenario out in her head, it started to sound less and less plausible. It clicked in her mind that what she was thinking was not just unlikely, it was probably impossible. So if that's not what happened, what did? Did that mean someone else had been in her bed? Was someone in her apartment right now? In a surge of adrenaline, she leaped out of bed. She grabbed her phone and typed in 911, her thumb hovering over the dial button, ready to call. She ran through her small apartment, flipping on every single light, her heart hammering against her ribs. She checked the living room, the kitchen, the bathroom, the closets. There was no one there. The front door was still locked from the inside. Everything looked normal. She slowly put her phone away, but her heart was still racing. She was incredibly stressed out by what had just happened because in the back of her mind, she knew she didn't roll over. That didn't happen. This is the moment when Kim began to wonder if all the strange happenings in her apartment were connected to what she had just experienced. This incident, the warm spot in her bed, did not feel like a side effect of her medication. All of a sudden, she started looking at all the other weird things, the missing toothbrush, the misplaced shoes, the items being moved around in a new light. She realized that maybe she had been blind to something else that was happening, that maybe the medication was just a convenient excuse she had been using. A terrifying thought began to take hold. Maybe someone was breaking into her apartment. For the next couple of days, Kim watched her apartment like a hawk. She looked for any indication, any tiny sign that somebody was getting in. But there was nothing. She always locked the door. She always kept the windows shut and locked. She couldn't find any logical point of entry. The only thing that stood out to her was something she had previously dismissed. When she woke up in the mornings, she noticed her bedroom had a very distinctive smell to it. It wasn't her smell, and it wasn't a familiar household smell. It was like another person's smell, a musky, unfamiliar scent. It really freaked her out. She decided it was time to tell her parents. So she called them, and as she was describing out loud what had been going on in her apartment, it was the first time she was hearing the words herself. And hearing it all laid out like that, it sounded so much more creepy, so much more scary than it did when it was all just swirling around in her own head. As she was telling them the story, she became more and more scared to go back to her own apartment. Her dad picked up on the fear in her voice and said, "Hey, I'll go back with you. We'll look around the apartment together and make sure it's safe and secure. And on the way out, we'll check in with your landlady, Olivia, and let her know what's been going on. Everything's going to be fine." They drove back to her apartment, and when they walked inside, everything looked completely normal. They did a quick walkthrough of each room, and nothing seemed out of place. But before her dad left, he said, "Let me just do a closer inspection of the whole place. Let me look everywhere, just to make sure there's not some special way to get in here. It'll give you some peace of mind." So he went into her bedroom and started looking around. He lifted up the mattress and looked underneath the bed frame. Then he opened up her closet. It was a big closet packed with clothes. It wasn't quite a walk-in, but it was big enough that a person could easily stand inside. Her father reached in and started parting the clothes, using the flashlight on his phone to look at the back wall. He pushed on the wall, tapped on it, checking to see if there was any kind of hidden compartment or loose panel. There was nothing. But just before he was about to walk out, he noticed something in the bottom right corner of the inner wall. It was a little blurb of writing in a spot that you could only see if you were standing deep inside the closet, specifically looking for strange things on the walls. He knelt down to get a closer look. It was a small, tiny blurb of text that said, "Come back here so I can look at you." The positioning of the writing was chilling. The only way someone could have written it was if they were lying down in that tiny little corner facing out towards the closet door. And that's when her father looked down at the closet door itself and noticed that one of the horizontal slats was missing, creating a small rectangular peephole. In theory, if you were the person who wrote that message, you would be lying in that exact spot, and your eyes would be looking directly through that missing slat right at her bed. Her father put it all together in that one horrifying moment. He stood up, walked out of the closet to his daughter, and said calmly, "Come over here." He showed her what he had found inside her closet. He pointed to the writing and asked, "Did you write that?" She looked at it, her face pale, and whispered, "No." He looked at her and said, "All right, it's time to leave." They walked outside, went straight to his truck, and he called the police. He told them that someone had been breaking into his daughter's apartment. When the police showed up, they were able to get access to CCTV footage from a nearby building. And on that footage, they captured a grown man regularly going into Kim's apartment in the middle of the night. He wasn't breaking a window or picking a lock. He clearly had a key. It would turn out to be Olivia's grown adult son, a man named Henry, who lived with her. Kim had never even met him, never even knew he existed. Apparently, as soon as Henry saw Kim for the first time, he developed an instant and intense obsession with her. He had created this completely fake, delusional relationship in his mind where he truly believed that he and Kim were a couple, even though Kim didn't even know his name. During the police questioning, Henry explained his entire routine. He said he had gotten sleeping pills and he would grind them up into a fine powder. Anytime his mother was making food to deliver to Kim, which she loved to do and was always excited about, so she would talk about it, Henry would know it was happening. He would secretly slip the powdered sleeping pills into Kim's food. He knew that soon after she ate, she would be fast asleep. Then he would use his mother's spare key to let himself into the apartment. He insisted that he never touched her, that he never laid a hand on Kim. Instead, he would either lie down in the bed next to her while she slept, or he would go into the closet and watch her from his hiding spot. So, for the entire 4 months that Kim had lived in that apartment, the place where she believed she was safest, where she could shut the doors and be away from the world, in reality, there was a psychopath just a few feet away from her almost the entire time. When Olivia found out about what her son had been doing, she made a point to go to Kim and tell her she had absolutely no idea that she was terribly, terribly sorry. But the damage was done. Their friendship was over. On the 17th of October 1941, a 73-year-old man named Philip Peters was supposed to join his friends for a dinner party. But he never showed up. His friends and neighbors knew that Philip, or Phil as they called him, was living alone at the time. His wife had recently had a bad fall, broken her hip, and was recovering in the hospital. So they were already a little worried about Phil being on his own. When he didn't arrive for dinner and wasn't answering his phone, they decided it was better to be safe than sorry. They called the police and asked them to go over to his house and perform a welfare check. When the police arrived at Phil's house, they walked up to the front door and knocked. There was no answer. They tried the door handle, but it was locked. They walked around the house and tried the back door. That was locked too. They peered into the windows, but the house was completely dark inside. Eventually, they had to get another neighbor, who they knew had a spare key, to come over and let them in. When they stepped inside, the scene that greeted them was horrific. There was blood everywhere. It was on the walls, on the floor, and even spattered on the ceiling. And there, in the middle of the kitchen floor, was Phil Peters, lying face down. He had been brutally bludgeoned to death. The police officers immediately drew their weapons, thinking the attacker could still be somewhere in the house. They methodically cleared the entire home, room by room, but there was no one there. A whole team of detectives soon converged on the house and began their investigation. And they realized pretty quickly just how strange the crime scene was. Nothing in the house had been vandalized. Nothing appeared to be stolen. Phil himself was a very modest man, a retired auditor who lived a quiet life. He certainly didn't seem to have any enemies, so a revenge motive didn't make much sense. But the most puzzling part was what the first officers had discovered. Before they found his body, they had found the house to be completely shut and locked tight, with absolutely no sign of forced entry. This meant that whoever was in the house with Phil at the time of his death must have been someone he knew, someone he trusted enough to let inside. Or it was someone who had a key of their own. This made investigators wonder what could possibly motivate someone in Phil's inner circle to commit such a heinous and violent crime, especially when all the obvious motives, like theft or revenge, had seemingly been ruled out. To make matters worse, there was virtually no physical evidence left behind that could point to a suspect. The only piece of evidence they found was the murder weapon, a heavy piece of metal called a stove shaker, which was used to clear out ashes from old stoves. But the person who had used it to kill Phil had taken the time to meticulously wipe it clean. There were no fingerprints, no anything. For months, detectives agonized over this case. They interviewed everyone Phil knew, they chased down every possible lead, but they got absolutely nowhere. The case went cold. 9 months later, Phil's widow, who was now out of the hospital, hired a housekeeper to help her around the house. The housekeeper later told police that as soon as she moved in, she started hearing strange tapping sounds all through the house, but she didn't think much of it. She figured it was just the sounds of an old house settling. Then one day, the day she called the police, she was alone in the Peters residence. She heard the tapping sound again, and this time it seemed to be coming from the kitchen. She thought to herself that it must be a woodpecker just outside the kitchen window. As she looked towards the kitchen, she saw the door on the other side of the room, a door that opened up to a flight of stairs leading to the second floor. And she said that door was slowly, silently creaking open. Out from behind the door came a pale white hand. It reached around the side of the door frame and began to pull the door open even further. The housekeeper screamed. The hand immediately retracted back into the space behind the door. She then heard the sound of someone storming up the stairs and running around on the floor above her before everything went silent again. She didn't hesitate. She ran out of the house as fast as she could and went to a neighbor's house to call the police. The police immediately responded, arriving at the house with their guns drawn. They went inside, thinking that perhaps the murderer had returned to the scene of the crime. They searched the entire house from top to bottom, but once again, there was nothing. There wasn't even a sign of a break-in. So the police went back to the housekeeper and to Mrs. Peters, and they explained that while they couldn't find anyone, given the history of the house, they didn't think it was safe for either of them to be there. The housekeeper refused to go back, and Mrs. Peters was moved back to the hospital where she could be properly looked after. At this point, the police decided they were going to permanently stake out the house. They assigned 2 detectives to watch it around the clock. So the 2 detectives went and parked their car where they had a good view of the property. For a couple of days, they sat there, watching and waiting. They didn't see anything, and they didn't hear anything. Finally, they decided to just go inside and have another look around for themselves. They both walked into the quiet, empty house. They went upstairs, looked around the bedrooms and the bathroom, but still saw nothing out of the ordinary. They went back downstairs and were standing on the first floor, getting ready to leave, when they both heard it. It was the distinct, quiet sound of a doorknob turning somewhere upstairs. They looked at each other, confirming they had both heard the same thing. They drew their weapons and went back up the stairs, searching the different rooms more carefully this time. One of the detectives went into the master bedroom and opened up a closet. He pushed past the old clothes hanging there, and in the bottom left-hand corner of the closet, he saw a foot. It darted back into a tiny, dark space in the very back corner. Without any hesitation, the detective lunged headfirst into the closet and grabbed onto the foot of this mystery person who was crawling into a tiny hidden panel in the back of the closet. He held on tight as the person on the other end fought with all their might to get away. The detective started pulling them out, yelling for his partner to come and help. His partner came charging in, and together they both grabbed onto this person and yanked them out of the closet and into the light. They would later describe him as the strangest looking person they had ever seen. He was super tall, but rail thin, and his skin was so covered in dirt and grime that it appeared to be gray. His name was Theodore Coneys, and he had been secretly living inside the walls of that house for over a year. Before he moved in, Coneys had fallen on hard times. He was homeless, sleeping in alleyways. As it started to get colder in September of 1941, he decided he would approach his longtime acquaintance, Phil Peters, and ask him for some money and maybe for a place to crash for a couple of days. But as it happened, when he got to Phil's house, Phil wasn't there. He was at the hospital visiting his wife. The house was vacant. Coneys saw an opportunity, and he broke in. At first, his plan was just to steal some food, get warmed up for a bit, and then leave. But as he was looking through the house for things to take, he noticed something in the back of one of the closets. There was a small, loose panel that led to a tiny, almost secret attic space. It wasn't being used for anything because it was impossibly small. You would have to be incredibly skinny just to get through the little square opening that led into it. And once you got in, you could only get in by slithering head first. You couldn't stand up. You'd be lying down the entire time. You couldn't even extend your legs all the way if you were a full-grown adult. You'd be kind of tucked up in a pseudo-fetal position. But to Coneys, this tiny, cramped space was a huge upgrade from living on the streets. He decided that this is where he was going to live for the winter. So he went around the house gathering supplies. He took blankets, food from the pantry, and filled bottles with water. He moved all of his supplies into his tiny little attic space. Then he went back downstairs, locked the front door again, made sure everything looked exactly the way it was when he first broke in, and he retreated into his little space, shutting the panel behind him. When Phil came home that night, he didn't notice a thing. And for the next several weeks, Phil lived his life completely unaware that he had a man living in his attic. Every time Phil would leave the house, Conies would sneak out of his hiding spot, go downstairs, make himself some coffee, get a bite to eat, and then go back up to his little space. He even managed to carefully cut into the house's electrical wiring system. He stole one of Phil's radios, brought it into his cubby with him, attached it to the wires he had exposed, and now he was able to lie there and listen to the news, so he didn't feel so completely isolated from the outside world. But about a month after he moved in, Conies made a mistake. He left his little spot to go downstairs because he thought Phil was gone for the day. He got to the kitchen and was going through the fridge. When he shut the refrigerator door, he looked over and there was Phil, standing there, looking at him with a mixture of confusion and anger, asking what he was doing in his kitchen. In a blind panic, Conies grabbed the heaviest thing he could reach, the cast iron stove shaker, and he beat Phil to death. Not knowing what else to do, he wiped off the murder weapon and left it where it was. He went back to the fridge, got more food and drink, and then he went right back up to the tiny attic where he lived. For the next 9 months, he would follow the police investigation of Phil Peters' murder on his stolen radio, curled up inside his hiding spot in Phil Peters' house. Conies was quickly found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison. After hearing his sentence read to him in court, he said out loud for everyone to hear, "Now I feel safe. I'll have a better home than I've had in years." Let me know what you think about today's episode in the comments. Which of these stories made you feel the most uncomfortable? If you like this story, there is a whole series of true crime stories waiting for you, just as strange, just as creepy, and sometimes even worse. Because, as these cases show, the scariest thing is not what is out there in the dark. That is what might have happened in your life that you never realized. In March of 2015, in the sprawling, historic city of St. Petersburg, Russia, a 8-year-old woman named Tamara Samsonova was living in a state of controlled chaos. Her apartment, the place she had called home for years, was being torn apart and put back together. Renovations. Dust was everywhere, the noise was constant, and it was becoming nearly impossible to live there. A good friend of hers, a 9-year-old woman named Valentina Olenova, heard about Tamara's situation. Valentina lived nearby and had a spare room. She felt for her friend and decided to make a generous offer. She called up Tamara and said something along the lines of, "Why don't you come and stay with me while the work is getting done?" "It's no trouble at all." Tamara was immensely grateful. It was the perfect solution. She immediately accepted, packed a few bags, and moved into Valentina's quiet, comfortable apartment. From the moment she arrived, Tamara wanted to be the perfect house guest. She knew she couldn't afford to pay rent, so she decided to contribute in other ways. She became the unofficial housekeeper. She cleaned the apartment from top to bottom, she did all the dishes, and she made sure there was always a home-cooked meal ready for Valentina. For the first couple of weeks, things were wonderful. The two women, both in their later years, enjoyed the companionship. They'd chat in the evenings, share meals, and it felt like a comfortable, easy arrangement. Valentina was happy to help her friend, and Tamara was relieved to be out of her noisy, dusty apartment. Then, after a few weeks passed, Tamara got a call. The renovations on her home were complete. It was time for her to move back. But a strange thing had happened. Tamara had gotten used to living with Valentina. She enjoyed the company, she enjoyed their routine, and frankly, she didn't want to leave. So she approached Valentina and asked, "Would it be okay if I stayed just a little bit longer? I'm really enjoying it here." Valentina was a little hesitant. The original agreement was just for the duration of the renovations. But she was a kind woman, and she didn't want to just kick her friend out onto the street. So she reluctantly agreed. Okay, she said. A little bit longer is fine. But a little bit longer turned into a couple of months. Spring turned into summer, and Tamra showed absolutely no signs of packing her bags or making any plans to move back to her own apartment. Valentina's patience began to wear thin. Her home didn't feel like her own anymore. The temporary guest had become a permanent fixture, and the initial harmony had curdled into a quiet, simmering resentment. Valentina started dropping hints, asking about Tamara's apartment, wondering aloud when she might be moving back. But Tamara would just brush off the questions or change the subject. Finally, in late July of 2015, Valentina couldn't take it anymore. She decided a direct confrontation was the only way. She sat Tamara down and told her straight up, "You have to go. The renovations are done. It's time for you to go home." She expected some resistance, maybe some sadness, but she didn't expect Tamara's flat-out refusal. Tamara just looked at her and said, "No, I'm not leaving." This sparked a huge fight. Voices were raised, feelings were hurt, and the tension in the small apartment became unbearable. But at the end of it all, nothing was resolved. Tamara still refused to leave. For the next couple of days, a heavy, oppressive silence fell over the apartment. The two women moved around each other like ghosts, not speaking, not even making eye contact. The air was thick with unspoken anger. This Cold War was finally broken on July 23rd over something incredibly trivial. There were a few unwashed cups left in the sink. One of them was supposed to have cleaned them, but hadn't. An argument started about whose turn it was to do the dishes. But of course, it wasn't really about the cups. It was about everything else. The argument quickly escalated, and soon, Valentina was screaming at Tamara again. "You shouldn't even be here. You need to leave my home!" And Tamara was yelling back, "No, I'm not going to leave." It was another huge blowout fight filled with bitterness and frustration. But then, something shifted. As the yelling died down, Tamara's demeanor changed. She seemed to finally accept the situation. With a sigh of resignation, she looked at Valentina and said, "Okay, I get it. I need to leave. Just give me a couple of days to get my things in order and I'll be out of your hair." Instantly, all the tension just evaporated from the room. Valentina felt a wave of relief wash over her. Finally, she was going to get her apartment back. The fighting was over. To seal the truce, Tamara offered a peace offering. "Look," she said, "I'll make us a special dinner tonight. I'll go out and get the food." Tamara left the apartment, but she didn't go straight to the grocery store. Her first stop was a local pharmacy. She walked in and bought a large quantity of potent sleeping pills. Then she went to the market and bought all the ingredients for a traditional Russian Olivier salad, a dish she knew was one of Valentina's absolute favorites. She returned to the apartment and began to prepare the meal. The kitchen was quiet as she chopped vegetables, but her mind was anything but. She took the sleeping pills she had just purchased, and using a mortar and pestle, she crushed them into a fine white powder. Then, as she was mixing the mayonnaise-based dressing for the salad, she carefully stirred the powder in, making sure it was completely dissolved and undetectable. She served the dinner, and Valentina, hungry and happy that their conflict was resolved, ate the entire salad. She didn't notice anything wrong. The dressing was rich and creamy, just the way she liked it. As soon as Tamara was sure Valentina had finished every last bite, she simply cleared the plates, went up to her room, and went to bed, leaving her friend in the living room. She waited. A couple of hours later, at around 2 o'clock in the morning, Tamara quietly got out of bed. She crept downstairs to the kitchen. And there, on the floor, was Valentina, passed out cold. Tamara walked over and checked for a pulse. She was still breathing. For a moment, Tamara felt a flash of disappointment. She had hoped the massive overdose of sleeping pills would have been enough to kill her. But it didn't really matter. It just changed the next step of her plan. She went to a closet where she had stashed a hacksaw. She had borrowed it from a neighbor earlier that day under the pretense of needing it for a small project. Now, she brought it back to the kitchen. Standing over her unconscious friend, Tamara began the gruesome, laborious task of dismembering Valentina's body. She worked with a strange, methodical precision. As she cut her friend into pieces, she took special care to remove the lungs, making sure not to damage them. It turns out, human lungs were a particular delicacy for Tamara. She considered them her favorite food. Once the body was in several pieces, she took Valentina's head and placed it into a large stock pot on the stove. She filled it with water and turned on the burner, beginning to boil it. While the head and the carefully preserved lungs cooked, she took the rest of Valentina's remains. She cut them into the smallest pieces she could manage, then wrapped them in a shower curtain and stuffed them into various plastic bags. The process was long and physically demanding, but Tamara worked tirelessly through the early morning hours. With Valentina's head and lungs simmering on the stovetop, Tamara began the disposal. She started making trips, dozens of them, from the apartment high speed, down the stairs, and out the front door into the dark, silent streets of St. Petersburg. She carried the heavy bags one by one all the way down to a small lake near their apartment building, where she tossed them into the dark water. Back and forth she went, trip after trip, until most of the body parts were gone. Valentina's hips and legs, however, were apparently too heavy for her to carry all the way to the lake. So, for those, she took a different route, dragging them to a nearby patch of forest and leaving them there. Her final trip was perhaps the most macabre. She carried the big silver pot from the stove. Inside was what was left of Valentina's head, after Tamara had finished eating most of it. 4 days passed. Life in the apartment building went on as normal. Then, on July 27th, a young couple who lived in the same building as Tamara and Valentina decided to take their dog for a walk near the lake. As they strolled along the path, their dog suddenly took off running. It stopped in front of a large, bulky plastic bag that had washed up near the shore. The dog began sniffing and pawing at the bag, trying to get it open. The couple called for their dog, but it wouldn't budge. It was completely fixated on the mysterious package. Annoyed, the owners walked over to see what had captured their pet's attention. The man poked the bag with his foot. It was heavy, and it felt wrong. With a sense of dread, he managed to tear it open. Inside, they found a human torso. It was Valentina's. When the police arrived, one of the first things they did was canvass the apartment building to see if anyone was missing. They quickly learned that the victim was likely Valentina Olenova. They went to her apartment to investigate and were surprised to find Tamara Samsonova living there. They approached her gently, assuming she was a grieving friend or relative. They explained that Valentina had been found deceased and that they needed to search the apartment as part of the investigation. Tamara's reaction was completely bizarre. She was totally indifferent. There was no sadness, no shock, no fear. She just calmly allowed them in, as if she knew this day would eventually come. The search of the apartment didn't take long. The officers quickly found what they were looking for. There were specks of blood all over the bathroom. There was more blood in the kitchen. They found the hacksaw she had used, still bearing traces of blood and tissue. And then they found her diary. It was sitting on a table right next to a book about black magic and the occult. When the police opened the diary, they were horrified. It wasn't just a daily journal. It was a meticulous, detailed log of ritualistic killings that Tamara had apparently been carrying out for the past 20 years. The diary described 14 different murders. According to her own writings, almost all of the killings were motivated by her desire to cast spells she was learning from her books on black magic. These spells, she wrote, required specific human components like flesh or organs. So she would kill people, use their bodies for her rituals, and then afterwards she would consume parts of them. Not because the spell required it, but simply because she said she liked the taste of human flesh. And in particular, she noted, she loved the taste of human lungs. The police arrested Tamara on the spot. She didn't put up a fight. She didn't deny anything. She looked at the officers and said, "Yep, you got the right person. I did all this." During her trial, Tamara's behavior was a spectacle. She seemed to be in a great mood, often smiling. She told the judge, "I hope you give me a really severe punishment. I expect to die in prison." She was seen blowing kisses to the reporters in the courtroom gallery. It was as if she was completely detached from the reality of her horrific crimes, or perhaps she simply didn't care anymore. Tamara, who the press quickly nicknamed the Granny Ripper, was found guilty and given a life sentence. To this day, she remains in a high-security prison, one of Russia's most notorious and chilling serial killers. After spending 21 years serving in the U.S. Army, a man retired and decided to move his family to Central Florida. He, his wife, and their young son settled into a quiet life. They had plenty of money. He had his military pension coming in every month, and his wife still worked a full-time job. But after a lifetime of structure and activity in the military, he found retirement to be incredibly boring. He just wasn't the type to sit around the house all day. So, he decided he needed to find a simple job, something to keep him occupied and give him a reason to get out of the house. He ended up taking a job as a clerk at a gas station located right off a major highway. One of the main reasons he chose this particular job was because the owners were very laid back. They didn't mind if his son came to hang out with him during his shifts. So, for years, that became their routine. The man would work his shifts behind the cash register, and his son would tag along. Even as the boy grew into a teenager, when you'd think he'd want to be off with his friends, he still came along. The town they lived in was so small and quiet, there was really nothing else for him to do. So even well into his teenage years, the son would spend his evenings at the gas station with his dad. One night in 1990, the son, who was 15 years old at the time, was taking a break. He was sitting outside at a picnic table under the bright lights of the gas station's canopy. He was reading a magazine and drinking a Mountain Dew. It was a dark, quiet night. There were no cars at the pumps, no customers inside the store, and the highway itself was mostly empty. It was in this stillness that he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. A figure, a woman, was walking off the shoulder of the highway, heading directly toward the gas station. This immediately struck him as odd. He thought to himself, "No one ever walks to our gas station. We're on a highway. Everybody drives here." His logical conclusion was that her car must have broken down nearby, and she was coming to use their payphone to call for a tow truck. The woman continued walking across the large, empty parking lot, getting closer and closer. The boy had turned his attention back to his magazine for a moment, but he would say later that he kept looking up, keeping an eye on her. There was just something about her, something that felt off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The woman walked right past the picnic table where he was sitting, not even acknowledging him. She didn't say hi, didn't make eye contact, just walked straight to the glass door and went inside the convenience store. From where the boy was sitting, the front of the store was all glass windows, so he had a clear view inside. He could see his father standing behind the counter, and he could see the top of the woman's head as she began to walk up and down the aisles. As soon as she was inside, the boy put his magazine down and just watched. He noticed she wasn't really shopping. She would walk down an aisle, look down at the shelves for a few seconds, but never pick anything up. Then she would look up towards the counter and just stare at his father for a moment before looking back down and moving to the next aisle. She did this over and over, circling the small store. At some point, the woman seemed to abandon this pretense of shopping and just walked directly up to the counter. There was still nobody else in the store, and the night was so quiet that the boy could fairly clearly hear her conversation with his father. He heard her tell his dad that her car had broken down and she needed a ride. Could he drive her to Ocala? That was the next big town north of their gas station. The boy would say later that his father's reaction was very strange. Normally, his dad was incredibly pleasant with all the customers. He was chatty and friendly with everyone who came in. But with this woman, his dad's tone was dismissive, almost rude. When she asked for a ride, he just gave a short, flat answer. "No, I won't give you a ride." The woman was visibly annoyed by how quickly he had shut her down. But instead of just taking no for an answer, she did something strange. She turned and looked out the window, directly at the boy sitting on the picnic bench. He was looking right back at her. She pointed at the boy and said to his father, "What about him? Is he your son?" Can he give me a ride? The boy saw his father, who was out of the woman's direct line of sight, look at him and shake his head no very firmly. It was a clear signal. Whatever she wants from you, you say no. The boy was confused by all this. He was still trying to understand why his dad was being so hostile and unhelpful. The woman clearly needed help, or at least she claimed to. But he trusted his dad's judgment. He knew that if she came outside and asked him directly, he would say no. But it never came to that. The boy's father said to the woman in a firm, final tone, "No, my son is not going to give you a ride. You need to leave here immediately. Do not come back. Leave. We're not going to help you." The woman exploded in a fit of rage. She started cussing him out, screaming at him. She stormed towards the door, slammed it open, and stalked back out into the parking lot. She started cussing at the boy as she passed him. The whole time she was walking away, back towards the dark highway, she kept turning around, flipping them both off and screaming profanities. The father had come out from behind the counter and was now standing next to his son, watching her go. As she disappeared into the darkness, the boy turned to his dad and asked, what was her deal? Why did you not want to help her? The dad just shook his head. I don't know, he said. There was just something off about her. I can't explain it, but I did not want her around you. I knew I didn't want to give her a ride. I just knew she had to go. They didn't talk about it much after that. It was just a weird, uncomfortable encounter on an otherwise normal night. A year went by. The boy was in his room at home one evening when he heard his dad yelling from the living room, a sense of urgency in his voice. Come in here! You have to see this! Look at the TV! The boy ran into the living room, and on the television screen there was a news report. And on the screen was a mugshot. It was the same woman from the gas station. Her name, the reporter said, was Aileen Wuornos. She was a serial killer who targeted men she met along the highways of Florida. The news report detailed how she would get her male victims to pick her up, often at gas stations, before robbing and killing them. The boy and his father stood there, staring at the screen in stunned silence. The chilling realization washed over them. It's unclear if the boy or his father were intended to be her next victims that night. But by the time she had walked into their gas station, she had already killed 4 men. And following that strange, tense interaction with them, she had gone on to kill 3 more people. One of those victims was found in Ocala, Florida, the very town she had asked them for a ride to. Aileen had been caught, which is why her face was on the news. She was later sentenced to death for her crimes. The boy and his father never forgot that night, the night a serial killer walked into their lives, and a father's unexplainable gut feeling may have saved them both. In the early evening of the 7th of May, 2008, a 65-year-old woman named Zvonka Telemakaska was in the kitchen of her small apartment in Kisevo, a quiet city in the southeastern European nation of North Macedonia. Kisevo is a peaceful place, nestled at the base of a huge mountain. It's beautiful, but also very remote. It's the kind of town where everybody knows everybody, and nothing of real note ever seems to happen. Zvonka worked as a cleaning lady to make ends meet. But on this particular day, she had the day off. She was just relaxing at home, waiting for her adult son, Zoran, to come over for dinner. It was a beautiful, warm spring evening, so Zvonka had the kitchen windows open as she moved about, preparing a simple meal for herself. At some point, her phone rang. She picked it up and answered, hearing the voice of a friend on the other end. But her friend's voice sounded strange. It was strained, panicked. The friend asked Zvonka if she was watching the news or listening to the radio. Zvonka said no and asked why. The friend then told her that there was a breaking news story all over the local channels. There had been a huge, terrible traffic accident right there in their town. And the friend said the reports were saying that Zvonka's son, Zoran, was involved. Zvonka let out a strangled cry. She dropped whatever she was holding, and without a second thought, she turned and ran out the front door of her apartment. As she burst outside, her next-door neighbor, who happened to be outside, saw her emerge looking frantic. The neighbor called out, "Hey, is everything okay?" Zvanka, who was already running towards the main road, just blurted out over her shoulder that her son was hurt and she was going to the hospital. The neighbor watched as Zvanka ran down the street, turned a corner, and disappeared from sight. Zvanka didn't own a car, so she was literally going to run all the way to the hospital to get to her son. A little while later, that same neighbor heard a knock on their door. The neighbor went and opened it and was completely shocked by who was standing on the doorstep. It was Zvanka's son, Zoran. He didn't have a scratch on him and didn't appear to be hurt in any way. Before the neighbor could even process what was happening, Zoran, who looked visibly confused, asked, "Hey, have you seen my mom? We were supposed to meet for dinner, and it's totally unlike her to just disappear without telling me where she was going." The neighbor just stared at Zoran for a second, trying to make sense of the situation. Then the neighbor asked, "Wait a minute, Zoran, were you in a car accident?" Zoran just looked back at them, completely bewildered. "No," he said. "What are you talking about?" The neighbor then explained what had happened just a short while ago. They told him how his mother had run out of her house in a panic, saying he had been in an accident and that she was running to the hospital. Now, it was Zoran's turn to be confused. He pulled out his phone and immediately called the local hospital to see if his mother was there. But when the hospital staff answered, they told Zoran two things. First, his mother was not there. She hadn't been there at all that day. And second, while they had heard rumors about a car accident in town, no victims from any such accident had been brought to the hospital. By the end of the night, Zoran had no idea where his mother was, what had happened to her, or what this whole story about a car accident was about. He did the only thing he could think to do. He went to the police and reported his mother, Zvanka, missing. 9 days later, on May 16th, Zvanka was still missing. The police had no leads, no new information, nothing. On that day, a 5-6-year-old local reporter named Vlado Teneski, who happened to live not far from Zvanka, got a call from one of his confidential sources inside the police department. The source told him something that wasn't yet public information. Zvanka had just been found. And unfortunately, she was dead. Her body, which had been brutally beaten, strangled, and stabbed, had been found wrapped in plastic bags and dumped in an illegal garbage dump not far from the town's football stadium. The source also told Vlado that when her body was found, she still had her valuables on her, which seemed to rule out robbery as a motive. This was the part that puzzled the police. When they had started looking into Zvanka's life, they discovered she was just a poor, elderly cleaning lady. She had no known enemies. It made absolutely no sense that she would be the victim of such a brutal, personal, and violent murder that wasn't financially motivated. Vlado thanked his source for the information and hung up the phone. His source had sounded completely shocked by the murder, but Vlado wasn't so much shocked as he was suspicious. He felt like something about the official story was off. Maybe on the surface, Zvanka was just a poor cleaning lady with no enemies, but maybe she was leading a secret life that got her killed. Or maybe she had stumbled onto something she wasn't supposed to see. Vlado had no idea, but his reporter's intuition was telling him there was a much bigger story here and it needed to be investigated. Vlado had a reputation in Kisevo for being an aggressive, fearless journalist. He wasn't afraid to dive headfirst into murky stories involving corruption or abuse of power. He would regularly publish articles that were highly critical of the government, the police, or anyone in a position of authority. As a result, over his 30-year career, he had been threatened with violence many times for the things he had written. But even though Vlado knew this Zvanka murder case had the potential to put him in hot water again, he felt it was his duty to get to the truth. Feeling determined, Vlado grabbed his notebook and pen, walked out of his house, and made the short walk over to Zvanka's apartment. When he got there, her son, Zoran, opened the door. Soon, the two men were sitting in the kitchen, and Zoran was telling Vlado the whole strange story. He told him about the planned dinner, about finding his mom gone, and about the neighbor's bizarre story of her running to the hospital because of a non-existent car accident. As Zoran spoke, Vlado took meticulous notes, asking pointed follow-up questions. By the end of the interview, Vlado felt like he had a pretty good working theory about what had really happened to Zvanka. And the key to his theory was something Zoran had told him about his mother, that she was a cleaning lady. It took Vlado a couple of days to put his story together. He interviewed dozens more people in the neighborhood. Finally, on May 19th, just 3 days after Zavanka's body was found, Vlado published his story in the newspaper. The headline was "Explosive: A Serial Killer Stalks Kosovo." In the article, Vlado argued that Zavanka's murder was very likely not an isolated killing. Instead, he wrote, her murder was probably linked to the murders of 2 other women in their town. And these 2 other victims looked an awful lot like Zavanka. Not just in appearance, but in their lives. They were also poor older women who worked as cleaning ladies. This was the connection Vlado had made while interviewing Zoran. When Zoran described his mother, her age, and her profession, Vlado's mind had immediately gone to these other unsolved cases. The other 2 victims were 6-4-year-old Mitra Simjanoska, who was murdered in 2005, and 5-6-year-old Lujubica Lakoska, who was murdered in 2007. Vlado's story was a bombshell. It was the first time anyone had publicly suggested that a serial killer was operating in their quiet little town. But the story was also explosive for another reason. Vlado was intensely critical of the police. He pointed out that the murders in 2005 and 2007 had been completely mishandled. An arrest had even been made in one of the cases, but clearly, Vlado argued, they had arrested the wrong person because the killer was still out there. When the police read Vlado's story, they were furious with him for his public criticism. However, they also had to admit that Vlado had uncovered a lot of details from his interviews that did seem to point towards the possibility of a serial killer. So, based almost entirely on Vlado's reporting, the police officially linked all 3 murders and began a new, high-priority investigation into a potential serial killer in their midst. But at the same time, Vlado began to notice something strange. He was being followed. Wherever he went in town to do his job, there would be a police officer standing somewhere in the distance, just watching him. Vlado figured this was their way of intimidating him, a form of blowback for his critical article. He just accepted it as part of the job and continued his work. By early June, about 2 weeks after Zavanka's body was found, the police's new serial killer investigation had narrowed its suspect pool from hundreds of people down to just 3. They felt they were very close to making an arrest. About a month later, on June 20th, Vlado was still being tailed by police, and the police had not made any public statements about the case. That day, Vlado's editor at the newspaper got a call from a police officer. The officer told the editor that they were about to make an arrest in the serial killer case. As soon as the call ended, the editor tried to phone Vlado to give him the scoop. But Vlado didn't pick up, which was very unusual. Vlado always answered his phone. The editor also thought it was strange that the police source had called him, the editor, instead of Vlado, the reporter who had broken the story wide open. The editor tried calling Vlado several more times, but he never answered. The editor eventually just assumed that Vlado must have already heard about the imminent arrest from his own sources and was probably already on scene, ready to report on it. Meanwhile, on a quiet street in Kosovo, police had surrounded a modest 2-story home. It was overgrown with tall fir trees, and all the windows were covered with heavy drapes. Once the house was completely surrounded, a team of officers walked up to the front porch, knocked loudly on the door, and yelled for whoever was inside to come out with their hands up. For a moment, there was just tense silence. Then, the officers on the porch heard footsteps inside. They readied their weapons. The door slowly opened, and a man, who seemed unthreatening and confused, stepped out onto the porch. The police immediately arrested him and took him away. A few minutes later, back at the newspaper office, Vlado's editor got another phone call. It was the same police officer. This time, the officer was calling to say that the arrest had been made. They had caught their serial killer. Then, he told the editor the name of the person they had arrested. When the editor heard the name, he dropped the phone in shock. The serial killer was Vlado Tedeschi. It turned out that while Vlado appeared professional and calm on the outside, he was filled with an inner rage, specifically directed at his own mother, who had died in 2002 and who he viewed as a cruel and terrible person. After her death, he became obsessed with getting some kind of twisted revenge on her memory. His method was to find and kill random women who reminded him of his mother, poor, older, and working as cleaning ladies. All three of his victims, Mitra, Lajubica, and Zavanka, had actually known Vlado's mother personally. He had used that connection to gain each woman's trust before luring them to their deaths. Vlado had manipulated the entire narrative. In his explosive newspaper story, he had made things up to throw the police off his trail. For example, he invented a witness who claimed to have seen Zavanka get into a car with two men right before she vanished. That was a complete lie. He was also the one who had planted the fake story on the radio about Zoran's car accident. He had called his former colleagues at the radio station, and they had trusted him and broadcast the story without fact-checking. It was a deliberate, calculated trap to lure Zavanka out of her home. But what ultimately got Vlado caught was his own arrogance. In the very article that made him famous, he included specific details about the crime scenes that the police had never released to the public. For example, Vlado wrote that all three victims had been strangled with telephone cords that were left at the scene. This was a detail only the killer could have known. When the police read that, they immediately became suspicious of Vlado. The police officers who Vlado thought were tailing him to intimidate him were actually tailing him because he was their prime suspect. Eventually, they covertly obtained a DNA sample from him, and it was a match to evidence found at the crime scenes. He was the killer. After his arrest, Vlado was charged with 2 of the murders, and police were preparing to charge him with the 3rd, and were even looking into a possible 4th victim. But on June 23rd, just 3 days after his arrest, Vlado was found dead in his jail cell. The circumstances were bizarre. He had apparently drowned in a small bucket of water. There were 3 other inmates in the cell with him, all of whom claimed they didn't see or hear a thing. Officially, Vlado's death was ruled a suicide. And with his death, all of the murder investigations were closed forever. On a late winter afternoon in 1985, a Canadian border security guard stood at his post, watching the line of cars waiting to cross from New York State into Ontario, Canada. As he looked out at the faces of the travelers, he felt a heavy sense of responsibility. His job wasn't just about checking passports and asking about declared goods. It was about being a gatekeeper, about making sure that dangerous criminals from the United States didn't use Canada as a hiding place. And on this particular day, there was one very specific, very dangerous criminal he was on high alert for. His name was Alex Mangal. He was 30 years old. Just a few days earlier, Alex Mangal had been pulled over for a routine traffic stop by a police officer near New York City. During that stop, things had gone horribly wrong. Alex had somehow managed to get the officer's gun, and he had shot the officer in the head, killing him instantly. Alex then fled the scene and had been on the run ever since. Law enforcement on both sides of the border was on high alert. New York was only a 6-hour drive from the Canadian border, and authorities were deeply concerned that Alex would try to slip into Canada to escape. So, an alert had been sent out to all border security personnel. They were to be on the lookout for a 30-year-old white man with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. All day long, that Canadian border guard scrutinized every person who drove up to his checkpoint. He looked closely at every driver, every passenger. He saw a family on their way to visit relatives. He saw a young couple who said they were on their honeymoon. He saw a man whose car was packed to the brim with camping supplies. He saw a middle-aged woman traveling by herself. He saw dozens of different people from all walks of life. But none of them matched the description of Alex Mangal. By the end of his long shift, after checking car after car, he felt confident that the cop killer had not passed through his checkpoint. He clocked out and went home. A few days later, on March 2nd, a police officer was on patrol in a large shopping mall parking lot in Ontario, Canada, about an hour and a half's drive from the border. As he was making his rounds, he noticed a particular car, a white Toyota, that seemed to be just loitering in the area for a long time. His suspicion piqued. He decided to drive over and check it out. As he pulled up alongside the Toyota, he looked inside and saw someone sitting in the passenger seat. It was a white man who looked to be in his 30s, with thinning brown hair and a wispy mustache. The officer immediately recognized him from the wanted posters. It was Alex Mangal. The officer grabbed his radio and called for backup. Then he parked his cruiser, got out, and with his gun drawn, he cautiously approached the white Toyota. As he got closer to the passenger side door, the man inside turned and saw him. In a flash, the man jumped over into the driver's seat, fired up the engine, and the Toyota screeched out of the parking spot, speeding away. The officer sprinted back to his car and took off in pursuit. Within minutes, it seemed like the entire Toronto police force had joined the high-speed chase. They managed to funnel the fleeing car down a dead-end street. The white Toyota crashed into a stop sign, and the man with the mustache and thinning brown hair jumped out. At that point, cornered and with nowhere to go, he gave up without a fight. He was taken into custody. Law enforcement was incredibly relieved to have the dangerous cop killer in custody. But they were also completely baffled. How did Alex Mangal get past border security? Every single guard was on high alert, looking for a man with his exact description. How did he slip through? The police had no answers until they searched the white Toyota that Alex had been driving. Here is what they figured out. On the night Alex shot and killed the police officer, he had fled into a nearby wooded area and hidden there overnight. The next day, he was walking around and happened to pass by a commercial building. He saw a middle-aged woman named Beverly Capone come out of the building and walk towards her car in the otherwise empty parking lot. Alex approached her, abducted her at gunpoint, and forced her to drive to an isolated cabin he knew of deep in the woods. Once they were there, he murdered her. And then, he did something truly monstrous. After she was dead, he stole her clothes and put them on. And then, he cut off her face and her scalp, and he wore them as a mask and a wig. He was literally wearing her skin and her hair. Dressed as a middle-aged woman, he got into her white Toyota and drove the 6 hours north to the Canadian border. He pulled up to the checkpoint, and he got through without anyone giving him a second look. It turned out that the Canadian border security guard, who had been so diligently looking for Alex Mangal all day, had in fact seen Alex Mangal. He just didn't recognize him. Because when Alex Mangal drove up to the checkpoint, he was wearing Beverly Capone's face, her hair, and her clothes. The guard saw what he believed was just a middle-aged woman traveling alone, and he waved him through into Canada. The police pieced this all together when they searched the white Toyota after his arrest. Lying on the floorboard of the car, they found Beverly's dress, her scalp, and her face. Alex was deported back to the United States to stand trial for the murder of the police officer. However, before he could face justice, he attempted to escape from a prison transport vehicle. In the ensuing chaos, he was shot and killed by police. But that wasn't the end of Alex's story. Following his death, investigators continued to look into his past and search his property. During one of these searches, they made a disturbing discovery. They found a collection of photographs of unidentified women, along with several maps of New York and Pennsylvania. On these maps, various isolated remote locations were circled. No one knows what these maps or photos mean. Police have never been able to conclusively link Alex to any other murders, but he remains a person of interest in several unsolved disappearance cases. In fact, many investigators believe that Alex Mangal wasn't just a cop killer. They believe he was actually a serial killer. But because he took all of his secrets to the grave, we will probably never know for sure how many people he actually killed. On the morning of the 2nd of February 2012, a young man pulled his car off a 4-lane highway in Anchorage, Alaska, and into a large, snowy parking lot. He drove past dozens of parked cars until he reached a small, standalone shack that was painted a bright teal color. This was a popular drive-through coffee shop called Common Grounds, and the young man worked there as a barista. After he parked, he walked up to the white employee entrance door, pulled out his key, and went to unlock it. But as he turned the key, he realized the door was already unlocked. He knew the person who had worked the closing shift the previous night. It was an 18-year-old girl named Samantha Koenig. She had only been working at Common Grounds for about a month, but she always seemed very responsible. She had never forgotten to lock up before. The young man shrugged it off. People make mistakes. He pushed the door open and went inside. Right away, he noticed that things seemed out of place. The small kiosk was a mess. It looked like Samantha had just left in the middle of her shift without cleaning up at all. There were napkins scattered on the floor, used towels were left out on the counter, and dirty cups were still sitting by the espresso machine. As the young man walked over to the cash register to get it ready for the morning rush, he tried to run through scenarios in his head that could explain why Samantha had been so sloppy. He reached down with his key to unlock the cash register, and just like the front door, it was already unlocked. He pulled out the cash tray. All the money was gone. And that's when it hit him. They had been robbed. He immediately picked up the phone and called his boss. The night before, Samantha had arranged for her boyfriend, Dwayne, to pick her up after her shift ended. Dwayne arrived at the Common Grounds kiosk at around 8:30 p.m., which was 30 minutes after her shift was supposed to be over. He had gotten held up at his own job, which was why he was late. When he pulled into the parking lot, he looked around for Samantha but didn't see her anywhere. The coffee shack itself was completely dark. It looked like it had been closed up for the night. Dwayne got out of his truck and walked through the freezing cold air up to the kiosk's service window. He pressed his face against the cold glass and peered inside, but he couldn't see anyone. His mind immediately went to the fight they'd had earlier that night over text message. She had accused him of cheating on her, and he had been dismissive about it, which had led to a really ugly argument. As Dwayne walked back to his truck, he thought to himself, maybe Samantha just didn't want to see him because of the fight. Maybe she had called her dad or a friend to get a ride home at the end of her shift, and that's why she wasn't here waiting for him. He got back inside his truck and sent a text message to Samantha asking if she was okay and if she had gotten home. But after several minutes passed with no response, his worry started to grow. Even though they were fighting, he cared deeply about her. He decided he had to go by her house just to make sure she was there and that she was safe. A few minutes later, he pulled up to her house and knocked on the door. Her father, James, a single dad, answered. Dwayne explained that he couldn't find Samantha after her shift and was just checking to see if she was home. But James said, "She's not here. I haven't spoken to her. I have no idea where she is." The two men went into James's kitchen and sat down at the table. They both started calling and texting Samantha, trying to figure out where she was. After a couple of minutes, Dwayne's phone lit up. It was a text message from Samantha's number. The message made it clear that she was still very angry with him. It said that she needed some time to think and that she was going to stay with some friends for a couple of days. It also asked if he, Dwayne, would please let her father know where she was. Dwayne showed the text message to James. Samantha's father read it and immediately felt that something was wrong. This was very uncharacteristic of his daughter. He had raised Samantha on his own since she was 2 years old, and they were incredibly close. They told each other everything. It made no sense that she wouldn't contact him directly to say she was going to be with friends. And it made even less sense that she would be ignoring all of his worried phone calls and text messages. The two men stayed up late into the night, calling and texting, hoping for another message from Samantha, but she never responded again. The following morning, with still no word from his daughter, James went to the Anchorage Police Department and filed a missing person report. After receiving the report, an Anchorage police officer called the owner of the Common Grounds coffee shop to ask about Samantha. The owner said that, coincidentally, she had just gotten a call from her morning barista informing her that the kiosk had been robbed overnight and that no one had been able to get in touch with Samantha. The owner told the officer that as soon as she could get the security footage from the previous night, she would send it over to the police. While they waited for the footage, some officers started calling Samantha's friends and family, but no one had seen or heard from her. Other officers went to the Common Grounds kiosk to investigate the scene. They found no signs of a struggle either inside or outside the small building. They also noted that there was a silent panic button located under the counter, which had not been pressed. So, even though Samantha's father felt that her final text message was strange, the police began to operate under the initial theory that Samantha had robbed the kiosk herself and had run away. But this theory had problems. What confounded the police was how Samantha would have physically left the area. She didn't have a car that night, and the weather was brutally cold, far too cold to have just walked away. Anchorage isn't a very walkable city to begin with. And if she really was just taking a few days to be with friends, why did none of her friends know where she was? This question was answered later that day when the owner of the coffee shop sent over the security footage. The footage, which had no audio, started around 8 p.m. on February 1st, the night Samantha went missing. It showed Samantha inside the kiosk, working alone. She seemed cheerful, busy, serving customers. Then, at some point, someone who is just out of the camera's view comes up to the window and orders a drink. Samantha turns to them, acknowledges the order, and then turns her back to make the drink. When she finishes, she turns back to the window to hand it to the person, and in that instant, her entire demeanor changes. She immediately steps back and puts her hands up in the air. A few seconds later, she reaches over and turns off all the lights inside the kiosk, plunging the interior into darkness. Then, she gets down on her knees with her back to the window. She stays in that position, unmoving, for about a minute. Then, she slowly stands up and walks towards the cash register. She opens it, scoops out all the money, walks back to the window, and appears to hand the cash to a shadowy figure on the other side. Then, Samantha turns and kneels down again, with her back to the window. 2 more minutes pass. Then, the person outside the window leans their entire upper body through the small service window. They reach down and appear to be tying Samantha's hands behind her back. Because it was so dark inside the kiosk, the footage is extremely grainy, making it impossible to identify the person. But it's clearly a male, wearing a large hooded sweatshirt with the hood up and a hat pulled down low over his face. After he's finished tying Samantha's hands, the man leaps entirely through the window, landing inside the kiosk. He then shuts the window behind him. He pulls Samantha to her feet, puts what looks like a gun into her back, and marches her towards the employee door. He leads her out the door, across the snowy parking lot, to a white pickup truck. He puts her inside, and they drive off into the night. Over the next couple of days, the police and the FBI, who were now involved, hit one dead end after another. They had no physical evidence, no fingerprints, nothing. All they had was the grainy surveillance footage that didn't show the kidnapper's face. Meanwhile, Samantha's father, James, rallied the entire city of Anchorage to help search for his daughter. His passionate efforts attracted national news coverage, and soon Samantha's story was everywhere. Strangers donated thousands of dollars to a reward fund for information leading to her whereabouts. But despite the growing reward and the national media attention, no one came forward with any useful information. And there was still no word from Samantha or her captor. Then, on February 24th, 3 weeks after Samantha had been taken, Dwayne got another text message from her phone. It directed him to a specific sign in a nearby public park. Dwayne and James immediately shared the text with the police and then raced to the park, actually getting there about 15 minutes before the authorities. They walked through the gates, down a main trail, and stopped in front of the sign. It was a community bulletin board, and tacked to the board was a Ziploc bag. Inside the bag was a typed ransom note. And Xeroxed onto the note was a black and white photo of Samantha. In the photo, Samantha looked dazed. She had a blank expression on her face, and she wasn't looking directly at the camera, but just off to the side. In the photo, a man's hand was visible, holding up a copy of the Anchorage Daily News newspaper, dated the 13th of February, 2012. It was a proof-of-life photo. Her captor was proving that she was still alive as of 11 days ago. For James and everyone involved, this was a small, agonizing bit of relief. At least she had been alive last week. The ransom note demanded that James deposit $30,000 into his daughter's bank account. If he did, she would be released 6 months later. On the advice of the FBI, James deposited a small portion of the ransom money into Samantha's account. Then, the FBI just waited and watched. They knew that if anyone tried to use her debit card, they could track the location of the transaction. A few days later, 3 separate withdrawals were made from ATMs within Anchorage. Each time, the FBI was notified and rushed to the location, but whoever was making the withdrawals was long gone by the time they arrived. Security footage from the ATMs showed a man wearing a ski mask and large sunglasses, making it impossible to identify him. After those 3 withdrawals, the account went silent for over a week. There was still no word from Samantha. Then, on March 7th, more withdrawals were made, but this time they were in Arizona, then Mexico, and then Texas. Again, authorities would rush to the ATMs, but they were always just a few minutes too late. But this time, they got a break. In one of the surveillance videos from a Texas ATM, they spotted the car the masked man got into before he drove away. It was a small white sedan, a Ford Focus, and they saw him get on a highway heading east. An alert was put out to law enforcement in that part of Texas to be on the lookout for that car. On March 13th, a Texas state trooper spotted the white Ford Focus parked in a hotel parking lot. He waited nearby. A short time later, a man in his 30S came out of a hotel room, walked to the car, and got in. The trooper followed him as he pulled out onto the road. He was looking for any reason to pull him over. He clocked the car with his radar gun and saw it was going 2 miles per hour over the speed limit. That was enough. He flipped on his lights and pulled the car over. The trooper walked up to the driver's side window. The man inside was calm. The trooper asked for his license. The man handed him an Alaska driver's license. His name was Israel Keys. He was 34 years old, and he lived in Anchorage. The trooper knew this was their guy. He called for backup, and soon, Keys was in custody. A search of his car turned up a ski mask, clothes that matched the description from the ATM videos, a gun, Samantha's cell phone, and her debit card. After his arrest, Keys initially denied any involvement in Samantha's disappearance. But when presented with the overwhelming evidence against him, he caved. He said he would tell them the whole story of what happened to Samantha, but only if they met his demands: an Americano coffee, a peanut butter Snickers bar, and a cigar. Once the investigators provided these items, he began to talk. And the story he told was so disturbing, so graphically violent, that the FBI has still not released the full transcript of his confession to the public. Here is what happened, based on the details that have been made public. On February 1st, Israel Keys had decided to rob the Common Grounds coffee kiosk. He walked up to the window expecting to find a teenager working inside, and he was right. It was Samantha. He ordered an Americano. But as she turned her back to make his drink, his plan suddenly changed. He wasn't just going to steal money. He was going to steal Samantha. When she turned back and handed him the drink, he pulled out his gun and told her it was a robbery. He forced her to turn off the lights, get on the ground, and hand over the money. Then he tied her hands, jumped inside the kiosk, stuffed napkins in her mouth to keep her quiet, and marched her out to his truck. Once they were in the vehicle, he told her that if she tried to escape or scream, he would kill her. He said she was very obedient and composed, despite being terrified. Keys then took her phone and sent the text message to her boyfriend, Dwayne, creating the lie that she was with friends. He told Samantha he was holding her for ransom. She told him her family was poor and they wouldn't be able to pay much. Keys replied, "Don't worry, they'll find a way." He drove around Anchorage for hours, then eventually went back to his own house. He made Samantha lie down in the back seat and covered her with tarps, telling her he would kill her if she moved. Then he went inside his house, where his 10-year-old daughter and his girlfriend were fast asleep. He was scheduled to leave with his daughter in just a few hours for a 2-week-long luxury cruise to New Orleans. Keys went back out to his truck, put a blindfold on Samantha, and led her to a shed in his backyard. Inside, he sat her on a bucket and tied a rope around her neck, anchoring it to the wall behind her so she couldn't move. He cranked up a radio to mask any noise she might make, and told her again that he would kill her if she screamed. He gave her a couple of cigarettes and told her everything was going to be fine, that as soon as he got the ransom money, he would let her go. He turned on a couple of space heaters to keep her from freezing, then he left and locked the shed door. He went back inside, had some wine, and then a little while later went back out to the shed with a cup of water for her. He told investigators that Samantha asked him if he had spoken to her father about the ransom. Keys lied and said yes, that everything was going according to plan. Then, in a moment of unimaginable cruelty, he untied her wrists and took the rope from around her neck. For a brief second, Samantha must have thought her nightmare was over. But then, Keys grabbed her and tied her up again, much more tightly this time. He told investigators he just wanted to see the look on her face when she realized she was never going to be let go. He said that as he was tying her up the second time, she had a look of total resignation. She knew what was about to happen. After tying her up, he went back inside one last time to make sure his daughter and girlfriend were still asleep. They were. He went back to the shed. He assaulted Samantha. Afterwards, as he was getting dressed, she looked up at him and asked, "Are you going to kill me?" He said, "Yes, I am." Shortly before 4 a.m., he killed her. He told investigators she never made a sound. After she was dead, he left her body in the shed, went inside his house, and took a shower. Then he woke up his daughter and told her to get ready for their trip. While she was getting ready, he went back out to the shed, rolled Samantha's body in a tarp, and pushed it into a corner. He turned off the heaters and the music, locked the shed, and went back inside to make his daughter breakfast. At 5 a.m., a taxi picked them up, and they left for the airport to begin their 2-week vacation. When he returned from the cruise, Keys went back into the shed. He unrolled Samantha's body from the tarp. He then dressed her in new clothes, applied makeup to her face, braided her hair, and then used thread to stitch her eyelids open to make it look like she was alive and alert in a photograph. He held up the newspaper next to her and took the picture that would become the proof-of-life photo in the ransom note. After that, he dismembered her body and dumped the pieces in a frozen lake nearby. It turned out Samantha was not Israel Keys' first victim. He was a prolific serial killer who preyed on completely random people for the thrill of it. For years, he had been burying kill kits all over the United States. These were caches filled with guns, zip ties, and tools for disposing of bodies. This way, no matter where he was in the country, if he got the urge to kill, he could just dig up his nearest kit and go hunting for a random stranger. He told investigators that the moment he saw Samantha in the coffee kiosk, he knew he was going to kill her. The robbery, the ransom, it was all just an elaborate lie to control her and give her false hope. Keys admitted to killing Samantha and an older couple in Vermont, but in December of 2012, before he could name any of his other victims, he took his own life in his jail cell. To this day, no one knows for sure how many people Israel Keys killed. The best guess, based on a drawing of 11 skulls that he made in his cell, is at least 11. But it's just a guess. The true number of his victims is a secret he took to the grave. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Hundreds of people survived the crash of Eastern Airlines Flight 401. But in the years that followed, some of those survivors, along with pilots, flight attendants, and even airline executives, would claim they kept seeing members of the dead crew still walking the halls of the aircraft. And the strangest part? The sightings only happened on planes built with salvaged parts from the wreckage. This is the story of Flight 401. Around 8:30 inches the evening on the 29th of December 1972, the sprawling terminals of JFK International Airport in Queens, New York, were buzzing with the usual holiday travel chaos. Amidst the noise, an announcement echoed through the terminal. Eastern Airlines Flight 401 to Miami, Florida was now boarding. Over the next half hour, 176 people, including 13 crew members, boarded the massive aircraft. Once everyone was seated, the crew began their final preparations for takeoff, a routine they had performed countless times before. But Flight 401 was no ordinary plane. The aircraft was a Lockheed L-1011 TriStar, one of the newest and most advanced passenger jets in the world at the time. It was enormous, capable of carrying hundreds of passengers, with a cabin so wide it had 8 seats across each row. To many travelers, stepping inside felt less like boarding an airplane and more like entering a flying hotel. The L-1011 was also designed unlike almost anything passengers had seen before. Beneath the main passenger cabin was an entire lower level accessible only by 2 tiny crew elevators near the back of the aircraft. Down there was a massive galley kitchen filled with ovens and refrigerators, along with a private lounge where crew members could rest during long flights. The lower deck felt strangely isolated from the rest of the plane, almost like a separate world hidden beneath the passengers above. And the man responsible for guiding this massive aircraft through the night was Captain Bob Loft. He was 55 years old, a veteran pilot who looked every bit the part of a classic airline captain. He had a commanding presence and was known for his striking good looks. But more importantly, he had an incredible amount of experience with over 30,000 hours logged in the air. For anyone unfamiliar with aviation, that is a staggering amount of time. To his colleagues, Captain Bob was known as a perfectionist. He was calm, confident, and had a reputation for staying composed under pressure. He was exactly the kind of person you'd want flying your plane. The man in charge of this magnificent machine that night was Captain Bob Loft. He was 55 years old, a veteran pilot who looked every bit the part of a classic airline captain. He had a commanding presence and was known for his striking good looks. But more importantly, he had an incredible amount of experience with over 30,000 hours logged in the air. For anyone unfamiliar with aviation, that is a staggering amount of time. To his colleagues, Captain Bob was known as a perfectionist. He was a man who exuded a calm confidence and had a reputation for being cool and collected, especially under pressure. He was exactly the kind of person you'd want flying your plane. After Captain Bob boarded the aircraft, he walked directly to the front of the plane and entered the cockpit. He settled into the captain's seat, the one on the front left, a position he had occupied for much of his professional life. A few moments later, he was joined by his first officer or co-pilot, a man named Bert Stockdale. Bert was 10 years younger than Bob, but was also a very experienced aviator. He came into the cockpit, greeted his captain, and sat down in the co-pilot's seat, which was directly to the right of Captain Bob. With the pilot and co-pilot in place, the other 2 members of the cockpit crew for that evening made their way in. Now, on most passenger jets of that era, the cockpit was a 2-person operation. But the L-1011 was so large and complex that it required a 4-person crew up front. One of these men was the 51-year-old flight engineer, Don Repo. Don was a big man, physically imposing, but his personality was the complete opposite. He was known for being gentle, soft-spoken, and very approachable, a guy everyone felt comfortable talking to. Don entered the cockpit, exchanged hellos with the pilots, and took his seat, which was situated right behind the co-pilot, Bert. Seconds after Don sat down, the final man entered the cockpit. He was 47-year-old Angelo Donato. Angelo wasn't actually a member of the flight crew for this specific journey. He was, however, an employee of Eastern Airlines, a maintenance specialist who needed to get to Miami for work. As a company courtesy, he was given a ride on Flight 401. His seat was the 4th and final one in the cockpit, right behind Captain Bob. With the 4 men settled in, the cockpit door was secured. By about 9:10 p.m., all the pre-flight checks had been meticulously completed. Every system was checked, every dial was monitored, and everything was confirmed to be in perfect working order. All the passengers were in their seats with their belts fastened, and the rest of the crew was in position. Captain Bob Loft communicated with the control tower, got his clearance, and began to taxi the giant L-1011 away from the gate and towards the runway. 10 minutes later, at precisely 9:20 p.m., the plane was lined up. Captain Bob pushed the throttles forward, and the massive engines roared to life. The plane accelerated down the runway, and within moments, Flight 401 lifted off the ground, climbing into the dark winter sky over New York, turning south on its course to Miami. For the next 2 hours, the flight was perfectly, almost boringly, normal. It was exactly what you would want from a cross-country flight. The flight attendants moved through the cabin with their carts, serving drinks and snacks. Passengers settled in, some reading books, others chatting quietly, and many just dozing off. The journey was so smooth and unremarkable that one of the passengers, a man named Jerry Eskow, felt compelled to write a letter. He pulled out a pen and some paper and began to write a note to Eastern Airlines, complimenting them on their excellent service and remarking on how wonderfully smooth this particular flight was. His intention was to mail the letter to the airline's headquarters as soon as they landed in Miami. But then, at 11:32 p.m., 2 hours and 12 minutes after a flawless takeoff, the routine nature of Flight 401 came to an abrupt end. The flight was about to transform from a simple trip to Miami into a story that would be told for decades to come. At that moment, Captain Bob began the plane's initial descent and approach towards Miami International Airport. It was a standard procedure, but as he lowered the plane's landing gear, his co-pilot, Bert Stockdale, noticed a problem. An L-1011 jet, like the one they were flying, has 3 sets of landing gear. There are the main wheels that descend from under the left wing, another set that comes down from under the right wing, and a third set that deploys from the nose of the plane. Inside the cockpit, there's a small panel with indicator lights corresponding to each of these sets of gear. When a piece of landing gear successfully extends and locks into place, ready for landing, a small green light bulb on this panel illuminates. It's a simple, foolproof system. But when Captain Bob lowered the gear, Bert noticed that only 2 of the 3 green lights came on. The light for the nose landing gear remained dark. Now, in the minds of Captain Bob and the other experienced men in that cockpit, the first assumption was not that the landing gear itself had failed. This was a brand new, technologically advanced airplane. It had just been inspected before leaving New York. The odds of a mechanical failure with the actual landing gear were incredibly slim. The far more likely culprit, they all believed, was the little green light bulb itself. It had probably just burned out. So, Captain Bob, while continuing his approach towards Miami, decided to cycle the gear. He retracted all the landing gear back into the plane, waited a moment, and then lowered it all again. The thought was that this would reset the system and hopefully the light would come on. But when the gear deployed for the second time, the result was the same. The 2 main gear lights were green, but the nose gear light was still stubbornly dark. Frustrated, Captain Bob knew he couldn't proceed with the landing. You don't land a plane of that size without absolute confirmation that all your landing gear is locked in place. He got on the radio and contacted Miami Air Traffic Control. He calmly explained the situation, telling them that he had an issue with his landing gear indicator and couldn't confirm that it was safe to land. He requested permission to break off his approach and circle around for a while to give them time to figure it out. The air traffic controller in Miami acknowledged Captain Bob's message. He directed the captain to fly west, out over the nearby Everglades, a massive and unpopulated wetlands area in southern Florida. The controller told him to hold a circling pattern out there, away from the other air traffic, until they had sorted out their problem. And so, Flight 401 veered away from the bright lights of Miami and headed out over the pitch-black darkness of the Everglades. Once they were in their designated holding pattern, Captain Bob and his co-pilot set the plane to autopilot. They programmed it to maintain a constant altitude of 2,000 feet and a steady speed of 200 miles per hour. With the plane flying itself, the crew could now focus their full attention on the real problem, that pesky little light bulb. Once the autopilot was engaged, Captain Bob and his co-pilot Bert began to physically troubleshoot the nose gear indicator light. They were still convinced the problem was the bulb, not the gear. Their first attempt was simple. They just started pressing on the light, hoping a loose connection was the issue. When that didn't work, they tried twisting the bulb assembly in its socket. That didn't work either. Growing more annoyed, they decided to pull the light bulb completely out of the panel. They managed to get it out, and Bob blew on it, as if trying to clear away some unseen dust or grime. Then they tried to jam it back into the panel, but in their haste, not only did the light not come on, they realized they had put it back in sideways. It was now wedged in the panel at an odd angle, and they couldn't get it back out. Now they had a new problem. The light definitely wasn't going to come on, and they still needed to find a way to visually confirm that the nose landing gear was down. At this point, Captain Bob's frustration was boiling over. He turned around in his seat and looked at Don Repo, the flight engineer, who was sitting right behind the co-pilot. He told Don to go down into the hellhole and take a direct look at the front landing gear himself. The hellhole, as it was called, was a small maintenance space located directly beneath the cockpit floor. Access was through a trap door in the center of the cockpit. Once you were down in that cramped space, there was a small viewport, a window that looked directly forward towards the front of the aircraft. From there, you could get a clear, unobstructed view of the nose landing gear assembly and see with your own eyes if it was down and locked. And so, Don Repo unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of his seat, lifted open the hellhole's trap door, and began to make his way down into the compartment below. Meanwhile, 2,000 feet below the troubled flight, a 43-year-old man named Robert Maris was out in the Everglades with a friend. They were on Robert's airboat, gliding through the dark waters looking for frogs. An airboat is a unique vessel, a flat-bottomed boat propelled by a giant fan on the back. They're perfect for the Everglades, where the water can be incredibly shallow, sometimes only a few inches deep. For these two men, the world around them was one of absolute, total blackness. There were no city lights, no buildings, no signs of human life for miles and miles in every direction. The only light they had was the one from Robert's headlamp. At some point, Robert cut the engine of the airboat, and the two friends stood there in the sudden silence, scanning the dark marsh around them. The night was alive with the sounds of the swamp, the low growl of alligators, the slithering of snakes in the tall grass, and the chorus of frogs. They were just standing there, listening, when something out of the corner of Robert's eye caught his attention. He looked up, and in that instant, he saw a huge flash of orange and yellow light. It seemed to erupt from the ground about 5 miles away from their position. But just as quickly as it appeared, the flash of light dissipated and it was gone, leaving only the oppressive darkness behind. Robert turned to his friend, who hadn't seen it. Robert pointed in the direction of the flash and said, "Hey, let's go check that out." Let's see what that was. He fired up his boat's powerful engine again, and they sped off across the Everglades, heading straight for the spot where he had seen the mysterious light. After about 15 minutes of racing at 40 miles per hour across the dark expanse of water and sawgrass, they finally reached the area where the flash had occurred. And when they got there, Robert and his friend could not believe what they were looking at. About 20 minutes earlier, back up inside the cockpit of Flight 401, a small, seemingly insignificant action had set in motion a catastrophic chain of events. When Captain Bob turned around in his seat to talk to the flight engineer Don Repo and tell him to go down into the hellhole, it's believed that his leg or knee inadvertently nudged the plane's steering column, also known as the yoke. This small, accidental bump was just enough to disengage the L-1011's autopilot. The plane was no longer holding its altitude of 2,000 feet. It had entered a very slow, very gradual descent. And tragically, nobody in the cockpit noticed. There were a few reasons for this. First, it was completely pitch black outside. They were flying over the unlit Everglades, and there was no moon that night. Looking out the window would have offered no visual cues, no reference points to indicate that they were losing altitude. It would have just looked like a black void. Second, the descent was so gradual that there was no physical sensation of falling. It wouldn't have felt like they were tumbling out of the sky. It would have felt just like the smooth, level cruising they were expecting. And third, and most critically, all four men in the cockpit were completely and utterly fixated on solving the problem of the landing gear light bulb. Their attention was so tunneled on this one minor issue that they missed a crucial warning. An alarm did actually go off inside the cockpit, a chime designed to alert them that they had dipped below their assigned altitude. But the alarm only sounded once, and it wasn't particularly loud. Amidst their conversation and the focus on their task, the warning went completely unnoticed. And so, not long after Don Repo had disappeared down into the hellhole, the plane, which had been slowly losing altitude all this time, crashed into the Everglades. The impact was a complete and total surprise. No one on board, Flight 401, not the crew in the cockpit, not the flight attendants in the cabin, and certainly not the passengers, had any idea they were in danger until the very last second when they hit the ground. When the massive plane struck the swamp, it disintegrated and exploded in a massive fireball. That was the huge orange and yellow flash that Robert Maris had seen from 5 miles away. So Robert and his friends sped their airboat over to the crash site, and when they arrived, they were the first people on the scene. It was a scene of utter devastation. They could hear the sounds of people screaming, crying, and moaning all around them in the darkness, but they couldn't see anything. The intense fire from the initial explosion had been almost instantly extinguished by the swampy, wet ground. Even though the plane had slammed into the ground at over 200 miles per hour, the angle of impact had been relatively shallow. Because the plane was in that slow, gradual descent, it had more or less coasted into the ground rather than diving straight down. That fact, combined with the soft, muddy terrain of the Everglades, meant that the impact was far less violent than it could have been. And this, miraculously, saved a lot of lives. Dozens of passengers actually survived the initial crash. But many of them were left with horrific injuries, or they were trapped within the mangled wreckage of the plane, or in many cases, both. As Robert and his friend reached the edge of the crash scene, Robert raised his headlamp and began to scan the debris field. The beam of light cut through the darkness, revealing a nightmarish landscape of twisted metal and body parts sticking out of the mud. Then his light fell upon the first survivor he saw. It was a man whose clothes had been completely burned away by the explosion. The only thing he was wearing were the charred remnants of his socks on both ankles. He was still strapped into his airplane seat. When the plane broke apart, his seat had been thrown forward and had landed face down in the mud, pinning the man's upper body and most of his face under several inches of murky water. As Robert's light hit him, the man looked up, his eyes pleading, and he begged Robert and his friend to help him before he drowned. Without a second's hesitation, Robert and his friend jumped off their boat and waded through the jet fuel-slicked water over to the man. They grabbed the heavy airplane seat and pulled it up and out of the water, saving his life. But as soon as they had freed him, they began to hear more calls for help, more desperate screams coming from all around them in the darkness. Robert and his friend worked tirelessly, doing their absolute best to save as many people as they could. But the scale of the disaster was overwhelming. There were simply too many people who needed help and not enough time. About 30 minutes after Robert and his friend had arrived, the first official rescue teams from the Coast Guard showed up in helicopters. They, along with Robert and his friend, would spend the rest of the night pulling survivors from the wreckage and airlifting them to safety. By the time the sun rose the next morning, the grim task was over. There were no other survivors left to be found. In total, 99 people had died in the crash. But, incredibly, 77 people had survived. Among the dead were the men in the cockpit, Captain Bob Loft, his co-pilot Bert Stockdale, and the flight engineer Don Repo, who had gone down into the hellhole to check the landing gear. Among the survivors were Angelo Donato, the fourth man in the cockpit, and, ironically, Jerry Escow, the man who had been writing the letter to Eastern Airlines about what a wonderful flight it had been. A major investigation was launched by the National Transportation Safety Board in the aftermath of the crash. Their final report confirmed that the primary cause of the disaster was human error. The crew's obsession with a burned-out light bulb had led them to neglect their primary duty of flying the plane. The investigation also confirmed what the crew had initially suspected. The nose landing gear had been working perfectly fine the entire time. The indicator light hadn't come on simply because the $10 bulb had burned out. Following the investigation, Eastern Airlines did what it could to make amends. They made every effort to provide compensation to both the survivors of the crash and the families of those who had been killed. The airline also instituted major changes to their pilot training programs and cockpit procedures to ensure that a tragedy like this, caused by such a simple distraction, would never happen again. But this was not the end of the story for Flight 401. For almost 3 years after the crash, a strange and terrifying phenomenon began to unfold among the employees of Eastern Airlines. At first, many of these employees who experienced something unusual would report what happened to their superiors. But it became clear very early on that Eastern Airlines did not want anyone talking about these incidents. Whenever an employee came forward with one of these strange reports, they were often met with skepticism and ridicule. Some were told to see a psychiatrist, and others were simply fired. However, despite this intense pressure from the airline for its employees to remain silent, there were still some very brave people who had first-hand experiences with this phenomenon who refused to be quiet. They still came forward and told their stories to journalists and authors, but they did so anonymously to protect their careers. What follows are two of the most chilling accounts from those employees. It's important to note that the names used in these stories have been changed. In March of 1973, just 3 months after Flight 401 had crashed in the Everglades, an Eastern Airlines flight attendant named Jenny was assigned to a flight from New York to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. Working alongside her on this flight was her close friend and fellow flight attendant, a woman named Denise. Neither of these women had been on Flight 401 when it went down. The plane they were assigned to for their flight to Florida was designated as aircraft number 318 by Eastern Airlines. It was an L-1011 TriStar, the same model as Flight 401. In fact, plane number 318 had more in common with Flight 401 than just its model number. It actually had some of the original parts from the crashed plane installed on it. It turned out that during the lengthy investigation of the crash, investigators had recovered numerous parts from the wreckage of Flight 401 that were still in surprisingly good condition. After these parts were rigorously tested and certified to be fully functional, they were salvaged and installed on other L-1011 jets in the Eastern Airlines fleet. Now, at the time, this was not considered an unusual or inappropriate practice. These parts were incredibly expensive, they were in perfect working order, and they had played no role in causing the crash of Flight 401. So, from the airline's perspective, it was a perfectly logical and cost-effective thing to do. So, Jenny and Denise, along with the rest of the flight crew, boarded plane number 318 for their flight to Florida. After takeoff, the flight attendants began their routine of preparing and serving food and drinks to the nearly 200 passengers on board. It was a long and involved process on a plane of that size. The flight attendants had a system to divide the work. Some of them would stay on the main upper level of the plane, moving through the cabin to take orders from all the passengers. The other flight attendants would be down on the lower level in the large galley kitchen, preparing all the food and drinks to be sent up. At some point during the service, Denise, who was working on the main level taking orders, found herself with a moment of downtime. She had taken all the orders in her section and decided to head down to the lower level to see if her friend Jenny, who was working in the kitchen, needed any help. But, in a strange twist of timing, just as Denise was getting into one of the small elevators at the back of the plane to go down, Jenny, who was on the lower level, also found herself with nothing to do. She had already prepared her service cart and was about to go up to the main level to see if Denise needed a hand. Jenny got into the other elevator and started going up. The two women, in their separate elevator cars, literally passed each other between the two decks, completely unaware of each other's presence. When Jenny arrived on the main level, she got off the elevator, walked down the aisle, and started asking the other flight attendants if they had seen Denise. They told her, "Oh, you just missed her. She went down to the kitchen to see you just a minute ago." So, after a couple of minutes of confirming Denise wasn't on the upper deck, Jenny decided to go back down to the lower level to find her. Now, to understand what happens next, you need to picture the layout of that lower level. When you came down in either of the two elevators, the doors would open to a view down a long hallway that stretched from the back of the plane towards the front. Stepping out of the elevator placed you right in the middle of the kitchen. It was a very cramped space. On the left side was a long counter with a row of ovens stacked against the wall. On the right side was a row of cabinets and cupboards for storage. If you were to walk straight from the kitchen towards the front of the plane, you would come to a wall that separated the kitchen from the crew lounge. On this wall, slightly off to the right, was a door that led into the lounge. So, if you were standing in the kitchen looking towards the front, you couldn't really see into the lounge area because of the door's position. You'd have to physically walk over to the doorway and poke your head through to get a full view of the lounge, which was just a small room with a few sofas and chairs. So, Jenny got back in the elevator and made her way back down to the lower level, still looking for Denise. When the elevator doors opened, she stepped out into the kitchen. Denise was not there. The kitchen was completely empty. The door leading into the lounge area was closed. But the moment Jenny stepped off that elevator, she was overcome with a powerful and undeniable feeling that Denise was definitely down there with her, somewhere on that lower level, probably in the lounge. She felt so certain of this that she didn't even bother to call out Denise's name or walk over to the lounge door to check. Instead, feeling confident Denise would emerge eventually, Jenny just turned to her left, went over to the ovens, and began preparing food trays for the attendants upstairs. As she was arranging the plates, Jenny would periodically glance over at the closed door to the lounge. She kept expecting it to open at any moment and for Denise to walk out. But after a couple of minutes passed, the door remained shut. Jenny started to think to herself, I'm making a fair amount of noise over here. If someone was in the lounge, surely they would have come out by now to see who it was. And because that intense feeling of not being alone down there persisted, a new thought entered her mind. Wait a minute. Is Denise playing a joke on me? Is she hiding in the lounge or maybe in one of these cabinets waiting to jump out and scare me? The moment she had that thought, a wave of paranoia washed over her. Now, as she was trying to work, she was constantly looking over her shoulder at the lounge door or scanning the cabinet doors, fully expecting Denise to burst out at any second. But after several more minutes, nothing happened. The lounge door stayed closed. The cabinet doors remained shut. As far as she could see, she was completely alone down there. And yet, the longer she stayed, the stronger and more unsettling that feeling of a presence became. It got to the point where she couldn't even focus on making the food. She completely turned away from the counter and was just standing in the middle of the kitchen, slowly scanning the empty room, now desperately hoping that Denise would jump out and scare her just to have an explanation for the feeling. When that didn't happen, Jenny decided she had to know for sure. She took a deep breath and began walking slowly towards the door that led into the lounge. By the time she reached it, her heart was pounding in her chest. She reached down, turned the handle, pushed the door open, and quickly poked her head inside. The lounge was empty. There was no one there. But the instant her head was inside that room, the feeling that someone was down there with her spiked dramatically. She got goosebumps all over her body. She ran into the lounge and started looking behind all the chairs and the sofas, praying at this point that she would find Denise hiding there. But after searching every corner of the room, she found nothing. Finally, Jenny turned around, her back to the far wall of the lounge, completely overcome with fear. She was now at the very front of the lower level. There was no one in the lounge. She knew there was no one in the kitchen. But the terrifying sensation that she was not alone was stronger than ever. She knew she had to get back to the elevator, which meant crossing the entire lounge, going through the door, and crossing the kitchen. Almost instinctively, Jenny moved to the left side of the lounge, pressing her back flat against the wall so that she could be certain no one was behind her. Then she began to slowly inch her way along the wall, back towards the open door that led to the kitchen. As she shimmied along, her view of the kitchen got wider and wider. The whole time she was thinking, I'm going to see someone in there. I have to. This feeling isn't going away, but when she finally reached the doorway and stepped back into the kitchen, it was still completely empty. At that point, she made a run for the elevator. She started frantically hitting the call button, constantly looking over her shoulder, feeling that awful sensation that someone was right behind her. Finally, the elevator car arrived. She jumped inside, slammed the doors shut, hit the button for the main level, and began her ascent. When the elevator doors opened back on the main level, Jenny practically collided with another flight attendant who was standing right outside, a woman named Mildred. After they both regained their balance, Mildred got a good look at Jenny's face and could see immediately that something was terribly wrong. Jenny was pale, she was sweating, she was shaking. Mildred asked her, "Jenny, are you okay? What's going on?" Jenny just stammered, I don't know. I can't explain what's going on. I don't know. But Mildred, instead of pressing for details, just took her by the arm and said, "Jenny, you need to come with me." Mildred led Jenny to a small crew area behind the elevators, out of view of the passengers. And standing there was Denise. And Denise looked just as bad as Jenny did. She was pale as a ghost, sweating, and looked completely shaken. It turned out that in the few minutes while Jenny had been up on the main level looking for Denise, Denise had been down on the lower level, and Denise's experience had been a mirror image of Jenny's. She said that when she got off the elevator into the kitchen, no one was there. But she immediately had the same powerful sense that Jenny was down there somewhere, a strong feeling that she was not alone. When she opened the door and looked into the empty lounge, it spooked her so badly that she immediately turned around, ran back to the elevator, and went straight back upstairs. And as she was going up in her elevator, she had passed Jenny, who was in the other elevator on her way back down. Once again, they had just missed each other. These two women, who had never experienced anything like this before, had just had nearly identical, terrifying experiences, completely independent of each other, just a few minutes apart, in the exact same location. It was far too much of a coincidence for them to just dismiss it. 1 month later, that same plane, number 318, was sitting at the gate at Newark Liberty International Airport in New Jersey. The flight crew was on board, conducting their pre-flight checks before their morning flight to Miami. After most of the checks were completed, the passengers were allowed to board. Once it seemed like everyone was on and had taken their seats, the senior flight attendant, a woman named Sis, began her final head count to make sure the number of people on the plane matched the manifest. As she walked up and down the aisles, carefully counting each passenger, she realized their count was off by 1. They had 1 person too many. So Sis started her count again, this time more slowly. She quickly found the source of the discrepancy. As she was counting the passengers in the first-class cabin, she noticed a man in an Eastern Airlines captain's uniform sitting in one of the seats. Immediately, Sis thought to herself, okay, I don't recognize him, but he must be deadheading. Deadheading is a common practice in the airline industry where an off-duty employee, like a pilot or flight attendant, will catch a ride on a company flight to get to another airport where they're scheduled to work. In the 1970s, it wasn't uncommon for these employees to just check the flight manifest, see if there was an open seat, and get on board without formally notifying the flight crew beforehand. So, Sis assumed that this was the case with this captain. He was the extra person, and she just needed to get his name to add him to the manifest. Sis walked up the aisle until she was standing right in front of the captain, who was just sitting there staring straight ahead, motionless. Sis introduced herself and politely asked him if he was deadheading. But the captain didn't respond. He didn't even turn his head or seem to acknowledge her presence in any way, even though she was standing right in front of him and speaking very clearly. Sis waited for a moment, a bit confused, and then asked again, a little louder this time, "Excuse me, sir, what's your name? I need to account for you on our flight." But again, the captain just sat there, completely still, without reacting at all. By now, another flight attendant named Diane had noticed the strange interaction and walked over to see what was going on. She watched as Sis tried a third time to get the man's attention, but he still did nothing. Diane and Sis exchanged a puzzled look, unsure of what to do. Finally, Sis said, "Okay, I'm going to go get the captain. He can deal with this." So, Diane stayed in the aisle next to the silent seated man, while Sis walked up to the cockpit to get the flight's actual captain, whose name was George. George came out of the cockpit with Sis, and they walked back down the aisle towards the strange passenger. By the time they got there, several other passengers in the first-class cabin had noticed the commotion and were turned around in their seats, watching this bizarre scene unfold. George, Sis, and Diane were now all standing in the aisle next to the silent captain. George crouched down to get a good look at the man's face, since he was still just looking straight ahead with his hat on, and no one had really seen him clearly. As George knelt down and saw the man's face for the first time, his own face went white with shock. He stumbled backward and gasped, "Oh my God, that's Bob Loft." It was the same Bob Loft who had been the captain of Flight 401 and had died in the crash in the Everglades. George had known Bob well and recognized him instantly. But before anyone, George, Sis, Diane, or the half-dozen passengers who were watching could process what was happening, the seated, silent figure that looked exactly like Captain Bob Loft vanished. He didn't get up and walk away. He just dematerialized into thin air, right in front of their eyes. The reaction was immediate pandemonium. The 6 passengers who had witnessed it became hysterical. They were screaming and crying, unable to comprehend what they had just seen. George, Diane, and Sis were also deeply shaken, but they knew they were in charge and had to maintain order. They tried to calm the distraught passengers while their own minds were racing. They told themselves that no one can just disappear. This man had to be hiding somewhere on the plane. They quickly organized a thorough search. For over an hour, the flight was delayed as the crew searched every single part of that plane, every closet, every overhead bin, every lavatory, every nook and cranny, but they found no trace of the man. After a very long delay, and with a very rattled group of passengers and crew, plane number 318 eventually took off. When they landed in Miami, the very first thing George, Diane, and Sis did was go to the operations office and file an official report detailing exactly what they had seen. But Eastern Airlines, it seemed, didn't want this story getting out. A couple of weeks later, when some other employees heard about the incident and wanted to read the report for themselves, the official logbook where these reports were kept had conspicuously gone missing. And when these employees asked their superiors about it, the official word from the company was that George, Diane, and Sis had never filed any such reports. The airline insisted that there was no vanishing person and that the whole story was a fabrication. But George, Diane, and Sis stood by their story. They knew they had filed those reports. And apparently, some other pilots at the airline had managed to see the reports before the logbook disappeared, and they would later tell others that what they had read was absolutely terrifying. Over the next 2 years, an astounding number of other completely unexplainable events would take place on various planes within the Eastern Airlines fleet. But there was a strange pattern to these occurrences. The bizarre events only seemed to happen on the L-1011 jets that had been fitted with salvaged parts from the wreckage of Flight 401. There were more sightings of the silent, seated captain who looked just like Bob Loft. In one instance, an Eastern Airlines vice president was on a flight when he saw the apparition of the captain sitting in a first-class seat. Just like before, the figure vanished into thin air right in front of him. The executive was so freaked out that he ran off the plane and demanded that the entire aircraft be searched from top to bottom. But, just like the last time, nothing was found. On another occasion, a member of a catering company that was loading food onto the lower level of an L-1011 right into the galley kitchen spotted a man who looked exactly like Don Repo, the flight engineer from Flight 401, wandering around the lower deck. The catering worker called out to the man, and the figure turned towards him, and then, just like Bob Loft, vanished into thin air. The catering crew was so frightened by this that they refused to go back on the plane, causing a massive delay. On another flight, this one on board plane number 318, again, the pilot and co-pilot in the cockpit started hearing a strange banging sound coming from below them from the hellhole. The pilot got up, opened the trapdoor, and climbed down into the compartment with a flashlight. He looked all around, but didn't see anything. But as he started to climb back up into the cockpit, he looked up, and standing there, looking down at him, was the figure of Don Repo. The apparition stared at him for a second, and then promptly vanished. On yet another flight, a female passenger in the main cabin, who had been sitting quietly for the entire journey, suddenly began screaming hysterically. When the flight attendants rushed over to her, she was pointing frantically at the empty seat next to her. She told them that a man had suddenly appeared in that seat. He didn't walk up the aisle, he just materialized right next to her. And then, when she started screaming, he disappeared just as suddenly. The woman was so traumatized by the experience that when the plane finally landed in Phoenix, Arizona, she had to be restrained in a straitjacket as she was taken off the plane. But as terrifying as all of these events were, there was at least one instance where these apparitions seemed to be trying to help. One captain reported that he walked into the cockpit before a flight and found the figure of flight engineer Don Repo standing there. Before the captain could react, the apparition of Don calmly told him about a specific and serious malfunction in one of the plane's engines. And then he vanished. The captain was horrified by what he had just seen, but he took the warning seriously. He had the maintenance crew look at the engine, and sure enough, they found the exact malfunction that the ghostly figure of Don Repo had described, a problem that could have been catastrophic if it hadn't been caught. Then, finally, in 1974, after nearly 2 years of these strange and unsettling events, it all just came to an abrupt stop. No one knows for sure why the sightings ended. But it was in 1974 that Eastern Airlines, despite publicly denying all the reports and insisting that nothing strange was happening, quietly made a significant change. They went through their entire fleet of L-1011 jets and systematically removed every single part that had been salvaged from the wreckage of Flight 401. They replaced perfectly good, expensive, and certified parts, and they never gave an official reason for doing so. And after they did that, the hauntings, the sightings of Bob Loft and Don Repo, all of it just stopped. And if there is one thing that makes the story of Flight 401 terrifying, it is that dozens of people, many of whom had never met, described seeing the deceased crew members exactly the same on completely different flights. And after Eastern Airlines quietly removed the salvaged wreckage from their planes, the sightings abruptly stopped. Thank you all very much for watching. The paranormal does not really have a place in the military, despite what anybody tells you. It is just not something that gets discussed. Now, I was a bit of an anomaly because I was in the Navy for 7 years, and 5 of those years were spent on a SEAL team. Maybe because we were in such small teams, people had to put up with my weirdness and my interest in the strange happenings around the world. But really, that was an anomaly, and I think it comes from the culture inside the military where you have a group of people that has such an intense job. It is a job that is so rooted in practical approaches to problem solving that there is simply no time to be theorizing about how demons and ghosts and things that are out of this world are having an impact on us. We need to focus on what is happening right now in front of our faces. There is simply no space for anything else. And so, when you do hear stories coming out of the military that are paranormal in nature, it is not that you should inherently believe them right away, but rather you should understand that if military personnel have come to the conclusion that something is paranormal, they have ruled out virtually everything else. They have looked at the logical explanations, the tactical explanations, and the physical evidence, and they found absolutely nothing that makes sense. So today, I am going to share a military paranormal story that happened in Afghanistan back in the year 2009, when 8 United States Marines were stationed at a very isolated observation post in the middle of Helmand Province. Some very strange things happened out there, and the Marines who were there believe those events are still plaguing them to this very day. In June of 2009, United States and NATO forces surged into Afghanistan. Troop numbers escalated dramatically in preparation for this massive offensive against the Taliban. During this surge, a very small team of Marines was given a mission to go to an observation post in Helmand Province, where a group of British soldiers was stationed at the time. An observation post, or an OP, as it is called in the military, is any location where you are able to observe, hence the name. Most OPs, if not all of them, are located on high ground because that provides you with the best possible view of the surrounding area. Observation posts are strategically very valuable because you have the advantage of the higher ground and you can see what is going on around you. And so, as a result, these observation posts become prime targets for enemy attacks. Now, the observation post that these Marines were going to, which was called OP Rock, was a little bit unique. It was strategically very important, but it did not actually have the higher ground. All around OP Rock, there were other large pieces of terrain, like hills and mountains. This meant that if you poked your head up for too long, you might get shot by a sniper hiding on one of those mountains. And so OP Rock was a very dangerous and incredibly isolated place to be, not to mention laughably small and having almost no amenities. There were basically a couple of HESCO barriers, which are those big brown squares that get filled with sand and dirt to stop bullets, and then there were not even any cots. The Marines slept literally on the ground on simple sleeping pads with a couple of ghillie tents overhead, and that was about it. So, these Marines were going to be there for 60 days where they were not going to be able to go anywhere else. They were just isolated and stuck on this tiny little wasteland in the middle of Helmand Province. The 8 Marines were led by Sergeant Green, and his second in command was Corporal Lena. The other junior Marines in the squad were Zolik, Hoyt, Wilson, Parker, Smith, Gibbs, and Diggs. After driving their up-armored vehicles all the way through the snaking pass that led to OP Rock, they found the British soldiers anxiously waiting for them. Normally, anytime you turn over with any other unit, you do something called turnover operations. Because you are new to the area, you want to go out and do something like a presence patrol to get a feel for the area with the people who have been there to kind of give you a lay of the land. They are supposed to warn you about where they think there are improvised explosive devices, or tell you if a certain area puts you in plain sight of the enemy where they can shoot you easily. But when the Marines got to OP Rock, the British were so anxious to leave that they did not do any turnover operations at all. The British soldiers looked totally weathered, beaten down, and ragged, like they had been fighting at OP Rock for decades. But the reality was, they had only been there for 60 days, which was the exact same amount of time that these Marines were about to spend there. And before they left, one of the British soldiers turned and said, "Hey, just so you know, if you dig anything up here, just put it back." The Marines looked at him like, "What are you talking about?" But he did not elaborate on his words. He just looked at them and said again, "If you dig anything up, just put it back, trust me." And so, that night, the men settled into their new home for the next 60 days. The way it works on any base in the world, but certainly in an active war zone, is that there is always someone manning a guard post. And so, on that very first night, it happened to be Corporal Lena's turn to be on watch. Corporal Lina was the second in command of these Marines, and he was up in the guard tower. You gotta put yourself in his mind to understand what this was like. Even if you have never been to Afghanistan, just imagine being out in the middle of absolutely nowhere. You are in the middle of a mountainous desert with no villages, no people, and no lights. But at the same time, you are hanging it out there. You are totally exposed. There are people in the mountains all around you who want to kill you, and you know this for a fact. It is just you and 7 other sleeping people right there in your little tiny observation post. All you have is a radio where you can call back to your main base, which is far enough away that if something bad happened, you had better hope that you could get through to them, and you had better hope they could get over to you as quickly as possible. The great fear when you are in these remote locations is that you are going to get ambushed by the enemy. There are so many stories about these complex attacks being launched on small little outposts where all of a sudden small groups of Marines just get totally overrun by the Taliban. So, standing guard is a terrifying thing. When I was in Afghanistan, I did not stand all that much guard duty, but when I did, you were up in that little shack and you were looking out into this vast expanse of absolute nothingness. You start wondering if people are watching you right now, or if someone is taking aim at you through a scope. You are protected by the barrier, and you are doing all the things you are supposed to do, but nighttime in Afghanistan, standing guard duty is very eerie. And so, on this first night, Corporal Lena is up there in the guard tower, and it is very quiet. Suddenly, his radio that is sitting right next to him starts crackling. This was a military-grade radio, which looks like a big walkie-talkie. Now, military radios are built to be very durable, but they are also quite old in terms of technology, and it is not uncommon for them to falter. That is why the military has people who specialize in just radios to fix these things, because if you lose your line of communication, you are completely screwed. So Lena is sitting there, and he starts hearing this static and crackling on the radio. He notices it, but he does not think much of it at first. The crackling stops, and he goes back to looking out into the mountainside, doing his typical guard duty. But then, the crackling picks up again. This time, he thinks he can hear someone speaking on the radio. It did not sound like English. It did not even sound like words necessarily, but it was a little bit louder. Now, he is really paying attention to it because he is worried his radio might be going bad. He took the battery off, looked at it, blew any dust off the contacts, reconnected the battery, rebooted the radio, and put it back down. He was a little more keyed into the radio now. A couple of minutes later, he hears the crackling again. And now, he can clearly hear a voice. He thinks someone is speaking in Russian. But the problem was that this was an encrypted military radio. You do not just pick up random signals all over the place on an encrypted channel. You only pick up people who have your specific encryption keys. It made absolutely no sense for him to be picking up a random Russian voice. This had to be someone on his own team. but he knew that his guys were all asleep. He looked down into the camp and counted them. There they were, sleeping on the ground. No one was on the radio. So he picked up his handset and called into the main base. He asked them if anyone was pushing traffic out to OP Rock. Right away, he got a response from the main base saying they were not pushing or receiving any traffic. Lena was not terrified yet, but he knew something strange was going on with the radio. The crackling, gurgling, and weird sounds persisted throughout the entire night. It got to the point where, the next morning, when the next guard came on duty to relieve him, Lena told him that he thought there was something wrong with the radio and that he should probably switch it out for another one. After Lena was relieved of guard duty, he went down to check on the other Marines. At this point, everybody was awake. It was the start of their first full day at OP Rock. Because they had absolutely nothing else to do besides defend this tiny piece of land, they started taking stock of how well fortified the base actually was. They wanted to find ways to improve their defenses. They noticed that there was a trench dug around the inside of the perimeter of OP Rock right up against the HESCO barriers. This trench was designed to allow a Marine to stand inside it and move around without their head or torso jutting out above the barriers, which would run the risk of getting shot by a sniper on the surrounding hills. But as they looked at the trench, they realized it was not deep enough. It was only about 2 feet deep. If you stood in it, you would still be completely exposed to enemy fire. They started wondering why the British soldiers, who had been there for 60 days, had not dug a deeper trench. It seemed like common sense. So, Corporal Lena and the rest of the Marines decided they were going to spend that entire day digging the trench a little bit deeper and a little bit wider. They grabbed their shovels and got to work. As they were digging, Lena's shovel hit something hard and metallic in the dirt. He stopped, knelt down, and cleared away the soil. He pulled out a long metal stake. It looked like an engineering stake. He brushed the heavy dirt off the stake and examined it closely. He could see some foreign writing engraved into the metal. It looked like Cyrillic, which is Russian writing. Lena thought to himself that this was not incredibly weird. Back in the 1980s, the Soviet Union had invaded Afghanistan and occupied the country. It was entirely possible that Soviet soldiers had been stationed on this very hill and had left some of their gear behind, which had eventually gotten buried by the wind and sand. He tossed the stake aside and kept digging. But about 10 meters away from where Lena was working, one of the younger Marines, a guy named Wilson, was digging his section of the trench. At some point, Wilson's shovel struck the ground and a small pocket in the dry soil opened up. He stopped and looked down into the hole. Inside, he could see some old pottery and pieces of what looked like hand-painted ceramics. He reached in and pulled out some of the plates and pots. But as he reached in further to see what else was in the hole, he felt something large and hard. He dug around it and pulled it out. It was a massive human bone. Specifically, it was a human femur, which is the large thigh bone. Wilson was completely shocked. He called the other Marines over to look at it. They gathered around the hole and looked at the bone. They did not really know what to do with it, so they ultimately decided to just tuck the leg bone back into the hole where Wilson had found it. They stopped digging in that specific area and moved to other sections of the trench to continue their work. But the problem was that they could not dig more than a couple of inches in any direction without running into more human remains. Every time a shovel hit the dirt, they would hear the sound of metal scraping against bone. By the end of the afternoon, they had unearthed dozens of skeletons inside of that trench. There were skulls, ribs, arm bones, and leg bones scattered everywhere in the dirt. The Marines realized right then that this was exactly what the British soldier had meant when he told them that if they dug anything up, they needed to put it back. They had literally set up their camp on top of a massive mass grave. They spent the rest of the evening carefully placing all of the bones back into the trench and shoveling the dirt back over them. It was an incredibly unsettling realization, and the atmosphere at OP Rock immediately became much heavier. A couple of weeks went by, and the Marines at this point had accepted that they were living in a very creepy place. They tried to go about their daily routines, clean their weapons, eat their meals, and stand their guard shifts, but the thought of the skeletons buried just inches beneath their feet was always in the back of their minds. Then, on day 13 of being at OP Rock, Hoyt, who had just turned 20 years old, was up on guard duty during the night shift. It was pitch black outside. Hoyt was sitting in the guard tower, looking out into the darkness. As he was sitting there, he suddenly started getting this really uncomfortable feeling. It was a physical sensation that someone was standing right behind him in the small guard shack. It was so intense that he felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up. He knew that logically he was the only one up there. The other Marines were supposed to be asleep down below. At one point, the feeling became so overwhelming that Hoyt turned around to look at what was behind him, expecting to see one of his teammates standing there. But the guard shack was completely empty. He turned back around to face the outside of the perimeter, and just as he did, coming from outside the wire where he had just been looking, he heard a horrible, blood-curdling scream. It sounded like a person in extreme agony. Hoyt was terrified. He grabbed his night vision goggles and put them over his eyes. He started scanning the desert landscape, looking for any sign of movement. The scream had been so loud and so sudden that the other Marines down below had also been jolted awake by it. They grabbed their weapons and jumped out of their sleeping bags, scrambling to the edges of the post. They looked up at Hoyt in the guard tower and started yelling to ask him what was going on. Hoyt was looking through his goggles, and all of a sudden, about 200 meters away from the perimeter, he saw a dark figure. It was a man, and he was running incredibly fast from one bush to another bush. Hoyt yelled down to the guys that he had a target. He told them he had a guy about 200 meters out running right to left. The Marines immediately assumed this was a Taliban scout or an insurgent preparing for an attack, so they went into combat mode. Corporal Lena ran over to the edge of the HESCO barriers right below the guard tower. He raised his rifle, which was equipped with a thermal imaging scope. A thermal scope detects heat signatures, so any living thing, whether it is a human or an animal, will glow brightly against the cold background of the desert night. Lena looked through the scope and scanned the exact area where Hoyt was pointing. But there was nothing there. The thermal image was completely cold. There was no heat signature of any kind. There were no people, no animals, nothing. Lena was confused and frustrated. He yelled up to Hoyt, asking him exactly where he needed to look. Hoyt was looking through his night vision goggles and could still see the figure. He yelled back that the man was right there behind that specific bush. But every time Lena looked through the thermal scope at that exact bush, there was absolutely nothing. At this point, the Marines also had a dog with them. She was a stray dog that they had inherited from the British soldiers, and her name was Ugly Betty. The Marines loved Ugly Betty. They fed her, took care of her, and treated her like a member of their squad. Ugly Betty was usually very calm, but she was also incredibly good at identifying when people were approaching the outpost. She was an excellent watchdog. And during this entire chaotic event, Ugly Betty had been standing at the edge of the barrier, looking in the exact same direction where Hoyt was seeing the figure. She was barking like an absolute maniac, her growls deep and aggressive. Even after the Marines looked with their thermal scopes and confirmed that there was no physical heat signature out there, they could not get Ugly Betty to calm down. She was completely transfixed on that empty patch of desert, baring her teeth and growling at something they could not see on their advanced thermal technology. The Marines spent the rest of the night on high alert. They stayed behind the barriers, holding their weapons, waiting for an attack to begin. They expected a sniper shot, a rocket, or a group of fighters to rush the walls. But the night remained completely silent and nothing ever happened. The next morning, when the sun came up and they still had not been attacked, they just shrugged it off. They tried to convince themselves that Hoyt had just seen an animal or that the stress of the deployment was making them jumpy, but in reality, the tension at OP Rock was starting to build. Another couple of weeks went by. On day 26 of their deployment, a junior Marine named Zolik was scheduled for the night guard shift. It was an incredibly hot summer night. The air in Helmand province was thick and stifling, and there was absolutely no breeze. Zolik was sweating so badly that he actually took his helmet off just to get some relief from the heat. He was leaning against the frame of the guard shack, staring out into the vast open desert. It was a completely quiet night. But then, all of a sudden, Zolik felt the temperature inside the guard shack drop dramatically. It did not just get a little cooler, it became freezing cold in a matter of seconds. It was so cold that Zolik actually started shivering, and he could see his own breath in the air. He thought to himself that this made no sense. There was no wind, and there was no weather front moving in. It was just a localized pocket of freezing air right inside his tiny wooden shack. As he was trying to understand what was happening, he got that same uncomfortable feeling that Hoyt had described. He felt like someone was standing directly behind him, breathing on his neck. He quickly spun around, but the shack was empty. He turned back around, but then he started hearing whispering. The whispering sounded like it was coming from inside the shack with him right next to his ears. It was a low, urgent murmuring, but he could not make out the words. It did not sound like English. Zolik started to panic. He wondered if he was finally losing his mind from the sleep deprivation and the constant stress. He tried to calm his breathing. But then he heard the distinct sound of footsteps scraping across the wooden roof of the guard shack right above his head. Zolik's first thought was that this must be a prank. He knew that Smith was the class clown of the group and loved to play jokes on people. He figured Smith must have snuck out of his sleeping pad, climbed up the back of the guard tower, and was now whispering and walking on the roof to scare him. Zolik wanted to catch him in the act. He jumped out of the guard shack and looked up at the roof, fully expecting to see Smith standing there laughing. But there was no one on the roof. The wooden planks were completely empty. Zolik was deeply spooked now. He did a quick search around the base of the tower, thinking maybe Smith had jumped down and was hiding on the side. But there was no one there. He looked over at the sleeping area where the other Marines were, and he could see that they were all fast asleep on their pads. It was not Smith, and it was not any of his teammates. Zolik climbed back up into the guard shack, his heart pounding in his chest. He grabbed his rifle and raised it to his eye, looking through his thermal scope. He began scanning the perimeter of the base. He knew that if there was a real person out there, they would show up bright white on the thermal display. He was scanning the dark desert, thinking about the weird figure Hoyt had seen 2 weeks earlier. As he swept the scope across the landscape, he suddenly stopped. There, about 200 meters away, was the heat signature of a man. The man was standing completely still, but his body language was incredibly bizarre. He had both of his fists raised in the air, right next to his head, as if he was celebrating or preparing to fight. Zolik was so taken aback by this strange posture that he actually lowered his rifle to look with his naked eyes. The moon was very bright that night, and the desert was well illuminated, but when Zolik looked with his own eyes, he couldn't see anything. He quickly raised his rifle and looked through the thermal scope again. The figure was completely gone. There was no heat signature anywhere near that spot. Zolik was terrified. He was a young Marine, and he was already feeling incredibly depressed and exhausted from the isolation of OP Rock. He felt like he was experiencing severe combat fatigue. He began to convince himself that he was losing his mind. He thought that if he told the other Marines about the whispering, the cold air, the footsteps on the roof, and the disappearing man with his fists raised, they would just think he was crazy or weak. So he decided to keep it to himself for the rest of his watch. He sat in the cold shack, listening to the whispers and the footsteps on the roof, trying his best to ignore them until his shift was finally over. When the sun came up, Zolik knew he could not take another night at OP Rock. He went straight to his leadership, Sergeant Green and Corporal Lena. He told them everything that had happened. He confessed that he was seeing and hearing things, and he formally requested to be transferred off the observation post. The leaders saw how distressed he was, and they granted his request. They arranged for him to be taken back to the main base on the next supply vehicle. But the other Marines were not supportive. They were actually very angry with Zolik. They felt like he was abandoning them. They believed he was just using the crazy card to get out of the deployment because he didn't want to be at this miserable outpost anymore. They laughed at his stories and made fun of him, completely dismissing his claims of paranormal activity. But the skepticism of the remaining Marines would not last very long. Just a couple of days after Zolik left the post, it was Corporal Lena's turn to stand the night guard shift in that very same guard shack. Lena was a seasoned leader, and he did not believe in ghosts or superstition. He was focused entirely on keeping his men safe. As he sat in the tower looking out over the dark valley, Ugly Betty, who was sleeping near the base of the tower, suddenly stood up. Her ears perked up, and she began growling. Then she started barking incredibly aggressively at a specific spot on the mountainside. Lena knew that Ugly Betty did not bark like this for no reason. He immediately grabbed his night vision goggles and put them on, scanning the rocky slope of the mountain. He stopped when he saw a figure standing on the mountainside a few hundred meters away. The figure looked like a person, and Lena assumed it was a Taliban scout monitoring their movements. To confirm the target before opening fire, Lena switched to his thermal scope. But when he looked through the thermal, the mountainside was completely empty. There was no heat signature at all. He lowered the rifle and went back to his night vision goggles. What he saw next made his blood run cold. The figure was still there, but it was now about 100 meters closer to the base. It had covered an immense distance in the split second it took Lena to switch scopes. It was physically impossible for a human being to move that fast across steep, rocky terrain in total darkness. Lena felt a wave of pure terror wash over him. He frantically raised his rifle to look through the thermal scope again, desperately trying to get a lock on the target. But once again, the thermal display showed nothing but cold rock. Lena was shaking. He put the thermal down and reached for his night vision goggles one more time, but the figure was gone. And right at that exact second, as Lena was standing there alone in the dark tower, he felt a firm, distinct tap on his shoulder. It felt exactly like someone was standing behind him, tapping him to get his attention. Lena gasped and spun around, raising his hands to defend himself. He expected to see one of his Marines who had climbed up to check on him. But there was absolutely no one there. The guard tower was completely empty, and when he looked down into the camp, he could see the remaining Marines all asleep on their pads. Lena stood there in silence, his heart hammering against his ribs. He realized at that moment that Zolik had been telling the truth. He felt a deep sense of guilt for not believing his friend and for letting him leave under a cloud of suspicion. Over the next 10 days, the remaining Marines, Hoyt, Smith, and Wilson, would all experience almost identical events while standing watch in that guard shack. They all felt the sudden freezing temperature, they all heard the whispers, and they all saw the strange figures that did not show up on thermal imaging. The men stopped laughing. They stopped making jokes. They realized that whatever was happening at OP Rock was very real, and they were completely trapped there with it. As the days crawled by, the psychological toll on the remaining Marines became almost unbearable. They were sleep-deprived, constantly paranoid and terrified of the night. Finally, they reached day 59 of their 60-day deployment. They had only one more night left before the relief force was scheduled to arrive and take them back to the safety of the main base. They were doing everything they could to just survive those last 24 hours. But then, in the late afternoon, something went wrong. All of their communication equipment went completely dead. Their primary military radios, which had been working fine despite some static, suddenly lost all signal. Corporal Lena went over to Gibbs, who was their communications specialist, and asked him what was going on. Gibbs was frantically working on the gear, swapping out batteries, checking the antennas, and trying to reboot the systems. He looked up at Lena, completely stressed out, and said that he had no idea what was wrong. He had not changed any settings, and all the equipment was physically intact, but they were getting absolutely nothing. They tried to use their backup satellite phone, but the satellite signal was incredibly weak, and they could not get a call through. The Marines were now completely cut off from the outside world. If they were attacked, they would not be able to call for air support, artillery, or reinforcements. They were entirely on their own. They decided to double their security for the final night, placing extra ammunition at each post and keeping everyone on high alert. Wilson was the one manning the guard tower as darkness fell. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. The men sat in their defensive positions, clutching their weapons, staring into the dark, waiting for the night to end. And then, in the middle of the night, the silence was shattered. Suddenly, a massive volume of heavy machine gun fire opened up right outside the perimeter. The sound was deafening. It sounded like multiple enemy machine guns firing simultaneously from very close range. Wilson screamed from the guard tower, trying to yell out where the fire was coming from, but the noise was too loud. The muzzle flashes seemed to be coming from all directions. Bullets were apparently snapping through the air, and the Marines could hear them whizzing over their heads. They scrambled to their positions, diving behind the thick HESCO barriers for cover. Corporal Lena ran up into the guard tower, grabbed Wilson by his tactical vest, and pulled him down. He screamed over the noise, asking Wilson where the enemy was. Wilson was terrified and yelled back that he didn't know that the gunfire was coming from everywhere at once. And then they heard the unmistakable, terrifying whistle of a rocket-propelled grenade. It was a high-pitched, shrieking sound that grew louder and louder as it approached. The Marines braced themselves for the impact, closing their eyes and covering their heads. They heard a massive explosion as the RPG apparently smashed directly into the center of the observation post, followed by the sound of burning metal and debris. The machine gun fire continued to pour into the base. It was a non-stop, intense barrage. Some of the younger Marines, fearing that the barriers would not hold, low-crawled through the dirt and slid into the shallow trenches they had dug weeks earlier. They lay flat on their stomachs, pressing their faces into the dirt, listening to the chaos above them. They expected the enemy to breach the walls at any second. They were waiting for the physical hand-to-hand combat that would follow. But as they lay there in the trench, right on top of the buried skeletons, the gunfire continued to roar. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the noise stopped. The silence that followed was heavy and absolute. The Marines did not move. In combat, when the shooting stops, you do not just stand up and celebrate. You assume it is a trick or a pause while the enemy reloads or repositions. So they stayed exactly where they were, hunkered down behind the barriers and inside the trenches, holding their breath, waiting for the next round of fire. They waited for hours. The sun began to rise over the mountains, slowly illuminating the outpost. When the light was strong enough, Corporal Lena slowly raised his head above the barrier to assess the situation. He looked out over the desert, expecting to see the bodies of enemy fighters or spent ammunition casings. But the desert was empty. He then turned around to look at the damage inside the observation post. He expected to see their gear destroyed, their tents shredded by bullets, and a massive crater in the center of the camp from the RPG explosion. But as he looked around, he was completely stunned. There was absolutely no damage. The ghillie tents were perfectly intact. The HESCO barriers did not have a single bullet hole in them. There was no crater, no smoke, and no debris from an RPG. There were no spent casings on the ground outside the wire. It was as if the entire intense battle had never happened. The physical world around them was completely untouched, despite the fact that all of them had heard and felt the exact same violent attack. When the sun was fully up, the relief force finally arrived at OP Rock. They drove their armored vehicles up the snaking pass, just as the Marines had done 60 days earlier. As soon as the vehicles parked, Corporal Lina and his men did not wait for a formal turnover. They did not want to spend another second on that hill. They began throwing their gear into the back of the trucks as fast as they physically could. The incoming soldiers looked at them, confused by their frantic behavior. They asked if everything was okay and why they were in such a hurry to leave. But Lina and the other Marines did not say a word about the ghost battle, the voices, or the skeletons. They knew that if they told these new soldiers what they had experienced, they would be labeled as crazy, just like they had labeled Zolik. They just wanted to get out of there. They piled into the vehicles, and as they drove down the mountain, they looked back at OP Rock one last time. It looked like a tiny, harmless pile of dirt in the middle of a vast desert. But they knew the truth. They knew that there was something deeply wrong with that place. But the nightmare did not end when they left OP Rock. Fast forward to the months and years that followed that deployment, the lives of the Marines who had been on that hill began to fall apart in tragic ways. Shortly after returning from Afghanistan, 3 of the 8 Marines, Smith, Parker, and Diggs, were killed in separate, unrelated instances. Smith was killed, Parker was killed, and Diggs was killed, all within a short span of time. It seemed like a series of horrible, tragic coincidences, but to the survivors, it felt like something much more sinister. Sergeant Green, their leader, was later involved in a devastating improvised explosive device blast during another tour. He survived the explosion, but he was very badly injured, suffering life-altering physical and psychological trauma. Of the men who had stood on that hill, only a few remained unscathed, and even they were deeply scarred by what they had seen and heard. Corporal Lina, who eventually left the military, could never shake the feeling that they had brought something back with them from OP Rock. He spent years researching the history of that specific location, trying to find some kind of logical explanation for what had happened to them. And what he discovered through his research was absolutely chilling. It turns out that OP Rock was not just a random hill in the desert. It was a site of immense, repeated bloodshed that stretched back for decades. During the Soviet invasion of Afghanistan in the 1980s, the Soviet army had identified this specific hill as a highly strategic location. At the time, a group of local Mujahideen fighters was using the hill as a base to launch guerrilla attacks against the Soviets. The Soviet military launched a massive, brutal assault on the hill. They captured the position and executed every single Mujahideen fighter they found there. They buried their bodies in a shallow trench right there on the hill. The Soviets then established their own observation post on the rock, building fortifications and setting up a permanent guard force. But a few years later, the tables turned. The local Mujahideen fighters launched a surprise counterattack on the Soviet post. They overran the position and slaughtered the Soviet soldiers who were stationed there, burying them in the exact same trenches where the Mujahideen had been buried. This explained why Corporal Lina had found that metal engineering stake with Russian writing on it, and why they had found dozens of skeletons buried right next to it. But the bloodshed did not stop there, not by a long shot. Years later, when the United States and NATO forces invaded Afghanistan, the Taliban were using the hill as an observation post. The coalition forces launched an airstrike and a ground assault, killing the Taliban fighters and taking control of the hill. Every single group that had ever occupied OP Rock had met a violent, bloody, and tragic end on that very spot. The soil was literally saturated with the blood of hundreds of soldiers from different nations, all buried together in the same shallow dirt. Lena began to realize that the experiences they had on the hill were not random hallucinations. They were a direct result of the dark history of that haunted land. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time. See ya. One afternoon in November of 1980, 8-year-old John Reed sat at a small table on the veranda of a hotel in the remote Brazilian village of Barcelos. It had taken him 2 full days by boat to get there from the Amazon city of Manaus. Sitting across from him was the legendary chief of the Uga Mongola tribe, a man named Tatanka Nara. For the past 10 days, John had listened to Tatanka tell impossible stories about hidden cities deep beneath the jungle and ancient civilizations protected from the modern world. Most people would have dismissed those stories immediately. But not John. With every conversation, he found himself believing more and more. And sitting there now, staring across the table at the man he had dreamed about meeting since he was a child, John had no idea that this belief was about to completely consume his life. This place, Barcelos, and this man, Tatanka, were a world away from where John had grown up. He was from San Francisco, California, a place of suburbs and city streets. But even as a kid, he had dreamed of coming to this exact spot, of meeting this exact man. It was surreal to him that he had actually made it happen. And if things continued to go the way John hoped they would, he might never have to go back to America. Because John wasn't on a vacation. He was on a quest. He was in Barcelos to be the person who finally found the long-lost city of Akakor. Now, there was almost no historical record that this city ever actually existed. The only real mention of it was in a single book called The Chronicle of Akakor, written by a German journalist named Karl Brugger. According to Karl's book, Akakor was the capital city of a 12,000-year-old civilization. They were supposedly like the Incas or the ancient Egyptians, a massive empire with an incredibly advanced society for their time. But Karl wrote that the people of Akakor were far superior because they were descended from actual gods. The book claimed that when European colonizers came to the Amazon, the people of Akakor weren't wiped out like so many other indigenous groups. Instead, they went underground. They literally rebuilt their capital city in a network of subterranean tunnels and hid their entire civilization from the modern world. The legend even said that they were still down there, living in secret, guarding a vast treasure that had been given to them by the gods. Most credible historians and archaeologists called Karl's book complete fiction. They said the author had just made the whole thing up to sell copies and make a quick buck. But John Reed paid no attention to the skeptics. Any small doubts he might have had about the story completely evaporated the moment he finally met Tatanka Nara in person. Tatanka wasn't just some local guide. He was a famous chief who knew the Amazon jungle like the back of his hand. But more importantly, at least to John, Tatanka had been interviewed extensively for Karl's book. He was said to be the one and only known person still alive who had actually been to the lost city of Akakor. And here he was, in the flesh, sitting right across the table from John in all his Amazonian glory. He wore just a simple loincloth, and on his chest was the very same turtle tattoo that the book described in detail. For John, this was all the proof he needed. He was absolutely looking at the right guy, the chief he had traveled thousands of miles to find. And in John's mind, if Tatanka was real, then surely everything else in that book had to be real too. But right now, in this moment, neither John nor Tatanka were saying a word. This was unusual. Normally, their meetings were very animated. Tatanka would regale John with these incredible, vivid stories about Akakor, telling him what it was like there in his heavily accented English. But Just hearing the stories wasn't enough for John anymore. He desperately wanted to know where Akakor was so that he could see it with his own eyes. So far, Tatanka had been evasive. He'd always said that the people of Akakor wanted to stay hidden, that their very survival depended on their secrecy, and that he could never give up their location. But today, John could feel that something was different. A few minutes ago, John had asked him again, more directly this time, about literally going to Akakor. And since then, Tatanka had been completely silent for a very long time, as if he was deeply considering whether or not to finally reveal the city's location. So John just waited patiently. As he sat there in that thick, intense silence, it felt like he could almost feel Tatanka's deep wisdom radiating off of him in waves. And then finally, in his soft, fragmented English, Tatanka began to speak. Almost 9 years later, on a cool evening in the spring of 1989, John's sister, a 35-year-old woman named Sandy Reed, pulled into the driveway of her home in the San Francisco area. She got out of her car to check the mail. Sandy had just gotten back from her sales job, and she was tired and a bit bleary-eyed as she reached into the mailbox and mindlessly pulled out a stack of letters and bills. But as she started sorting through the mail, the return address on one of the envelopes made her stop cold. It was a letter, postmarked from Germany. Sandy didn't know anyone who lived in Germany, so she had no idea what to expect as she quickly ripped it open. But as her eyes scanned the typed lines on the page, her hands began to shake uncontrollably. The letter was from a German detective. He said he was writing to her about her brother, John, and that the German police were sure that something very bad had happened to him. John, Sandy's brother, had gone to Brazil almost a decade earlier to find that lost civilization of Akakor. And Sandy and her parents hadn't heard a single word from him since he left. During the first few weeks of John's trip, he had written letters to them fairly regularly. But then his last message had arrived in late 1980, and after that, just complete silence. Of course, Sandy had been worried about her brother. But at the same time, she hadn't been totally surprised that he had gone radio silent. Sandy and her parents were well aware of just how obsessed John was with Akakor. It wasn't just about the adventure for him. He wanted to find this lost city in the jungle and then never come home. His plan was to stay there. So, over the years, they had kind of settled on a theory. They figured that maybe he had actually found Akakor, or maybe he had just found another remote village somewhere deep in the jungle. But either way, the way they saw it, John had likely chosen to start a new life for himself, and that's probably what he had done. For nearly a decade, that was the story they told themselves. But now, as Sandy stood there reading this letter, it was like her entire understanding of what had happened to her brother was instantly and totally fractured. She was suddenly panicked, but also completely confused. The idea that John was in trouble was terrifying enough, but why were the German police looking for him? Why wasn't it American law enforcement? As her eyes frantically scanned the rest of the page, she learned why. The detective explained that they were investigating the death or disappearance of not just John, but at least 3 other people, including a German citizen. And all of these people had apparently been lured into the Amazon by a particular book about a place called Akakor. This book, according to the detective, was complete junk. It was a fabrication. Akakor was not a real place. But the detective believed that someone was actively killing the people who came to the Amazon looking for it. The detective said they had tried to investigate further, but the Brazilian officials were being very uncooperative. He wasn't even allowed to travel to Brazil to collect evidence or try to figure out what was happening there. So basically, he was stuck. But he wanted her to know that they were looking into her brother's case. By the time Sandy finished reading that letter, she felt like she had to do something. If the German police couldn't go to Brazil, then maybe she could. And sure enough, later that same year, in June, Sandy arrived in the city of Manaus in the Amazon and checked into a hotel. She knew from John's last letters from almost 10 years ago that this was the general area where he had been before he disappeared. Her plan, roughly speaking, was to search the entire city, turn it upside down, and see what she could learn. Obviously, this was a massive undertaking. Manaus is a huge, sprawling city. But at this point, Sandy was all in on this mission. She didn't really know why. For 10 years, she'd had no idea what had happened to John. But now, it was like she felt she was being called to do whatever it took to go and find her brother. So she had quit her sales job, emptied her entire savings account, and bought a one-way flight. She even brought along a small audio tape recorder so that she could document everything so she wouldn't miss a single detail. Her plan was to spend all of her time interviewing locals, recording what they said, trying to figure out if anyone knew anything about John or about Akakor. But almost as soon as she actually started doing this on the ground in Manaus, she realized just how incredibly hard it was going to be. It had been nearly a decade since her brother had gone missing. When she met with the Brazilian law enforcement, they had virtually no details about his disappearance and couldn't tell her anything useful. And when Sandy spoke to local residents, all she heard were endless, conflicting rumors with no actual evidence to back them up. On top of that, all the rumors she heard seemed to contradict each other. Some people said a white man matching John's description had just recently been seen on the outskirts of Manaus. But then a Ninley person claimed John had been shot years ago and his bones had been found deep in the jungle. And then yet another person said, no, none of that is true. What really happened is that John found a tribe in the Amazon, not the people of Akakor, but another tribe, and he had simply decided to live with them. Even though all this information was all over the place, there was one common reaction that almost everyone Sandy spoke to had, and that was fear. Each time Sandy asked about Akakor, people would clam up, like they were genuinely scared of it. They all clearly knew about the legend, but most of the time when she brought it up, she was warned to just leave it alone. People told her not to talk about that, and that looking for Akakor could get her into serious trouble or even get her killed. So, as the days wore on, Sandy just felt herself feeling more and more confused and anxious. Each night, as she lay in her hotel bed, she wondered if she should just give up, if this whole thing was impossible. But then, it was like every night after she drifted off to sleep, she would have a dream about John. It was like he was haunting her. And in these dreams, he would say to her that Akakor was not what he thought it would be. So, just about every morning when she woke up, she would have this renewed sense of purpose, and she would continue to look for her brother. But it just kept going nowhere. However, during her last few days in Manaus, when she was basically running out of money and would have to go home soon, she heard another rumor. This one was that John had gone into the jungle to find Akakor, but he hadn't gone in blind. A local chief named Tatunka had told John how to get there. By this point, Sandy had spent 3 full weeks in and around Manaus and felt completely overwhelmed. She really hadn't made any progress. There was a definite sense of fear surrounding Akakor, and she was even starting to feel that fear herself, like looking into this could potentially get her into trouble. And in many ways, hearing about this new person, Tatunka, whether he was real or not, it actually made her more scared. She knew she should try to find him, to see if he knew where her brother was, but there was also a part of her that was just terrified of even pursuing this lead. It was like all of a sudden, Brazil just felt too big, too dangerous, and too overwhelming for her. And so, after learning about Tatunka, Sandy's reaction was to pack up her bags and leave. But after leaving Brazil, Sandy didn't just fly back to California and give up on the search for her brother. She just decided to look for him in a more roundabout way. She had heard from a local in Brazil that there was a Swiss tourist who might have seen John in the jungle. And so, after Sandy left Brazil, she went to Switzerland and spoke to this tourist. And then after speaking with that tourist, she flew to Germany and met with that detective who had sent her the initial letter. But neither the tourist nor the German detective had any new information for her. So, by the end of all that travel, Sandy still had no answers. And by this point, she also had no money. She had completely drained her savings account trying to find her brother, and it hadn't worked. Sandy seriously considered just going home. She was broke, she was scared, and she hadn't actually gotten anywhere in her search. But there was still one lead that she had not investigated, and that was Tatanka. She had abandoned it because it just felt too scary. But Sandy felt like now, if she never went back to Brazil to speak with him, she would never get any real answers. It felt like Tatanka was the key, and she had been a coward. She needed to go back there. She needed closure. So she went back to America, but she only stayed long enough to earn some quick cash by cleaning houses so that she could finance another trip to Brazil. On the 21st of June, 1990, about a year after her first trip, Sandy did return to Brazil. She took a small plane to the village of Barcelos, which she had learned was where Tatanka lived. This time, though, she brought some backup with her, a documentary producer and a reporter. She felt a lot safer coming here with a group, but she also wanted to draw attention and resources to help her with her brother's case. When they landed at the rundown airport, Sandy and her small team deboarded and walked straight into the tiny village. In the time she had been back in America earning money, Sandy had done some research on Barcelos. She knew by now that Carl Brugger's book, The Chronicle of Akakor, the book that had sent John on his quest, had really spawned an entire economy in Barcelos. Tourists came from all over the world to talk to Tatanka and to try to find the lost city. But as far as Sandy could tell, the tourist boom had not done much for the village itself. It was dirty, and the houses were all very run-down shacks. She'd read that only about 3,000 people lived there, and between all of them, they only had a single telephone. And so, as the group wandered around looking for a friendly face to give them directions, Sandy spotted a woman who was hanging her laundry up on a line outside her home. Sandy approached her and asked if she knew where Tatanka lived. The woman immediately nodded, which Sandy had expected. Sandy now knew a lot about Tatanka. She knew that basically everyone in this area knew his name. He was a renowned chief who had once led an expedition for the famous explorer Jacques Cousteau. And he was a hero, too. One time, he had saved the lives of a dozen Brazilian soldiers after their plane had crashed in the Amazon. The country's secret service was actually in his debt. And of course, Tatanka was interviewed extensively in the Chronicle of Akakor and was the only known person who had actually been to the city and knew its location. More recently, Tatanka had settled into a quieter life and was running a hotel and giving boat tours to visitors along the Rio Negro. So, Sandy got directions to Tatanka's hotel from the woman. And as Sandy and her team began heading deeper into the village to go meet this man, Sandy felt a mix of excitement and also deep fear. There was just something heavy about finally meeting this guy. Eventually, the group came to what appeared to be a very isolated-looking hotel surrounded by a high wooden gate. And inside the gated area, up on the veranda of this hotel, was a very lean, shirtless man with a turtle tattooed on his chest. Sandy knew immediately from the tattoo that that was Tatanka. As Sandy and her crew opened the gate and walked towards him, she pulled out a photo of her brother and held it up, explaining why she was there. Tatanka, at first, just kind of listened and watched as they approached him. But then, as he began to understand what she was saying, he smiled. And in broken English, he told Sandy that he was surprised she hadn't come to see him sooner. But Sandy didn't return his smile. Because as she stared at Tatanka, all she could think of was how wrong everything was. Tatanka's face, the way he spoke, the way he carried himself, none of it made any sense at all. It would turn out those dreams Sandy was having, where her brother John would appear to her and tell her that Akakor was not what he thought it would be, were absolutely correct. Akakor didn't exist. However, it was not just a fake city created by the author Carl Brugger to sell his book. No, it was something much, much weirder than that. That whole book was based almost exclusively on the stories of Tatanka Nara, the legendary Amazonian chief who Sandy was now meeting. But Tatanka, the man standing in front of Sandy, was not the chief of anything. In fact, he wasn't even Amazonian. In reality, this man parading around as Tatanka was just a random German man named Günther Hack. He had fled Germany for the Amazon in the 1960s to avoid paying child support to his ex-wife. When he arrived in the Amazon, he wanted to blend in, but he didn't speak the language and he had a very heavy German accent. So, What did he do? He created a whole made-up story about a long-lost civilization that he supposedly descended from. The entire story of Akakor was invented by this guy just so he wouldn't have to pay child support. The problem was, the Akakor legend worked a little too well. Gunther managed to convince local and even national authorities that he was an actual indigenous person. And then, fatefully, he also convinced the writer Karl Brugger that he really was from this lost civilization, which inadvertently created an entire tourism industry based on Akakor. So when Karl's book came out, Gunther found himself in a bind. To keep his tourist revenue stream afloat, he had to keep pretending that Akakor was real and that he knew where it was, while also making sure that nobody could ever actually get there. Both Sandy and the German police believed that to protect this secret, Gunther killed any tourists who insisted on actually visiting Akakor, including Sandy's brother, John Reed. Gunther Hauck has never been charged with murder and denies ever hurting anyone. John Reed's body was never found. The author, Karl Brugger, was shot to death in 1,984 inches Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and rumors still circulate about who killed him and why. As of 2024, Gunther Hauck was confirmed to be alive and still living in Barcelos, and he is still insisting that Akakor is real. To this day, explorers still travel to Barcelos to try and find it. On the night of the 14th of November, 1994, 5-6-year-old Dwight Finley drove his pickup truck up a snowy, single-lane highway in the Oregon mountains. It was late, but Dwight was incredibly alert, and it was taking every ounce of his concentration to not crash. It was snowing really, really hard, and the road was incredibly icy. Not to mention, Dwight was towing a camper van behind his truck, and the van was sort of sliding around, causing the whole rig to feel really unbalanced as he drove. And so, as he was driving along, white-knuckling the steering wheel, all he could think about was how taking this route had been such a bad idea. Dwight was a traveling salesman, and he sold fancy camper vans. That's why he had one hitched to the back of his truck to drive it from city to city and show it off to potential new customers. He had just been in the Oregon coastal town of Coos Bay and was now driving to Grants Pass, which was in the southern part of the state. The drive should have only taken about 2.5 hours, but Dwight had decided to take a longer, more scenic route that cut through the mountainous national forest. Except that now, instead of experiencing a tranquil, peaceful drive with lush, stunning Oregon scenery, he was stuck in a blizzard, fighting his way up a steep, heavily forested slope with a sheer cliff on one side. For just about anybody, this would be a harrowing experience. But for Dwight, he was especially out of his element. He was from sunny Los Angeles, California. He never drove in conditions like this. He had only very recently moved to Montana this past summer with his fiancée and 2 kids. And while Montana did have some harsh winters, he hadn't experienced one yet. So this was a completely new and terrifying experience, but Dwight was a very religious man. And so, as this drive was spiking his heart rate and making him incredibly stressed, all he began to do was just quietly and internally pray. And for a time, this seemed to work. He was staying on the road. He was making his way up the mountain. He thought he was going to get through this. But eventually, the truck began to slide on the slippery conditions. Dwight sort of panicked and hit the brakes as hard as he could, which caused the vehicle to slide even more. The next few seconds were just a blur of snow and darkness and trees. And then, after what felt like an eternity where he was thinking he was about to go right off the cliff, his truck slammed hard into a snowbank, stopping him just short of the edge. After that, everything went quiet and still. For a moment, Dwight just sat there, completely stunned. His heart was hammering in his chest, and his whole body was vibrating with adrenaline. But after a few minutes, Dwight calmed down enough that he was able to assess the situation. Number 1, he didn't go off the cliff. That was a huge win. He had survived. Then he checked himself over, and amazingly, he didn't appear to have any injuries. Also, from the inside, it seemed like his truck was okay too. Maybe he dinged up the outside from hitting the snowbank, but it just seemed like he had slid off the road and he was basically okay. To DeWitt, this felt like a miracle. He immediately felt like all that praying he had done had worked. God was looking out for him and had saved him. However, when DeWitt put his truck in reverse and attempted to drive out of the snowbank, his tires just spun. They couldn't get any traction. And so he realized, yes, he survived the crash, but he might not be able to move. And he was up here in the middle of the wilderness of the Oregon mountains. It was snowing like crazy. He had no idea what to do. It was the middle of the night. He didn't have a phone, he didn't have a radio, so he had no way to call anyone for help. He also wasn't expecting to be stuck by the side of the road, so he didn't have any food or water or really any provisions. He also hadn't seen another vehicle for a really long time, so he had no idea how frequently people use this road, especially in the winter. And he wasn't even supposed to be on this route. So if anyone went looking for him, they wouldn't look here. However, just as panic began to overwhelm him, DeWitt took a deep breath and said another prayer. God had already saved him once, and DeWitt just had to trust that he would do it again. Somehow, DeWitt was able to calm down enough that he was able to sleep. However, when he woke up, it was clear that it had been snowing all night because his truck was now way more buried in snow. The snow literally made it all the way up to the edge of his window. It was multiple feet deep out there. And so DeWitt, he turned his car back on and he threw it in reverse again, seeing if maybe now he'd be able to back out. It was pretty unlikely, but as soon as he hit the accelerator, the tires just spun. He didn't move an inch. Now, it was daylight, so he thought maybe now he could look around and see a house, a building, or some sign of life somewhere in the distance, just to give him a sense of how close he was to other people. But when he looked out his window, all he could see in every single direction were trees and snow. He actually couldn't even see the road anymore and had no idea where it was, since he'd gotten all turned around during the crash. He was just in this whiteout. DeWitt was trying his best not to panic. Instead, he focused on what he had, what supplies were available to him right now. He started looking around the inside of his truck, and he found he actually had a lot of useful stuff. There were some cushions and a sheet so he could make a bed for himself to curl up in. And he could also use the truck's heater to keep himself warm and to melt snow for drinking water. He'd obviously just have to be careful not to burn through too much fuel. Also, DeWitt had the camper that was attached to the back of his truck, which you would think would be great for a situation like this. You could just live in the camper until you get rescued. Except DeWitt knew this wasn't really a real camper. It was a demo model. It was completely unfurnished. There was no heat, no supplies, nothing. It was really just an empty shell, so not that useful. But once DeWitt was done doing this mental inventory, even though he had very little, he actually felt a sense of calm come over him. He felt like he had enough to keep him alive for a while, and in that time, he was going to be found. And so he would just leave it up to God to save him once again. 2 days later, the storm finally let up. But even with the now clear weather, the snow didn't melt. And then soon after that, another storm came and dumped even more snow and ice all over his truck. Also, during this time frame, DeWitt didn't see any other cars or trucks or plows. So, he had a feeling that the road he had crashed on was now so clogged with snow, it wasn't even usable. But even though at this point DeWitt was extremely hungry, he had no food, and it had been several days, he was also warm and dry inside of his truck. And critically, he was also hydrated. He'd been drinking plenty of melted snow. So he was surviving as best as he could. And to ward off all the negative, intrusive thoughts about what could happen to him out here, DeWitt had begun to pass the time by meticulously crossing off the days in his yearly planning calendar and also by writing letters. DeWitt always carried around pen, paper, and envelopes inside of his work bag, which he had with him. So he had begun writing to the people he loved, his fiancée, his sons, and even to his boss to explain what had happened and why he had missed work. And in each letter, DeWitt did not sound scared or sad. In fact, if anything, he seemed rejuvenated. He seemed happy. He would reflect on how much love and joy was in his life and how lucky he was to have that. And he would tell the people he was writing letters to, like his fiancée and sons, that he really wasn't worried. He knew he was going to be okay because God was clearly looking out for him. The days turned into weeks. But DeWitt continued to stay warm and basically comfortable and alive, even without any food. But DeWitt believed that his hunger was actually a sign that God was looking out for him. DeWitt had no idea how long somebody could live literally without eating. But after 2 months, DeWitt had tracked the days in his calendar. 2 months had gone by. DeWitt felt like he should be dead. He hadn't eaten in 2 months. But he wasn't dead. And he felt like that was a sign. God was keeping him alive for his eventual rescue. It had to be. On the morning of the 20th of May, 1995, a teenager, along with his girlfriend, drove up the same mountain road that DeWitt had been on when he got into his accident. And even though it was May, there was still quite a bit of snow and the road was still quite icy. About halfway up a particularly steep incline, this teenage kid lost control of his truck. It began to skid, and he went off the road and crashed into a snowbank. Luckily, the teenager and his girlfriend were okay. And for a minute, they just sat there, kind of dazed. And then the driver put the car in reverse and tried to move, but the car wouldn't budge. The tires just spun. So eventually, the teenager climbed out of the car to examine his vehicle to see if there was serious damage or if he was just stuck in the snow. But when he did this, when he climbed out of his vehicle, he looked just up the roadway and off to the side of the road. And there, basically equal to where he was another vehicle. It was a pickup truck with a camper attached to it that was clearly half buried in the melting snow. The teenager told his girlfriend that he was going to go take a look just in case somebody else had had a wreck and they needed help. So this kid, he leaves his girlfriend and he hikes over to the truck. And when he gets there, he can't see inside of it. It's covered with too much snow. But he brushes off some of the snow, revealing one of the windows into the truck. And he looked in, and for a second he couldn't quite see what was in there. But then eventually he saw it. And when he did, he just gasped and backed away. After DeWitt crashed, he was certain he was going to be rescued. He knew he was in an isolated part of this mountain, he clearly knew that, but he really believed that God was going to save him. He felt like it was God who had kept him from going off the cliff, and now God was going to intervene and save him again. Somebody was going to show up and rescue him because of God. So because of that belief, because of how strongly he believed it, DeWitt did not get out of his truck. He might have gotten out to use the bathroom, but for the most part, he stayed inside. And unfortunately, had he just gotten out and really looked around, he would have seen that there was actually a paved path. And due to the way the winds whip on that side of the mountain, the snow doesn't stick to the ground there. So even with a huge snowstorm, he would have seen a black paved path going down the mountainside. And he could have walked it down to civilization. It would have saved him. But DeWitt was so convinced that if he just waited right here, somebody would save him because God was going to save him again. He just didn't leave his truck. And then, when he began to feel that incredible ache from starvation, the fact that he wasn't dying, months in with no food, it just built that resolve inside of him. Clearly, God has a plan. Clearly, I should be dead right now, and I am not. I need to maintain faith, and I'm going to be saved. And in many ways, that's beautiful. It's poetic. But it ultimately led to his death. That teenage driver who happened to get into a car accident up on that mountain road, who then saw the truck and the camper, well, that was obviously DeWitt's truck and camper. And when the teenager walked over and cleared the window and looked inside, he saw DeWitt, who was deceased inside of the truck. DeWitt ultimately died of starvation, most likely on January 19th, which is the final day that he crossed off on his calendar. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in the world is not a monster, a killer, or even the wilderness. Sometimes it's just believing in the wrong things. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and wait for the notification to see the strange, gloomy, and mysterious things that await you. See you next time. In 1993, David Lewis was a man who seemed to have it all. He was a successful and well-respected lawyer living in Amarillo, Texas. He had a loving wife, Karen, and a beautiful 9-year-old daughter. By all accounts, he was a devoted family man, the kind of guy who coached his daughter's sports teams and spent his free time helping out with local charities. His life was stable, predictable, and happy. On January 28th of that year, a Thursday, Karen and their daughter were getting ready for a fun weekend trip. They were heading to Dallas, a few hours away, for a mother-daughter shopping spree. It was something they were both really looking forward to. Normally, David would have tagged along, making a family trip out of it. But this particular weekend was a big one for sports fans. The Super Bowl was on that Sunday, the 31st, and David didn't want to miss it. He was a huge fan and wanted to enjoy the game from the comfort of his own home. So he said his goodbyes, and Karen and their daughter drove off to Dallas, leaving David to have the house to himself for a couple of days. They had their trip, and then on Sunday, after the big game had finished, they made the drive back home to Amarillo. As they pulled into the driveway, they were expecting to walk in and find David either cleaning up some game day snacks or maybe watching the post-game analysis. When they stepped inside, the house was quiet. The first thing Karen noticed was that the TV was still on, tuned to the channel that had just aired the Super Bowl. That wasn't too strange. But David was nowhere to be found. Karen called out his name, but there was no answer. She walked through the familiar rooms of their home, a little confused but not yet worried. She figured maybe he had gotten a last-minute invitation to watch the second half at a friend's house and just hadn't called. She noticed the VCR was still recording. This was classic David. He was known for recording all the major sporting events so he could watch them again later. The fact that the VCR was still running meant he hadn't been the one to turn it off. It was just another small, slightly odd detail. Karen continued her search, calling his name. She went into the kitchen, and that's when things started to feel a little more unsettling. She opened the refrigerator door, maybe looking for a note, or just seeing what was inside. And there, on a shelf, was a plate with 2 freshly made turkey sandwiches. This was a sandwich David made all the time, his go-to snack. But why would he make 2 sandwiches and then just leave them in the fridge, uneaten? It didn't make sense. She closed the fridge door and turned around. On the kitchen counter, she saw something that made her pause. It was David's wedding band and his watch, just sitting there. Now, this was truly strange. A man might forget his wallet, but leaving behind his wedding ring and his watch was different. It felt personal. Still, Karen tried to rationalize it. There were no signs of a break-in. Nothing was stolen or out of place. There was absolutely no evidence of a struggle. The house was exactly as it should be, just without David in it. Her best guess was that he had simply stepped out in a hurry and would be back soon. So, Karen waited up for a while, but as the hours ticked by, she eventually went to bed, telling herself he would surely be there in the morning. But when she woke up the next day, the other side of the bed was still empty. David had not come home. Now, real worry began to set in. The strange little details from the night before suddenly felt much more sinister. She knew something was wrong. She called the police and reported her husband missing. The Amarillo police began their investigation immediately. It didn't take them long to find a major clue. Within 24 hours, they located David's car. It was parked and abandoned in a downtown lot not far from the courthouse where he often worked. When they searched the vehicle, they found his keys, both for the car and the house, tucked away under one of the floor mats. Inside the car, everything seemed to be in order. His checkbook was there. His credit cards were in the glove compartment. His driver's license was right where it should be. Nothing of value had been taken. Investigators then looked into his recent financial activity, and that's when the story took another strange turn. They saw he had recently made a deposit of $5,000 into the family bank account. That seemed more like someone planning for their family's future than someone in trouble. But then they found something else. He had also recently purchased 2 one-way plane tickets. One was from Los Angeles to Dallas, and the other was from Dallas back to Amarillo. Police couldn't determine if he had actually used these tickets, but it added to a growing theory that maybe David had chosen to disappear. When the police presented all of this to Karen, the abandoned car, the untouched valuables, the bank activity, she told them something that changed the entire direction of the investigation. She said that just before he disappeared, David had told her that he believed his life might be in danger. He was scheduled to give a deposition in Dallas later that month. It was for a complicated conflict of interest case involving his old law firm and one of their very wealthy, very powerful clients. According to Karen, David was being heavily pressured by his former colleagues to lie to cover up some of the firm's wrongdoings. But David was an honest man. He had told his family that he was going to tell the absolute truth in his deposition, no matter whose reputation it destroyed. He knew this decision would make him a lot of enemies. He understood that telling the truth put a huge target on his back. This information was a bombshell. The police were certainly intrigued. It painted a picture of a man caught in a dangerous situation, not one who would just walk away from his family. But the problem was, it was just a story. They had no hard evidence to support the idea that someone was actively trying to silence David Lewis. It was a compelling theory, but without proof, it was just that, a theory. For the next 11 months, investigators followed every lead they could find. They interviewed his former colleagues. They looked into the wealthy client from the lawsuit, but they found nothing. No new information surfaced. There were no sightings of David. He never called home. He never used his credit cards or his social security number. He had, for all intents and purposes, vanished from the face of the earth. After nearly a year with no progress, the police officially decided to close the case. The official conclusion was that David Lewis had left of his own accord. They ruled out foul play. For David's family, this was a devastating blow. They had to try and accept the unacceptable, that David was gone, and they would likely never know what truly happened to him. The years passed, and the mystery of his disappearance remained a painful, open wound. Then, in 2004, 11 years after David vanished, something incredible happened. A state trooper in Washington state was sitting at his computer browsing the internet. He had an interest in unsolved mysteries and was looking through old cold cases. He clicked on a page and a picture of David Lewis popped up on his screen. The trooper stared at the photo. He felt an immediate jolt of recognition. The face looked exactly like an unidentified victim from a hit-and-run case he had worked on way back in 1993. His heart pounding, he pulled up the old case file. The details matched up in a chilling way. The John Doe victim had been struck by a vehicle and killed just one day after David Lewis was reported missing in Texas. The man had been found on the side of Highway 24 inches, rural Washington state, a staggering 1,600 miles away from Amarillo. When he was found, this John Doe was dressed from head to toe in military-style clothing. He had no wallet, no identification, and no luggage or bags of any kind. He was just walking aimlessly down the side of a remote highway. Despite the immense distance and the strange circumstances, the trooper felt a growing certainty that this was David. But as he looked back at the picture of David Lewis, he noticed David was wearing glasses. He tried to remember if the John Doe from 1993 had been wearing glasses, and he didn't think so. It was a small detail, but it could be the one that proved him wrong. Just to be sure, he checked the evidence log, the list of personal belongings found on the body, and there it was. The John Doe did have a pair of glasses on him. And when he saw the description, it was a perfect match to the exact same kind of glasses David was wearing in his photo. It wasn't long before DNA testing was done, and the results came back as a definitive match. The John Doe from Washington was without a doubt David Lewis. After 11 long years, the mystery of where David went was finally solved. But it only opened up an even bigger, more disturbing mystery. Why? Why would David travel 1,600 miles to Washington, a state where he had no friends, no family, and no connections whatsoever? If he was the one who hit the record button on his VCR on Super Bowl night, that meant he had less than 24 hours to get from Amarillo, Texas, to that remote highway in Washington. He did it without his car, without his credit cards, and seemingly without any luggage. Where did the military clothing come from? Did he buy it? Or did someone make him wear it? What was he doing walking down that highway in the middle of nowhere? David's family has always believed that he was a victim of foul play. They believe his own words to his wife that his life was in danger because of the testimony he was about to give. They believe someone abducted him from his home, drove him across the country, and killed him, staging it to look like a random accident. But officially, the case remains closed. The police maintain that David Lewis left his home voluntarily, and his death on that lonely highway was nothing more than a tragic accident. In the year 2000, Mary Lou Morris was a 48-year-old woman living a quiet life in Houston, Texas. She worked as a loan officer at a Chase bank and was happily married to her husband, Jay. On the morning of October 12th, a Thursday, everything seemed perfectly normal. Mary Lou said goodbye to Jay and left for her job at the bank, just like she did every other weekday. That afternoon, Jay decided to give his wife a call at work just to check in. But she didn't pick up her phone. He left her a voicemail, figuring she was just busy with a customer and didn't think much of it. But as the afternoon wore on and she didn't call him back, a small seed of concern started to grow. This was very out of character for Mary Lou. She always returned his calls. By 5 p.m., when Mary Lou should have been finishing up her workday, Jay still hadn't heard from her. He called her again, but once more, the call went straight to voicemail. Now his concern was turning into real worry. He decided to call Mary Lou's supervisor at the bank. The supervisor picked up, and Jay asked if he could speak to his wife. And the supervisor's response sent a chill down his spine. He told Jay that Mary Lou hadn't come into work at all that day. They had tried to get in touch with her as well, but couldn't reach her. In that moment, Jay knew something was terribly wrong. He immediately hung up and dialed 911, reporting his wife missing. The police had barely even started their search for Mary Lou when another call came into the station. It was from a man who had been riding his ATV on a remote dirt road about 3 miles from the Morris' home. He told the dispatcher that he had just stumbled upon a smoldering, burnt-out car, and he could see what looked like a body in the driver's seat. It turned out that the fire department had actually received a call earlier that day, around 10 inches the morning, about smoke being seen in that same area. But at the time, they had assumed it was just a controlled burn on someone's property, so they didn't send a unit out to investigate. When police and emergency services arrived at the scene, they found the car was completely destroyed by the fire. The body inside was so badly burned that it was impossible to visually identify who it was. Investigators carefully sifted through the wreckage, and they were able to find a small tooth fragment. They sent it off for testing, and soon their worst fears were confirmed. Dental records proved that the victim was indeed Mary Lou Morris. It was immediately clear to investigators that this was no accident. This was a homicide. They found evidence that gasoline had been poured all over Mary Lou and all over the interior of the car before it was set ablaze. It seemed the killer had tried to stage the scene, perhaps to make it look like a suicide or a tragic car fire. But because of the intense damage from the fire, the medical examiner couldn't determine an exact cause of death. They didn't know if Mary Lou was already deceased when she was placed in the car, or if the fire itself was what killed her. As police processed the scene, they noted that a number of Mary Lou's valuables, like her purse, were still inside the car. But one very important item was missing. Her wedding ring was not on her finger. The news of Mary Lou's brutal murder shocked her family and the entire community. She was known as a kind, gentle person who didn't have a single enemy in the world. No one could understand why anyone would want to hurt her. The day after her body was found, the case took another bizarre turn. A local Houston newspaper received a phone call from an anonymous man. All he said was, Mary Lou's death was an accident. The reporter on the line tried to press him for more information, asking who he was and what he meant, but the man simply hung up. The call was untraceable. At the exact same time this tragedy was unfolding for the Morris family, a completely separate drama was playing out for another woman in Houston. Her name, coincidentally, was also Mary Morris. This was 9-year-old. Mary McGinnis Morris. She was a successful and well-liked nurse practitioner. She generally got along with everyone at the clinic where she worked, with one notable exception. A new male nurse, a man named Dwayne Young, had recently started working there, and he was making her feel extremely uncomfortable. He seemed to have a problem with her for no apparent reason. One day, Mary McGinnis returned to her desk after seeing a patient and found something deeply disturbing. All of the framed photos of her family that she kept on her desk had been turned face down. And in the very center of her desk was a small piece of paper with 3 words written on it, death to her. She knew in her gut that it had to be Dwayne. But she had no proof. That night, she went home and told her husband Mike about what had happened. She told him about Dwayne and the note, and she said, I don't feel safe at work anymore. Can you teach me how to shoot a gun? Mike agreed. He took her to a range and taught her how to handle a firearm safely. He then bought her a small pistol, which she started keeping tucked under the driver's seat of her car, just in case. On October 16th, 4 days after Mary Lou Morris's body was found, and 3 days after that strange anonymous call to the newspaper, Mary McGinnis Morris finished her shift at the clinic and stopped at a drugstore on her way home. As soon as she walked inside, she noticed a man on the other side of the store who seemed to be watching her every move. She felt a wave of fear and immediately pulled out her cell phone and called her best friend, Lori. She described the strange man to Lori and asked what she should do. Lori told her to just wait, to pretend to shop until the man left the store. But the man didn't leave. He just stayed there, lingering in an aisle, staring at her. Finally, Mary McGinnis decided she couldn't wait any longer. She told Lori, you know what, I'm just going to pay for my stuff and get out of here. I have to make a quick stop by the office, but I'll be home in just a few minutes. I'll be fine. She hung up the phone, walked to the register, bought her items, and left the store. Just 12 minutes later, a frantic 911 call came in. It was Mary McGinnis Morris. The dispatcher could hear the sheer terror in her voice as she screamed that someone was trying to kill her. The contents of that 911 call have never been made public, reportedly because on the recording, you can actually hear the moment she is attacked. Later that night, Mary McGinnis was found in her car. She was deceased. She had a single gunshot wound to the head. It was clear from her terrified 911 call that this was a homicide. But just like with the first Mary Morris, her killer had attempted to stage the scene to look like a suicide. The murder weapon, which was her own pistol that she kept under her seat, had been carefully placed on the seat next to her hand. None of her valuables had been stolen from the car. But, just like Mary Lou Morris, her wedding ring was missing from her finger. After the murder of the second Mary Morris, police and the public began to speculate that these 2 cases had to be connected. It was just too much of a coincidence. 2 women, sharing the same name, living in the same city, murdered within days of each other. In both cases, the crime scenes were staged to look self-inflicted. And in both cases, the victim's wedding ring was taken. A chilling theory began to form. This was a professional hit gone horribly wrong. The people who subscribed to this theory believed that Mary McGinnis Morris was the intended target all along, and that the murder of Mary Lou Morris was a tragic mistake. They reasoned that a hitman was hired, given the name Mary Morris and a general location, and he simply killed the wrong woman first. Then, upon realizing his mistake, he was the one who anonymously called the newspaper to say her death was an accident. And a few days later, the hit was successfully carried out on the correct target, Mary McGinnis Morris. The detail about the missing wedding rings supported this theory, as it's reportedly a common practice for hitmen to take a personal item like that to prove to their client that the job is done. Police took this theory very seriously and began looking into who might want Mary McGinnis Morris dead. Their attention quickly turned to her husband, Mike. They discovered that he had recently accused her of having an affair and was said to be extremely angry about it. He also behaved suspiciously after her murder, refusing to take a polygraph test and not allowing the police to interview his daughter. And then there was the motive. Mary McGinnis had a $700,000 life insurance policy, and Mike was the sole beneficiary. It seemed like a classic case of a husband hiring a hitman to kill his wife. But when investigators dug deeper, they couldn't find a single piece of evidence that tied Mike to either his wife's murder or the murder of Mary Lou Morris. As for her creepy coworker, Dwayne Young, who wrote the death to her note, police determined that while he clearly disliked her, he was not involved in her death. And so, both of these incredibly strange and tragic cases went cold. To this day, no one has ever been arrested or charged in either murder. In 1996, Blair Adams was a 31-year-old man living in Surrey, a suburb of Vancouver in British Columbia, Canada. In his past, he had some struggles with alcoholism and substance abuse, but for the last 2 years, he had completely turned his life around. He was clean, sober, and had landed a great job as a foreman for a local construction company. He was known as a friendly, cheerful guy who was easy to get along with and had no known enemies. But in the summer of that year, something changed in Blair. He started exhibiting strange and uncharacteristic mood swings. His mother would later describe them as being frequent and wild. In just a matter of weeks, the calm, relaxed, and friendly man she knew transformed into someone who was constantly panicked and on edge. He was always looking over his shoulder as if he expected someone to be following him. The stress was so intense that he couldn't sleep at night. He began telling his friends and coworkers that he was convinced someone was trying to kill him. They were concerned, telling him that he wasn't okay and that he really needed to see a doctor. When his mother confronted him about his increasingly erratic and paranoid behavior, he was secretive. He told her, "Mom, I really shouldn't tell you about it." She pressed him, asking, "What's it?" But he just shook his head and said, "I can't say anything else." And that was all she could ever get out of him. Blair's strange behavior reached a crisis point on Friday, July 5th. He went to his bank and withdrew his entire life savings in cash, a total of $6,000. He then went to his safety deposit box and emptied it as well. It contained thousands of dollars worth of gold, platinum, and expensive jewelry. It was the kind of thing someone does when they're planning to run. 2 days later, on Sunday, he got in his car and drove 30 minutes to the U.S. Canada border. He attempted to cross into the United States, but he was turned away. To the border guards, he was a collection of red flags. A single man traveling alone, carrying a large amount of cash and valuables, and acting extremely nervous. He fit the profile of a drug trafficker, and they denied him entry. Frustrated, Blair drove back home. The next day, Monday, he showed up at his construction site and walked straight into his boss's office. He abruptly announced that he was quitting, effective immediately. He didn't even bother to pick up his final paycheck. He just turned around and walked away. From the construction site, he went directly to the airport. There, he walked up to a ticket counter and purchased a round-trip ticket to Frankfurt, Germany for $1,600. No one knows for sure why he wanted to go to Germany, but he had worked there briefly the year before. His flight was scheduled to depart the following day, on Tuesday. But as soon as he bought the ticket, Blair seemed to change his mind again. He suddenly decided he needed to try and get into the United States one more time. He rushed from the airport to a female friend's house. When she opened the door, she was shocked by his appearance. He looked completely disheveled and terrified. He told her, "Someone's trying to kill me. I need your help. Can you drive me across the border? They just rejected me a couple of days ago. You have kids. It'll look more convincing if I'm with a family." His friend was seriously spooked by his frantic behavior and told him she couldn't help. So Blair went home and hid out for the rest of the day. The next morning, Tuesday, he went back to the airport. But instead of getting on his flight to Frankfurt, he went to the ticket counter and asked for a refund. He told the agent that the person he was supposed to meet in Germany had gotten sick, so he couldn't go. The only person this could have been was a woman he had a brief fling with while working there the year before. But later, when investigators spoke to this German woman, she told them she hadn't been in touch with Blair at all and was definitely not expecting him to visit. After getting his refund, Blair left the airport and went to a car rental agency where he rented a Nissan Altima. He immediately drove back to the U.S. Canada border, and this time, for whatever reason, he was allowed to cross. He drove south to Seattle, Washington, went straight to the airport there, and simply abandoned his rental car in the middle of a parking lot. He then went inside and bought a one-way ticket to Washington, D.C. The ticket cost him $770. He could have bought a round-trip ticket for about half that price, but he specifically chose the more expensive one-way option. He boarded the plane that night, and by Wednesday morning, he was on the other side of the country in Washington, D.C. As soon as he got off the plane, he rented another car, this time a Toyota Camry, and started driving again. He drove 500 miles southwest to Knoxville, Tennessee. Blair wasn't seen in Knoxville until around 5:30 that evening when he pulled into a gas station. He told the attendant that he was having trouble with his car. The attendant came out to take a look, and he immediately figured out the problem. Blair was trying to start his Toyota Camry with the key to the Nissan Altima he had abandoned in Seattle. The attendant pointed this out, but Blair, clearly confused, held up the key and insisted, "No, this is the one I was using." The attendant pointed to the Nissan logo on the key. Together, they searched the car inside and out, looking for the missing Toyota key, but it was nowhere to be found. Blair tried calling the rental company, but their office was already closed for the day. The gas station attendant told him there was nothing more he could do and that they would have to tow the car. But he offered to give Blair a ride to a nearby hotel. Blair accepted. Just after 6 p.m. that night, Blair walked through the front doors of a Fairfield Inn. Hotel security footage captured what happened next. He walked in, stood in the lobby for a moment, then turned around and walked right back out. A few minutes later, he walked in again, and then walked out again. He did this over and over 5 separate times over the course of an hour. Finally, he approached the front desk and asked for a room. The front desk clerk later told police that Blair seemed completely paranoid. He was constantly looking over his shoulder and was visibly on edge the entire time. She gave him his room key, he paid in cash, and then instead of going up to his room, he turned around, walked out the front door one last time, and never came back. The next morning, 2 construction workers arrived at their job site, which was located in a vacant lot directly across the street from the Fairfield Inn. As they started their day, they discovered a body. It was Blair Adams. He was lying on the ground, and strangely, he was missing his shoes, his socks, and his pants. He had several scratches on his hands and face, but none of the injuries were life-threatening. Scattered on the ground all around his body was $4,000 in a mix of American, Canadian, and German currency. His fanny pack, full of all the expensive gold and jewelry from his safety deposit box, was also lying nearby. A black duffel bag containing maps and travel receipts was on the ground. And also, lying in the dirt was the missing key to the Toyota Camry. An autopsy was performed, and the medical examiner determined that Blair had died from a single massive violent blow to his stomach that had ruptured his organs. They had no idea what could have caused such an injury. A toxicology report came back clean. There were no drugs or alcohol in his system. The only piece of forensic evidence found at the crime scene was a single long strand of hair that Blair was found clutching tightly in his fist. There were no witnesses to the attack, but a security guard at a nearby business reported hearing a woman's scream coming from the direction of the lot at around 3:30 that morning. The only real lead police had was a composite sketch of a man who several people had seen Blair talking to outside of a Cracker Barrel restaurant shortly after he had left the hotel for the final time. But police were never able to identify this man. Investigators were completely baffled. Was Blair telling the truth all along? Had someone been hunting him for weeks, finally catching up to him in a vacant lot in Tennessee? If so, why didn't they take the thousands of dollars in cash and valuables that were lying right next to his body? Or was Blair suffering from a severe paranoid delusion, and his death was the result of a random, tragic encounter with a violent stranger? To this day, we still have no idea. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.